You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, what up, boy? How's everybody doing? Today is 3/31/2025. It is 7 a.m. Eastern time. We're getting started off early today. Early. Wait, is that? Oh, it's what? Okay. It's a little too close. Y'all get up out my face. Get up out my business, How are y'all doing on this fine morning? We got a bunch to get into. I wanted to go live way earlier. I was gonna go live around like 1 a.m. and then my my computer was taking forever to render a video. It was just having a lot of problems rendering a video. And so it took like 5 hours to get to 90%. And then eventually I was just like, okay, this is taking forever to process, dude. It's going to take like another 45 minutes just to get through the last 10%. This is wild. So I went and just started Xing out of stuff to try to get rid of a lot of processing. Got rid of Discord, got rid of OBS, got rid of a bunch of different websites. Done. Like 2 minutes. The last 10%, like less than 2 minutes. Completely done. So something was eating up all the processing on my computer, and it was making it take fucking forever. So if you're in the Discord, I posted like 2 hours ago, like, yep, getting ready to go live soon, because I thought it was going to be done a lot faster than that as well, but it was not. It was not. But yeah, so we got a lot to get into. I don't know if you guys saw, but the other day we were going over the earthquake that happened in Bangkok, and we were watching a bunch of different videos of buildings falling down, or people inside of buildings that were shaking. And one of the videos that we watched was of a hotel. It's a high-rise hotel, and you can see water just pouring over the edge from down below. But then we got another view of it from up top where somebody was watching the actual hotel, and it was a pool that was up on the outside of a suite. And this pool is just overflowing off the edge because the entire building is just shaking like this. And so the water was just going back and forth and then pouring over the edge. I don't think it's the same building, but I did find a video that has pretty much that happening. Why every time, dude? So yeah, you can see these people. They're in Bangkok with the earthquake. You can hear the girl saying, "What the fuck is happening? Oh my god." And that guy is just holding on for dear life, but he's on the edge of the fucking building, dude. Like, I would not be there. If the water starts pouring in that direction, starts shaking up there, he's going over the edge, dude. Those waves are just gonna pick him up and take him right over. They're up on a high rise. Like, they're way up in the air. I would not be out there, dude. I would not have stayed out there. I would have gone inside. You're supposed to get under, like in a doorway or something, somewhere where there's some support there, so that if the building does start to fall at all, or break or crumble in any way, you're in an area where there's some supports so that it doesn't fall on top of you and kill you. But they just, well, I don't want to ruin a pool day. Sheesh, dude. Now the guy moves over to the side. That's where he should have been the whole time, bro. He should have been there with the quickness. So yeah, that was interesting. I wanted to go into her profile and see if she posted anything else about this, because it seems like a lot. Okay.
I am safe in the hotel room, having a drink. I'm still nervous, and the guy in the pool is also safe.
So yeah, she started off by saying that she's safe. Okay.
I am safe in the hotel room.
Is that at the edge of a building? Yeah, it was up on a high rise towards the edge of a building. So like they have the suite and it's up top to where you can just see off the edge of the building. And the guy who was in the pool was towards the edge of the pool instead of coming over towards like the other side. It was wild.
Having a drink. I'm still nervous, and the guy in the pool is also safe. But I am prepared to run if I need to. I have my shoes at the door. Emergency bag. But we're all good. Survived an earthquake.
Fucking seems like a really strange response after like a bunch of people just died. You're over here with a flower in your hair. Survived earthquake. Earthquake 2025, guys. It's a little odd, but okay.
So I thought I would come on and do a wee story time as
A
to
wee story
why
time.
we didn't get up and run immediately. At first I thought it was wind, so that's why I started recording in the first place, and then it just got crazy. You couldn't have got up and run. The ground was slippery. I was holding on to the sunbed for life. The man in the pool, he would have probably went over the edge if he attempted to get out of that pool. The other couple didn't know what was happening. It happened so fast, so fast. So it's not that we didn't have survival instincts. Our survival instinct in that moment was to sit tight. And
It seems weird though, like even in the video that nobody was asking the guy in the pool if he was okay, if he needed help or anything. They were all just sitting there. That pool was empty. Like, it started off at the beginning of the video, it's like full. And by the end of the video, half the water is gone. That pool was half gone, with it still just rocking side to side. Like, I immediately would have been asking the guy if he needed help getting out or something.
stay safe.
And I would have told him to move over to the ladder and hold on to that.
If we were on the 29th floor, if we had have tried to run on a wet surface, we would have fell and broke our necks.
So don't run,
And
walk.
there was no alarm. The alarm only started as we had run to the fire exit. The hotel staff, it's not common in Bangkok for this to happen. So they actually explained to us that they didn't know what was happening either for a while. So I stopped the video and I got up. I phoned my family to say my goodbyes basically. And I had to run down 29 flights of stairs in a bikini with no shoes, nothing, and stand in a street in Bangkok for 5 hours until we got the go ahead to come back into our hotel room. So I know it looks like we're just sitting.
5 hours seems really quick. Like, if you have to go in and check all the supports and make sure that everything's still safe and that it doesn't have any cracks in it or anything, and it's not going to end up crumbling later. 5 hours seems really fast, especially, she said it was, what did she say, a 10-story building? That's wild. How do you check 10 stories of a building that fast?
They're chilling out, but we were in fear for our lives. The man in the pool, I got him down the stairs with me and I showed him the video and we both laughed. I know it's not funny, there's so many people that's died, but we were just in fight or flight and we're all good. Everything's good. No one in Bangkok's hurt. So yeah, crazy story. So 7-Eleven haul. I've had a massive following overnight.
Yeah, that was her first video. This is her first video. 113 million views on her very first video ever. And then she's getting like almost 1 million on everything afterwards. Like, this one's just under 1 million. This one's 700,000. That's fucking wild, dude. 113 million. You understand, just to get 1 million views on there, you gotta be putting in work. She got not just 1 million, she got 113 million. And then her second video of her just like holding up a fucking 7-Eleven cup is almost another 1 million by itself. $4.7 million likes, 89,000 followers. That's crazy, dude. That is fucking crazy. There's a bunch of videos from people saying that like Trump is saying that he's not joking about a third term, but everything that I've seen about this still, I haven't seen anything that makes it sound like it's not a joke. It all still sounds like a joke.
I'm not joking. President Donald Trump on the record saying he's not ruling out another run for the White House, telling NBC News, quote, there are methods by which he could do it. Now, the president is limited to 2 terms by the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution, but that has not stopped President Trump from flirting with this idea before.
I've talked about the fact that there is a way. There is a way that I know of where he could do it. The one way that I know of is normally if the president dies or backs out or quits, or whatever, if he's no longer serving as president, then the vice president becomes the president. But if something happens to the vice president, then it becomes the Speaker of the House. So he could very easily just run for Congress, get voted in as Speaker of the House, and then the other people who win, they can just run and say, oh, we're just running as Donald Trump. So you guys just vote for me, J.D. Vance. I'm not actually running. I'm not actually going to be president. Just vote for me. We'll put Trump back in charge, and he's going to run for Congress and win Speaker of the House, and then we'll hand it over to him. Nothing illegal about that as far as I know. The only way is he runs as VP. He can't run as VP. So when we're saying, when you run for president, the ticket is the ticket. You are both running as a team. So for Trump, he cannot be a VP on a ticket. He can't. It's against the law. He's not allowed to be on there as VP. So Tom the 22nd only says you can't be elected more than twice. Right. That is, if you're VP, you are being elected. You cannot be on the ticket. Kamala Harris got elected as the vice president. Okay? When we voted for Joe Biden, so a lot of people keep saying, oh, Kamala Harris never won any elections. She won the fucking White House with Joe Biden. She is on the ticket. That's how that works. So if you, he's not allowed to be on the ticket as VP. You cannot be on the ticket. It is part of winning is being on the ticket. To be Speaker of the House, you don't have to even be a member. I don't know exactly how it all works, but yeah, I'm just saying, that's the only way that I know of that he could do it is by becoming Speaker of the House. But it only goes one way. You can run after being VP twice, right? You're allowed to be VP as many times as you want. You're just not allowed to be the president. So where there's only been a couple of presidents who were able to run for third terms, and those were presidents who took over as VP, then ran for, so they were VP, they ran again, won the presidency, and then they were allowed to run a third time. So there's very few that have done that. I think there might be only one president who's ever became president from VP and then still won 2 more times. But yeah, you're not allowed to even be on the ticket now. So
Now, the president is limited to 2 terms by the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution, but that has not stopped President Trump from flirting with this idea before.
It will be the greatest honor of my life to serve not once, but twice, or 3 times, or 4 times. Headlines from the fake news. Now it will be to serve twice. Should I run again? You tell me. There's your controversy right there. There's your controversy.
Dems have floated this idea twice since 2015 with Obama. When you say Dems have done this, what does that mean? Obama didn't say it. So it's very different. Like, because again, one, like saying Dems said it, I have no fucking idea what that even means. Dems said a thing. Who? Some fucking, like Rachel Maddow? Like, what does that mean? Dems said a thing. But the difference is that Trump has already tried, like, breaking constitutional law by finding loopholes and around things numerous times in the past already. So no, Obama didn't, I give you that. But them strategists. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means, because yeah, the person who's actually in charge is the person that we would be worried about. So if Obama said something like that, that would be like very threatening to find out that he would even attempt to do something like that. It would be insane. But yeah, normally I think he's just joking, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. I thought he was joking when he said he was going to run for president. Yeah, true. Yeah. They thought he was joking when he said he believed he could actually win. Yeah.
CNN's Betsy Klein is live in West Palm Beach tonight. Betsy, he said he's not joking when asked about this, then also said that it's too early to be talking about it. What more is he saying?
Yeah, Jessica, you're absolutely right that this is not the first time this has come up, albeit a little tongue-in-cheek as you just laid out. But President Trump openly talking about the prospect of seeking a third term in office, and he says this is not a joke. I want to read to you part of the transcript from the telephone interview he had with...
Okay, I was going to say, I haven't heard anything yet, so I guess maybe it's from a transcript, because yeah, I was going to say, nothing they showed was him saying that at all.
NBC News' Kristen Welker. Welker says, "Sir, I'm hearing you don't sound like you're joking. I've heard you joke about this a number of times," to which the president responds, no, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. The president goes on to say that there are methods on which he could seek a third term. Welker asked if it's possible that Vice President J.D. Vance gets elected and then passes the baton. The president indicated that that was an option, but he said there are others too. The president, of course, repeatedly said it is, quote, too early to think about it. Now, the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution, it bears repeating, Jessica, added back in 1951, and it says no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Now, repealing that amendment would require a 2/3 vote in the House and Senate and ratification in 3/4 of states. So that is extremely unlikely. However, Steve Bannon, who is a top outside ally to President Trump, has mused that the president could be eligible because the amendment doesn't specify consecutive terms. We should also note that President Trump is going to be the oldest president ever in office at the end of his second term, topping Joe Biden's record at 82 years and 7 months old in January of 2029. Asked if he even wanted to serve a third term, the president said he likes working. Jessica.
Joining me to discuss these comments, CNN contributor and former White House counsel for President Nixon, John Dean. John, thanks so much for being here with us.
He likes making money. Why not?
Want to get your reaction to these new comments from the president.
Well, he likes constitutional end runs. That's what Bannon was talking about. And that's what seems to be on his mind, is how he can get around the very clear language of the 22nd Amendment, which precludes getting reelected to more than 2 terms.
And President Trump said, I have other methods. What could those constitutionally be?
They'd have to be written by the Supreme Court that would redefine the Constitution. As I say, I describe it as a constitutional end run. Jessica, this is not a new debate. It actually goes back to a Law Journal article in 1999, where a bunch of scholars got together and looked at the 22nd Amendment and said, you know, maybe a president cannot be reelected twice, but maybe he can serve twice. How does he serve twice? He becomes a vice presidential candidate. Then the vice president steps aside and makes him the president under the succession statute. This is really obtuse. This is
Yeah, everything that I've seen says that he can't even run on the ticket. He can't even be on the ticket. That the only way to do it is through Speaker of the House.
It is pretty good scholarship. It's been debated for a lot of years. Hillary Clinton looked at it when she was nominated, thinking maybe her husband, former president, should be her vice president. But then she realized, well, he's not really eligible to become president under my reading and most readings of the 22nd Amendment. So
that would have been so cute. Husband and wife, president and vice president.
She precluded that. A lot of people thought Obama should go for another term. He didn't. He read the Constitution and said, no, I'm not for end runs.
How much faith do you have in our democratic system to prevent that from happening?
Well, I think the courts have held because they're being tested right now as they never have before. There's over 100 cases that really implicate the Constitution and the system and our democracy, if you will, where Trump and Elon Musk, in some instances, are just running roughshod over the laws and the statutes that exist on how to hire people, fire people, who you can do with a statute, how do you allocate money that is appropriated by Congress. This is just being ignored, but the courts are really making the issue of the president must comply with the law. Now the question will be, will he comply with the law?
Certainly. And I'm curious, too, just from your perspective, even having this conversation that you and I are having right now, having a sitting president that's flirting, let's call it, with this idea, what does that do to American democracy?
It's not healthy. I can't tell you how depressed I have been with some of his decisions, what he's doing with tariffs. He really doesn't have unlimited tariff power. That belongs to the Congress. You wouldn't know that given the current debate. So he's beating up on the economy. He's beating up on democracy. He's beating up on federal employees. Last week, he filed a federal action in Waco, Texas, where there's only one judge who is pretty predictable on how he comes out on things. He's very conservative, to attack federal unions, federal employee unions. So these are very troubling times for me anyway, and for anybody who loves our democracy.
All right, John Dean, as always, we're really appreciative of your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So obviously we've talked a lot about Russia and Ukraine here on the show, but I haven't touched on the ceasefire much at all. And almost every show we've had something on the list that I was supposed to get to about the ceasefire that I just never got to. So we're going to go ahead and read some about the ceasefire today. It says Trump very angry with Putin over ceasefire negotiations. Donald Trump has said he is very angry and pissed off with Russian President Vladimir Putin after weeks of attempting to negotiate a ceasefire in Ukraine. In an NBC News interview, the U.S. president criticized Putin for attacking Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's credibility and threatened to impose a 50% tariff on countries buying Russian oil if he did not agree to a ceasefire. We got to watch this NBC News interview because I haven't I haven't seen this. That seems really strange that Trump is criticizing Putin for questioning Zelensky when Trump and what's his name and JD Vance have been doing the same thing for a while. Like, they've been tweeting out tons of bullshit about Zelensky. They've been talking shit about him for months, and then all of a sudden, Putin does it. Now they're like, oh no, only we're allowed to do that. Only us. He called into NBC, I guess. Huh. I haven't seen this. We're gonna have to look this up next. So yeah, I mean, Trump criticized Biden for putting sanctions on Russian oil, and appreciate it, Panovers. They criticized. So Trump criticized Biden for putting sanctions on Russian oil. He said that it was a horrible decision. It's ruined gas prices. It's because this is the only thing that people can find that Biden did that would have affected the oil prices in a negative way. And so they always target that as this horrible decision that he made. It didn't really affect gas prices. Not much, maybe a little bit. But I think the estimates that I saw was that it was just like a couple of cents that it made a change, because obviously by far the majority, like over 70% of our oil comes from Canada. So it doesn't, taking a little bit off of Russia when we get some from like a bunch of different areas, and Russia was one of the smallest purchases that we made every year. It didn't make sense to act like sanctions on Russian oil was this horribly detrimental action. So then Trump got into office. He got rid of the fucking sanctions on their oil, and then immediately went and put them right back, because he knew, he's like, I fucked up. That was a dumb decision. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Just put them right back, and now he's taking it even farther. Last week, Putin suggested the possibility of a UN-run government in Ukraine to organize new elections and then begin peace talks. Trump's comments mark a change in tone towards Putin. Over the past 6 weeks, Trump has publicly harangued Zelensky and demanded numerous concessions from Ukraine's president. I don't think that's true. That's not really true. I talked about the fact that Trump did call out he did call out Putin on Truth Social a couple of times, saying that he wanted Putin to be a lot more serious about the peace talks, and that if Putin wasn't going to be quicker to come to the table and engage in the peace talks, that he was gonna that it was going to be very, very bad for him, is I think the verbiage that he used. So this isn't really accurate that he's just gone in on Zelensky and only been nice to Putin. Obviously, when we look at the two, he's been much harsher on Zelensky than he has on Putin. And Zelensky made a really good point about the fact that Trump was acting like the war was Zelensky's fault, and JD Vance also kept blaming the war on Zelensky, when there's no way you can look at this war and blame it on Zelensky in any way whatsoever. It's fucking insane to act like this is Zelensky's fault, even in the slightest, because it's really just Putin's fault. Like, only his fault. Nobody else's. Everybody likes to bring up the fucking UN shit, which is all fake. But even if we... Or sorry, not the UN, the NATO shit. It's all fake arguments. It's all bullshit, because Ukraine never signed the... I'm blanking on the contract, but they never signed it. But even if they did, it still would not be justification for what it is that Russia did in return, so... Yeah, I was trying to find the actual post from Trump on Truth Social that I was referencing just a minute ago, but I can't find it. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay. But yeah, I've gone over a couple of posts from Trump that were pretty harsh on Putin that I was surprised. I was very surprised that Trump was actually calling out Putin in the way that he was. So it's definitely stuck out to me a lot. All right. So yeah, they said Trump's comments mark a change in tone towards Putin over the past 6 weeks. Trump has publicly harangued Zelensky and demanded numerous concessions from Ukraine's president. On Sunday, he accused Zelensky of trying to back out of the deal to share Ukraine's rare minerals with the U.S. and warned of big problems. Head should that be the case? Oh, big problems heed should that be the case. Okay. In turn, Trump has flattered Putin and largely given in to the Russian president's demands. European leaders had worried that Trump was cozying up to Putin, but Trump's comments on Sunday appeared to be a departure from that dynamic. It was the first time the U.S. has seriously threatened Russia with consequences for dragging its feet in ceasefire negotiations, which would seem to put the diplomatic ball back in Moscow's court. NBC News reported that in a 10-minute phone interview, Trump said he was very angry and pissed off when Putin criticized the credibility of Zelensky's leadership, although the president has himself called Ukraine's leader a dictator and demanded that he hold elections. So yeah, this is another thing that, like, obviously we've talked about the fact that Zelensky's not a dictator, and the fact that he's not holding elections is because the Rada has said that they don't want to hold elections, which is kind of their parliament, and then on top of that, their constitution says that they're not allowed to hold elections during times of war, but the Rada is allowed to override that. So, Based Eddie, where the fuck does this come from? Where does this come from? That I am Pisco's son, or he adopted me, or something? Where the fuck does this? Where does this come from? Do you know? Or that wasn't you? That was Based Podcast. Why the fuck is why do people, because I know somebody else has said this before, I think it's Aaron or something like that, keep saying some shit like that. I don't know where the fuck that comes from. Is there some meme? Everyone upvote that comment. Shut the fuck up. I'm asking where the fuck it comes from. I don't care if you upvote it. I don't care about the meme. It's not offensive. I'm just asking, where the fuck did this come from? Like, why is this a thing? The guy's probably like 10 years younger than me, and apparently he adopted me as his son. This fucking what the fuck? Yeah, Trump said he was very angry and pissed off with Putin, criticized the credibility of Zelensky's leadership. Wait, did we somehow go back up? No, they're just repeating themselves. Okay. Yeah, Trump said he was very angry and pissed off when Putin criticized the credibility of Zelensky's leadership, although President has himself called Ukraine's leader a dictator and demanded that he hold elections. You could say that I was very angry, pissed off when Putin started getting into Zelensky's credibility, because that's not going in the right direction, in the right location, Trump said. When speaking about Putin, Trump said that the Kremlin knew of his anger, but noted that he had a very good relationship with the Russian leader, and the anger dissipates quickly if he does the right thing. If Russia does not follow through with the ceasefire, Trump threatened to target its economy further if he thought it was Putin's fault. If Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, I'm going to put secondary tariffs on all oil coming out of Russia, he said. There will be a 25% tariff on oil and other products sold in the United States, secondary tariffs, Trump said, not noting that the tariffs on Russia would come in a month without a ceasefire deal. Secondary tariffs are sanctions on countries that do business with another country. They could constitute up to 50% on goods entering the U.S. from countries still buying oil from Russia. The biggest such buyers, by a long margin, are China and India. Zelensky wrote on social media following the interview that Russia continues looking for excuses to drag this war out even further. He said that Putin is playing the same game he has since 2014, when Russia unilaterally annexed the Crimean Peninsula. This is dangerous for everyone, and there should be an appropriate response from the United States, Europe, and all our global partners to seek peace. Later, Trump said he thought Zelensky was trying to renegotiate the U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal. If he does that, he's got some problems, he told reporters on board Air Force One. Zelensky previously said he was ready to sign the agreement. It was expected to be signed in February, but was derailed by the Paris explosive meeting at the White House. Trump suggested on Sunday that Zelensky wanted to change the deal to get better security guarantees. He wants to be a member of NATO. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. Also, during the flight, Trump appeared to soften his remarks about Putin. I don't think he's going to go back on his word, he told reporters on the flight back to Washington. I've known him for a long time. We've always gotten along well. The U.S. president said he would speak to Putin later in the week. Moscow says the current Ukrainian authorities are illegitimate as President Zelensky has stayed in power beyond the end of his term and is therefore not a valid negotiating partner. But Zelensky has stayed because elections have been put on hold legally by martial law and practically by the chaos of war. It would be almost impossible to hold a valid election with more than 5 million Ukrainian citizens displaced overseas and many hundreds of thousands away from home on the front line. Russia launched a full-scale invasion of its neighbor, Ukraine, in February of 2022. It currently controls about 20% of Ukrainian territory. More than 100,000 people fighting for Russia's military have now died as the war in Ukraine enters the fourth year, according to data analyzed by the BBC Russian independent media group Media Zona and volunteers who have been counting deaths since the war began. Ukraine last updated its casualty figures in December of 2024 when President Vladimir Zelensky acknowledged 43,000 Ukrainian deaths among soldiers and officers. Western analysts believe this figure to be an underestimate. Also, in the NBC interview on Sunday, Trump said he was not joking when he said he would not rule out seeking a third term in the White House, despite it being prohibited by the U.S. Constitution. A lot of people want me to do it, Trump said. But I mean, I basically tell them we have a long way to go. During the call with NBC, he also again threatened to bomb Iran if it did not agree to a nuclear deal. Trump earlier this month sent a letter to the regime demanding negotiations. It will be bombing the likes of which they have never seen before, he said, noting he would also impose secondary tariffs. On Sunday, Iran's President Mossad Pezeshkian said the country would not enter into direct negotiations with Washington concerning their nuclear program, but indirect talks were possible. Shit, all my lights just turned off. We don't avoid talks. It's breach of promises that have caused the issues for us so far, he said. They must prove that they can build trust. Okay, Google, lights on.
All right, turning on 6 lights.
The "you're a fucking idiot" thing, Tom. What about it? Okay, Google, lights on.
All right, turning 6 lights on.
Okay, Google, lights at 100%.
Sure, setting 6
Fucking
lights
shit.
brightness to 100%.
Okay, Google, turn lights blue.
Got it.
The
Changing
camera's
2 lights
turning
to
me blue. Okay, Google, turn left lamp down to 30%.
Got it. Setting the left lamp brightness to 30%.
Okay. Are you and Eric ever going to debate each other? Who's Eric? I fight with mine the same way. I set up a bunch of like routines and crap a long time ago for when I woke up for work, when I would leave, all of that crap. And when my phone broke, I lost all of that, but the programming is still on there. And so I can't change it, not even on Google Home. It won't pull up any of those routines. And so even though on Google Home, I've turned off all routines, it still just has those. It's got a very few that just will not go away. And so it's kind of frustrating because, yeah, it just turns on lights, puts them at 100%, puts them off, puts them on, puts them off. It does all sorts of shit based on my old routines. So, also, I think my camera normally doesn't change my skin color and shit like this. So I think it's got some sort of like auto change on right now that I am not liking. Let me see if I can adjust that. Oh yeah, there we go. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. The guy from Fatty's stream Friday. I'm not gonna. Which one? The one that came on later? There were two guys that were just too dumb to even have a conversation with, bro. Like, the guy with the MAGA hat, he literally didn't even believe in stats. He didn't even believe in stats. I can't have a conversation with somebody like that. I can't talk to them. There's no way to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't believe in stats. They think that they can just hand wave all stats because they're inconvenient for them. And so now they get to just bring up their own anecdotal experiences. And every time they bring up an anecdotal experience, I'm going to make one up. I'm just going to make up a fucking anecdotal experience. If he all of a sudden comes out and says, dude, most Americans are in good shape. Most Americans I know, they go to the fucking gym all the time, every single day. And they're all like, Americans are just all about like, you know, just health, and there's tons of healthy food shops opening up all over the place, and every menu now has a health food menu or item, and everybody's just super healthy these days. I'm gonna say, there's not a gym in my entire state. There's not. I'm pretty sure there's not a gym. I'm pretty sure we outlawed gyms a long time ago. But even if we didn't outlaw them, I know for a fact that there's no gyms in the entire country. Because I've just never seen one. I've never seen one. I don't know anybody who's ever gone to the gym in their entire lives. I've never met somebody who's gone to the gym. Like, I never see health products at any of the restaurants or any grocery stores. Nowhere ever has health products, so they never have healthy options. Like, every time I deal with somebody who just does everything based on anecdote, I will come up with the opposite anecdote every single time. Every time. If that's all they're ever going to run their life on is just their own fucking personal experience and their own anecdotes, then I am going to tell them every single time that I have the exact opposite experience and that they are wrong. Then what do you do? What do you do then? How do you get out of that, right? How do you get out of this if you have an experience that says one thing, I have the exact opposite experience? How do you get out of that? There's only one way. You go to the fucking stats. That's it. You just go to the fucking stats. But that guy, when I brought up the wealth gap between white and black people, he's like, there is no wealth gap. I was like, what do you mean? It's like objectively a thing. It's just objective. The stats show it. Every single study on this ever has shown that there are that black people make less money on average than white people. How the fuck can you deny this? He's like, cuz they can make up whatever numbers they want, dude. Those are all fake. It's like, shouldn't you demonstrate that? Shouldn't you demonstrate in some way that they did make it up? Yes, they could make it up. Can you demonstrate that they did make it up? Because I can show evidence that they didn't make it up. So, like, but he doesn't work that way. People like that, they don't ever work that way. They don't work off of evidence. They don't look at all of the details to come to the best conclusion possible. They just come to a conclusion that is convenient for them, and then they post hoc rationalize from there. And so if all of a sudden I come to the conclusion that I don't want to believe in a wealth gap between white and black people, because I'd rather make the argument that black people are all just victims and they just want to whine and cry and be victims all the time. So now, if that's the position I want to have, anytime somebody brings up stats that's going to be really inconvenient, well, I'll just say stats are fake. They're just fake. They made them up. They made them up. Prove me wrong. So people like that, they've never had an intelligent conversation with anybody in their lives, because as soon as they run into somebody with half a brain, they're going to be like, I don't have to prove that they didn't make them up. You have to prove that they did make them up. You're making the fucking claim that they made them up. What happened to the party of facts over feelings? Oh, they got rid of that a long time ago. Like literally, I think it was like 6-7 years ago. I remember there were a ton of people running around saying this, this old boomer idea of facts over feelings is bullshit, because feelings are what make us human, man. Feelings are what make us human, and we really need to take into consideration our feelings and our humanity. We can't get away from our own humanity. Like, that's why we call it human error, motherfucker. That's why we call these things human error, because our humanity causes a lot of fucking problems. So even though I love being human, all about humanity, I also would like actual processes and things to exist to make sure that I'm not just depending on my own humanity. Well, we should learn how to convince them. No? Figure out what does work. Well, that's the problem, is that on that panel, that guy wouldn't shut the fuck up. Every time I would ask him a question. He would talk for like 10 minutes straight. And then every time I would try to stop him, just to, literally, not even to give an argument, but just to ask a clarifying question, he would get pissed off and throw a fucking hissy fit over it. It was insane. It was actually insane. Like, the guy, there were two people who were talking more than anybody else. It was the guy that we're talking about with the MAGA hat, and then the other guy's name, I forget what his name was, like Beazle or something like that. And he never shut the fuck up. He talked more than anybody there. But then every time I would be like, yeah, but like, does that mean, oh my goodness, I'm not even allowed to, okay, I'm out. Okay, no, it's okay, I'm not allowed to talk. No, it's okay, I'm not allowed to talk. I'm not allowed. It's against the rules for me to talk. So I'm just going to go, oh, you sure? I can talk now. Oh, I can. Okay. So, as I was saying, it's like, yeah, you can talk. Oh my God. All right. That's it. I'm out. Nope. That's it. No, I can't do this. No, I'm not allowed to talk. Not allowed to talk. So every time, dude, every fucking time these guys would go off, they were such big fucking babies. And I love Fatty. I love Team Fatty, and I like going on there and I like debating. But the problem that I have, literally every single debate, and I've said this after every panel on his show, I've said, after I get off, I'm sitting there like, I can't stand going on there and making like a 30-second argument and then having to sit there for 5 minutes for the person to respond and give a fucking 5-minute argument of 50 different bullshit arguments that now once they're done, I'm sitting there like, well, Which one of the fucking 50 bullshit arguments do I now spend 30 seconds on before he goes off on another 50? Like, it's such bullshit. There's nothing you can do about it. But yeah, we just came out with this video earlier. If you guys didn't see it, it's me talking to Pisco about the debate on Tim Pool. We talked about Mahmoud Khalil, Mahmoud Khalil, and then we also talked a little bit about January 6th and the fake elector scheme. So if you guys haven't seen that yet, check it out. We just posted it right before I went live. But I think this was the panel.
Let's talk about George Floyd. You said George
Bucky,
Floyd's
thank
death
you for
was a
renewing your
Why are
membership.
African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
Tom, you believe in post-capitalism? White male Christians. Where the fuck is the panel? Oh, this is the wrong one. Oh, no, it's not. Wait, yes, it is. This is the wrong one. Where the fuck is the other one? Yeah, it's this one. Here it is.
Great is because behind our
to them and a lot closer to them, and their parents don't have as much money to send them to nicer colleges or so this is just my opening statement. This is like the last time I get to talk. Is my opening statement. Send them to nicer schools to where they're going to get a better education, and a lot of times schools are going to get funding based on the areas that they're providing to from property taxes, and so they're going to even likely have a lesser education just from the public schools. This obviously applies to black people as well, where in poor neighborhoods where black people are disproportionately poor, they are going to have lower property taxes, and their schools are going to have lesser educations. This isn't necessarily because there's some sort of problem today that is holding them back, but okay, that's Eric down there in the corner. Yeah, if you go through it, generational wealth is a thing. He came in out of nowhere and just started accusing me of hating white people. It was so fucking weird, dude. Is a huge part of every rich family, and that by far the majority of wealthy families that are making you can see him shaking his head. All of them came from wealthy families. Above 80% of them came from wealthy families and built generational wealth over time. There were tons of issues like redlining. There's things like white flight. There's issues like tribalism that exists, and because black people are tribal and white people are tribal, we tend to segregate ourselves into ways that's going to make things even more harmful. But then they moved him off, and he didn't actually get to respond to anything I said. So later, I asked him a specific question and asked him to respond.
We agree that most people are is one or the other. There's a lot of sides are like.
And yeah, he talked. I think it's right here where I ask him the question, and he talks for like 10 minutes straight. I think the thing that matters here is because when you're saying that the gap.
Able to own land, not being able to do a bunch of things.
I want to ask chaotic truth some things because when you're saying. Okay, yeah. So chaotic truth. So I just said here, I want to ask chaotic truth some things. Okay, so the clock is at 6 minutes and 9 seconds. Okay, it's at 6 minutes and 9 seconds. I want to time this to see how long he talked for. The gap doesn't exist. Like, it's obvious that statistically it exists, right? I think the thing that matters here is we're talking about things that influence things. I'm sure you agree that somebody. Yeah, I'm just saying, obviously, statistically, it exists. Like, you can't deny that, so I don't know why you're saying it doesn't exist when statistics prove it exists. Grows up in a single-parent household is much worse off than somebody who grows up in a two-parent household. There are things that you can't help that are going to influence you and that make things harder for you. So obviously, somebody growing up in the hood with a lesser education, with single parents where if they had to, they'd be able to do more, drive them to, math, like tutoring, and drive them to games and football, and drive them to friends' houses. Two parents obviously give them a big advantage. Somebody who grows up with a single parent who's poor and doesn't have these advantages, they have a bigger mountain to climb. Can you at least agree with that much? They have a bigger mountain to climb.
Nope. Foolery, I'm black. I grew up around black people. You watch too many movies, bro.
No, you're one level below. You African.
I'm literally just talking about like statistics.
It's like 3 levels below.
I'm African.
Well, he didn't. But firstly, Tom, he didn't say that the gap didn't exist.
See, no, he literally said it doesn't exist. So this guy's Beans is just factually incorrect here. But you see, as soon as like somebody jumps in, he's already like getting mad about it, and he just starts like, oh.
You watch too many movies, bro.
No, you're one level below. You African.
I'm literally just talking about. See, look at his face. I'm not allowed to talk. I'm not allowed to talk.
Well, he didn't. But firstly, Tom, he didn't say that the gap didn't exist. He said
I would like
that the gap was.
I mean, I barely talk.
No, he literally said it doesn't exist. Sorry.
I barely talk. Let me just answer Tom. Tom, you're a good guy. I grew up around black people. I'm black. Statistics can be made up.
See, he kept doing this. I grew up around black people. I did too. I've said this 1,000 times. I grew up in an all-black neighborhood, went to an all-black school, went to an all-black church. I grew up around all black people the majority of my like early childhood, and for him to fucking play this card, I don't believe him. All the fucking black people that I knew were being raised by their moms or their grandparents. He's acting like they all had two-parent households all over the place. I don't know where the fuck those black people are. All the ones that I knew were being raised by their fucking mom or their grandma. That was it.
Statistics can be fabricated and over-exaggerated. I grew up around mostly nuclear families. Most black people, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't think it's 75 or 80% of black households are single-parent households. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, no, mock drums. You're totally correct. Like, Jubilee is obnoxious because literally the first person that talks, as soon as they give their opening statement, everybody's voting them off. But the reason isn't because they disagree with anything that they're saying or they think that they're doing a bad job debating. They do it even when the best debaters go up. Why? Because only the people who haven't gone yet get to raise their fucking signs. And so everybody who's waiting to go wants to hurry up and shrink the fucking group so that they can hurry up and get their chance. And so they all just keep raising their signs every time to make sure that they get closer and closer so that there's less and less people so that they can get a better chance to get up and speak.
Just on my channel alone, damn near every black person that calls in is either married, the women, I don't think any single mothers have ever called in. All the black men that have called in are married with children.
So that's when I asked the question, okay? We're already 2 minutes in. I think, what did I say? It was 6 minutes and 15 seconds. We're already down to below 4 minutes. Let's speed it up.
All I am saying is, yeah, I'm straight, I'm Midwestern too.
I grew up in New York also, like in the hood, around all black people. Interesting.
Please let him finish because I'm ready for him to be quiet again.
See, yes, well, he's making a statement about me, so me just correcting him and being like, I literally grew up around all black people. Like, you trying to, like, play this fucking card is bullshit, but everything he says is about his own personal anecdotes.
I barely talked the entire night, man.
Put some respect on CT's name.
We have to bring Fight Club back, bro. We have to bring
quiet, right, Fatty? Let me just finish.
Eric, come to verbal combat, bro.
All I'm saying,
no, don't go there. I'm sabotaging that shit. Stay over here. Don't go there.
My God, the African is talking.
Yeah, stop talking about my kids. Go ahead, Scott. Finish your point, please.
There's this romantic view about a subset of black people. The majority of black people are in the middle class in America. 2 million plus black people have a net worth over $1 million. You should look this stuff up.
Yeah, but that's 8% of black people, where they're 14% of the country, right? See, like every time he makes statements, I'm just trying to get like. I talked for 5 seconds there, and he's already, I'm not allowed to talk. Okay, I'm not allowed to talk. Okay, yeah, I'm not allowed to talk.
I'm just going to go on mute. Fatty, I'm just going on mute.
Well, I'm sorry. See, I want
to. I have not come. I have barely talked tonight.
Go ahead, Carty. You got it. You got the Tell them, Carty. You got this.
You guys are watching too many New Jack City movies. You guys are watching too many Boys in the Hood movies. A lot of blacks are professionals. A lot of blacks, particularly black women, are government workers. They have great jobs with great benefits. I get it. Yes. You see a lot of Pookies and Ray Rays in the liberal media that makes you believe that it's just nothing but gang banging, carjacking in the inner cities. But what I am trying to tell you is that you don't get all of these single parent households. And even if you do, a lot of those single parent households, the mother typically is still making enough money where the kids don't have to live in an impoverished environment. It's bad spending habits. I'm telling you, I've seen it. Yes.
So he literally just said, I don't even know what the fuck he just said. He's already, but it's like half a second that he spoke for.
Spending habits. I'm telling you, I've seen it. Yes.
I think he said, I know, or something like that. He like even agreed with him. He's still like, now let's talk. Now let's talk.
So,
Fatty, I've been quiet the entire night. I barely talk.
Bro, we started at 6 minutes and 15 seconds. It's down to 1 minute and 23 seconds, and he's still talking. He's been talking for 5 minutes so far. He's been talking for 5 fucking minutes, and he's still complaining just when somebody says something for 2 seconds. They just say something for 2 seconds. And he's still, now let talk. Now let talk.
You know what?
Yeah, but when I talk, I allow people to cut me off, and I will respond to them. I want to engage. Well, that's what I say. I'm like, I actually want to have a conversation. So I've been letting people cut me off every single time that I'm talking. Somebody interrupts and starts talking to me. But that's because if I say something that's incorrect and they want to correct me, I don't want to continue on like a fucking retard. I'm not here to just be heard. I'm here to have an actual conversation. If I just wanted to be heard, I would go sit on my own channel and just be heard on my own channel. But I came here to actually have a conversation with people. You came here just to be heard. So you just want to talk. You just want to say things, but you don't actually want to have a conversation. You don't want to have discourse. And that's fucking retarded. So you just want to sit and talk for 5 fucking minutes. And then every time that I respond to him, he doesn't respond to me. So I want to actually like get to be able to ask questions, have a back and forth. Like you say something, I say something, but he doesn't ever do that. That's why I asked him the question in the first place, is so that I could actually press him on some of the retarded shit that he was saying. And I'm not allowed to, because he just won't actually allow me to engage with him.
Hey, we are going to let Chaotic. I barely talked the entire night. I've not talked.
We're not going to be able to respond to this long-winded shit.
You go on a monologue. I haven't talked for 3.5 hours of the entire conversation. I've literally been.
You wore a suit jacket with a t-shirt.
But I'm trying to talk to him. Turned off his fucking mic. Clarifying questions and crap. I want the answer.
Let these men freedom of speech. Please let him.
I'm trying to tell you, brother. Listen to me. There is no conversation. You do not live around blacks. You don't work around blacks.
I do live around blacks.
Oh,
I grew up the only white person at my church, in my school, like in my neighborhood. You don't know what you're talking about.
Brother, cross streets.
Damn, you guys ask him a question and I say that.
Pull it hook hand.
He got cooked. You didn't go down like that, huh? He got cooked.
This man said, I've not talked the entire night, Fatty. I've talked.
No, that's unfair. You said you don't leave around black people. He said this.
It is unfair. He keeps making statements about my personal fucking life, and then if I stop him just for a 5-second real quick, just like, no, actually you're wrong, I do live around black people, he's immediately like, oh, I'm not allowed to talk. Oh, I'm not allowed to talk. Oh, he keeps cutting me off. It's like, bro, if you're gonna keep making fucking retarded statements about my life that you don't know shit about, yes, I'm gonna stop you and correct you real quick, but I'm gonna let you continue. You can keep going off about the dumb shit. It's just every time you say something like that, I'm gonna stop you real quick. But he just, like, he wasn't having it. He doesn't want actual discord. He just wants to talk.
I can prove it now. Just turn your camera right now.
We're already at 0 seconds here. We're already at 0 seconds. So I don't know how long we've been at 0 seconds. How long have we been here? I gotta actually see how long we've been at 0 seconds, because. Okay, so it just got to 0 seconds.
That's unfair. You said you don't leave around black people. He said this.
Okay, so we just got to 0 seconds. We're at 2 hours and 49 minutes and 36 seconds. So yeah, now I need 2 hours, 49 minutes, 36 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna put this in my notes so that I can actually 2:49, 36, because he's still going. He's already over 6 minutes in. He's still going.
I can prove it now. Just turn your camera right now. You don't live around blacks. Bro, I'm telling you, Tom.
Yeah, I'm the only one that can do that, bro. 1 second.
Tom, listen to me, bro. I've grown up around all types of blacks. Bro, I am telling you, it is a poor pattern of behavior in the black community. That's why a lot of black households are impoverished or poor if they are. But I'm telling you, most blacks are in the middle class. I'm trying to tell you, that is bullshit what we're being fed. I don't care what those stats say. They can make things up. And it's not like our government is so trustworthy, like they've not done nefarious things. It's not like they didn't do Tuskegee. It's not like they didn't do David Caruso and kill him. It's not like our government it's not like our government.
See, every time, dude, every time somebody's like just making a small little quip, he fucking he's such a baby, dude.
Has not overthrown governments overseas, et cetera, et cetera. Our government is duplicitous. Who's to say that these stats aren't bullshit? And I would even argue this: it's probably more black people in the country too. I don't believe it's only 12% of blacks. I believe it's far more than that. So all I'm saying is that black people have a lot of spending power in America. I've seen it myself. I've seen it. I've seen these supposedly impoverished black households, and you will see a 90-inch TV in there. There's no wealth gap. It's an ignorance gap. I'm telling you what it is.
Now you said it.
Oh my God, can I talk?
No, sir. You've been talking for 6 minutes.
Yes, both of us at the same time. We're like, bro, you're never gonna stop fucking talking. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Now you said it.
Oh my God, can I talk?
No, sir. You've been talking for 6 minutes.
How long you talking?
Look at us. Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
This man has more 3 minutes to monologue. Hey, God, 3 minutes.
No investor.
No breaking CT spirit.
Black people don't invest the same way as other groups of people do. That's the only reason why there's a wealth gap. If blacks invested, black people will be on the same level as whites. White people are not that goddamn special. It's an ignorance within the culture. That's all what it is. Thank you so much.
So stupid.
How do you get the money to invest?
Okay. So what are we at? 251.44. So we got the 6 minutes plus this. So that's 9.5 minutes. He spoke for 9.5 minutes. Almost 10 fucking minutes, bro. And every time somebody just gave like a 2-second quip, he fucking acted like he was leaving because he wasn't allowed to talk. It's so fucking gay. And there's another point during this where I actually made a joke that every time we started a topic, he didn't say anything until the very end. And all of a sudden, he would come in and they would say, we're going to end now. And he'd be like, oh, I didn't get to say anything. So really, real quickly, I think the blah, 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 blah. And he would give a real quick take. And they'd be like, all right, we're going to end that topic there. And so after like the third time that it happened, I was like, bro, QT's got the right idea, dude. The rest of us, I got to like argue with people and actually substantiate my ideas and like give evidence and arguments for what it is that I believe. He just comes in right at the end, just makes a statement. The whole thing's fucking over and he gets the last word every time. He's figured this shit out because that's all he was doing every fucking time. He wouldn't say anything the whole fucking panel until the very end. So yeah, I don't know. The whole thing was obnoxious. I don't I like going on and I like debating people, but I don't like, and this is every time, again, this isn't something that's like new just for like that panel. That wasn't something that only happened on that panel. This is something that happens every time I go on. There's another guy. Is Marcus still here? I don't know if any of you guys watch Fatty, but I know Marcus does. There's another guy who always sits like this. And he tries to like get like the fucking like jawline there and everything and hold frame and you know, you can't see anything from here down. You can't see anything on him from here down. He stays right up against the fucking camera and stays like that the whole time. You should do that. It looks good, Tom. I'm too lazy for that fucking shit, dude. And yeah, he does the same thing where like I'll make like a 30-second argument and he'll argue against me for like 5-6 minutes. And every time I try to stop him to get him to like land the fucking plane, he will get all pissed off and be like, I'm talking right now. Like, I know. You all shut the fuck up. And every time, it feels like every time I get on, somebody's feelings are hurt, bro. Every time I go on here, some dude gets pissed off at me, and then their feelings get hurt, and they start, like, coming after me personally for absolutely no reason. And that's what happens here as well, right here.
Go. Is it okay for the Russians to go to
This Eric guy right here, I think it's right here, because yeah, he out of nowhere, he just jumped on. He hadn't been there the whole time, just jumped on and immediately started taking personal shots at me.
to take their land? There's treaties, there's laws, there's property.
Okay, what do you mean, okay?
No, stop.
You're not a
stop,
Christian.
Stop. No, stop, please.
Eric.
Stop, please. Hey, stop, please. Everybody stop.
All right.
Those countries are defined. There's laws between both countries. There's paperwork. There's everything.
You're arguing morality.
1 second, let me finish. And you said it's okay for Russia to go ahead and take the
You're not arguing morality right
Let
now.
me
You're
finish.
talking
Well,
about
no, Eric,
okay.
no, Eric, that has
Let
been
me
the
fin-
problem
let me
this whole
finish,
time.
Let me finish.
That-
Let me finish.
Oh no, it's not. I don't think it's
Now
here.
all of a sudden, because there
I don't think it is here. I guess he did it earlier, but oh yeah, he had to have done it earlier. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck he did it, but it was so weird. It was so weird and out of nowhere. It was like the first thing he said, and he starts saying that I hate my own people and shit like that. It was the weirdest fucking shit.
No, they're not taking what is theirs because they're coming saying we're across the borders.
no, wrong. If
They're doing that, they're public
Apart.
in general.
1 second, please. What does
He's
it change?
complaining.
I take your shit by force.
Using American
That's it. Law
people stuff.
podcast goes.
Yeah, the problem throughout all of this is that he kept making both descriptive and prescriptive claims and kept switching back and forth from them. He kept switching back and forth, so then they would argue against the moral claims that he was making. But every time they'd argue against the moral claims that he was making, he'd be like, I'm not making a moral claim. It's like, yes, you are, bro. Shut the fuck up. You are making moral claims. They're asking you moral questions. You're answering them. You're not saying, oh, no, I'm not making a moral claim. But every time they asked the moral question, he answered the moral question. And then and then yeah, acted like he wasn't given a fucking moral answer. So yeah, it was dumb as fuck.
Yeah, Liberia has this. Yeah, Liberia almost has the same document, from what I believe. Right? Everybody's heard that Liberia has almost the same.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm saying that like our force has protections for us, and at the end of the day, that we have protections there. We use the force to protect those things.
The paper means nothing without the guns.
But Eric, so here's the thing though, right? Because what you said was in the beginning there is no strike.
Yeah, I want to find it. I want to find it because I kept wondering why afterwards he did it, and I didn't. I wanted to find it real quick.
Is the confusion for Eric's argument?
It's okay. I got it.
You don't got it, Beans. You had been fucking missing it the whole time. What the fuck?
Whatever, but
Talking.
You're
that's
strong.
That's using straw man. Was there a legal system?
Great question.
Like all of this stuff because this is the.
You have to imply that there is like private property in there. He's saying that is a common system. But that's what you gotta allow him to answer the question.
I'll say another one to him, but I'm not going to let you guys like the podcast. I literally asked Eric a second ago, is it okay for the Russians to go to Ukraine to take their land? There's three countries are defined. There's laws between.
No, Eric, that has been the problem this whole time.
And now
all of them are immorality.
Because there was no paper for Russia to attack.
Mean nothing if you can't protect papers. Means
Please,
something.
which is why
you're jumping in. Move on. All right, I know that you followed it.
Tom, 4 hours with White podcast. Tom and John, chat, final considerations, and we out. Just the last question, and we go. We've been for too long. Thank you very much for giving 4 hours with White podcast. Tom and John, podcast if it was possible, and I know it's unfair because I cut you off. Statements, not questions, because I know where you're going to go if you pass the ball.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is way past it. All right, I'm not gonna find it. I have no fucking idea where this happened, but.
Hope rattle up right now.
Okay, so but this is the point though. Again, right? What we're talking about is that, and that's why I'll answer your question chaotic too. Would I rather have Christians or Muslims? Definitely the Christians because they don't practice shit for real.
They don't believe in that shit.
None of that shit. They just be talking. It's just a show, right? It's a dog and pony show, right? So we rather have people who do
society.
Completely different things. Okay, I say to you, Fatty, that girl was produced in the Middle East. Okay, on the beach, you won't be able to. No. What did she claim? Hold on a second. What did she claim?
What you say makes no sense. You import program and the start American innovation. We are from Germany and all that shit.
I'm trying to blur the lines a little bit. What does she say she is? What does Mia Khalifa say she's not been to Sunday
school? I've been baptized. Am I a Christian?
Well, the thing is this.
Mia Khalifa was raised in May 2021. She responded to a comment as a sign of low intelligence.
Stars like you do. I thought she was a Muslim.
You brought it up, bro.
No, you set the shit up, not me. Okay,
I said it.
Okay, so but and it's just a
knew that she was grass stand correct. I don't know that much about her. I assume she was.
It is over here. It is over here because I remember I remember he was in the fucking corner when it happened.
Christian nationalist.
It's
okay, bro.
I thought it was hard work.
That Bible, and you're saying their freedoms. I would compare them more to the Muslims than a regular quote unquote Christian
because they actually kind of believe in the Bible.
Yeah, but they would try to enforce that bullshit.
Wait a minute. Are you with this whole thing? Idea should. Okay, wait a minute. Are you guys on this whole idea shouldn't be forced on people stuff today?
No, we're not.
Oh, okay, all right. Hold on a second. No.
You are being funny now, Eric.
Why? It's not because we. Yeah.
White Christian.
You see this genius.
So why?
So
we know why.
No, it's fine. We have the looking at school as a job.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck it is.
Say that they want the United States to do. And then you have the United States country, which is the biggest Christian country on the planet, right? That is failing in so many things that these authoritarian countries are not. Going back to the conversation that Kotick was having.
I have no fucking idea where this happened.
Were they not building cathedrals? Were they not building castles? Yes. When was Cologne Cathedral built?
You know for how long they were doing that?
Christianity did not suppress that shit. No. I'm telling you, bro, you don't want no fucking.
I have a list.
One second.
I have a list of inventions.
1 second, please. We don't know the list of inventions, right?
He said there were no inventions.
Nobody's saying there's no inventions.
That's right. This is it. This is 100% it.
What scientists?
We got to slow down. Was he said that there was no?
Yeah, he keeps saying that I said that there were no inventions during the Dark Ages. That is not what I said. That is not what I fucking said. I didn't say anything like that. But I did say that the reason that it was called the Dark Ages is because they didn't have a whole lot of progression during that time. That's what I said. And so I said it 3 different times. They didn't have a whole lot of progress during that time. So whether it was scientific progress, whether it was philosophical progress, whether it was like a industrial progress. Like there was a lot of different things that they just did not progress in. That's why it's called the dark times. It's not, he takes it as this like condemnation on Christianity. So he thinks that I'm going after white Christians to fucking, you know, talk shit about them. But I literally said numerous times, I said, the reason for this is because they were all at war all the fucking time. There were diseases all over the fucking place. They didn't have a whole lot of time to sit around and pontificate about, you know, how great, you know, how like they didn't have time to pontificate about the fucking gender spectrum or, you know, shit like that. Like they didn't have time for this stuff. They were always at war. Everything was about like the biggest, the strongest, the best with the swords, the best on the horse. And that's what they spent their time on. They, you know, all of their entertainment was about the same stuff. They would watch people do sword fights. They would watch people do, what were they called? Javelin fights, and like, you know, get on the horses and ride at each other. Like it was a bunch of shit like this because that's what their entire cultures were built around, because that's what they needed. They needed fighters all the time. They needed people to jousting, javelin. Yeah, it's jousting. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, that's what they needed. And so it was so frustrating to not be able to get this point across without him just like totally diverting every single time I said something, because he just would not engage with the words that were coming out of my mouth. And I never insulted him. I never said anything like rude about him. I was just trying to get him to like understand that I'm not saying that they're dumb. Or that they were like, you know, that Christianity was the bad thing. But it is true that part of the problem is that churches were kind of running everything at the time. The priests, the high priests, and all these different kingdoms had a whole lot of power over the kings. And so they would literally send priests to tell the kings what they ought to do. They would give them... I'm blanking on the right word here, but it's you know, they would give them counseling. They would counsel them, and so they were like their top counselors. And the churches were able to go tell the counselors to say, "Hey, let them know that God really wants them to donate a whole lot more gold to the church this year. God, I prayed on it a lot, and God really is set on them donating a lot of silver, a lot of gold to the church." That is something that God really feels is necessary from them right now. And so that, like, they were able to wield this power over them in a lot of different ways. Same with, we have Martin Luther, we have Galactico, Galileo. That's what I said. Yeah, Galileo. And the Galileo, like, we have a bunch of different examples of people who were actually figuring out scientific things, and the church shutting them down and not allowing them to get it out, and then them getting, you know, in trouble just for refusing to do what the church told them to do, and by putting out the information anyways. And so yeah, we have a ton of examples of this happening, but it's not just the church in and of itself. It's a sign of the times. It was a problem with the times. But during that time, he kept saying, "Who do you think was coming out with all the inventions? Africa? Like, you think it was the Africans and their teepees running around? You think it was the Native Americans with their bow and arrows running around? They're coming up with all the inventions? No, fucking Asia, bro. Asia had some of the best inventions of the time. They were the ones coming up with some of the best shit at the time. They were the ones who came up with, he named gunpowder as one of the best inventions of the time. It was the fucking Asians who came up with that shit. Asians came up with gunpowder. Not the European Americans. Asians did.
Said that there was no inventions out of Europe, funny self-hating Europe.
I didn't say there's no inventions. I said that they were not progressing while the rest of the world was.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true at all. So not only was chaotic right about the architecture in the 9th and 10th century, you had water mills, you had the Lantine cell, you had.
So yeah, he brings up like architecture, like the fact that they were building castles and shit like that. This is starting to, when architecture really was starting to take off, this is as we're getting into the Enlightenment period, because this is when things start to take off, where we actually respect science again, when we're starting to come up with liberal ideals, and we're getting, more inventions, and we're getting more, more democracy, and getting away from kings and crap like that. This is all like around that time period when all of a sudden architecture was doing really well. But before that period, when all of a sudden we get into the Enlightenment period, we had the same types of fucking castles, the same types of fucking huts, the same types of roads, the same types of everything for a very long period of time. Farming didn't change much. Like nothing had a big jump over the course of like, what was it? Like 1,000 years, dude. It's like a fucking 1,000 years and nothing changed over the course of my lifetime. My lifetime. The world has drastically fucking changed. Just in my lifetime, the world looks like in a completely different place than it did when I was born in the 80s. You know, this is not the same world. But then they couldn't change from fucking 500 years then to 500 years later. Like there wasn't anything changing. It's all the fucking same the whole time.
The candle clock. You also had the heavy plow and the horse collar and also the steel bow. So like a lot of the things that you're saying, listen, we know you hate yourself. We get it.
What the fuck? Bro, we know you hate yourself. So he said, like when he says you hate yourself, he's talking about white people. He's saying I hate white people when he says that. Oh, you
clock. You also had the heavy plow and the horse collar and also the steel bow. So like a lot of the things that you're saying, listen, we know you hate yourself. We get it.
What the fuck? Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Suck my dick, dude. You are retarded, dude. You don't even know what I said. You don't even know what I said. You can't even listen.
Everybody quiet. I'm not going to repeat myself again. And Eric, I see you smiling on the back. Don't do it. We're not going to do it like, okay, we weren't here before.
Pick up Moby's latest album.
Everything is chill.
He's a skinhead talking to me like this. He's obviously a skinhead.
Okay, Eric,
yeah, I'll
you want to stay on the panel or you want to go?
Fatty.
I was gonna say, I'll shove your teeth onto a fucking sidewalk and stomp on the back of your head. I decided not to say that shit right now last second. Because he called me a skinhead. I don't know if you guys have seen American History X, but... yeah, that might not be the best fucking argument there.
Talking to me like this. Latest album.
Everything is chill.
He's a skinhead talking to me like this. He's obviously a skinhead.
Okay,
yeah, I'll
you want to stay on the panel or you want to go?
Fatty.
He's very intimidated by me. It's obvious. I hurt his feelings somehow.
Obviously, they weren't inventing hair implants.
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, bro. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Cody.
For 2 hours, Tom and Chris and John have dominated the conversation. I don't have any problem with it. But now that Eric...
That is not true. That is not true at all. Chris and John were the two quietest people on this entire show. I guarantee QT talked more than John. I guarantee it. I would put my fucking life on it. I would stake my life on it. QT talked more than John. And I would put my fucking life on it that Beans talked more than all three of us combined. I would fucking bet anything. Anything. Beans talked more than all three of the fucking white people there.
Eric and me are talking now. I feel like we are getting cut off more.
No, it's because he's no. 1 second. Hey, 1 second. You already pointed the problem, and I'm trying to solve it. Okay. Stop crying, everybody. Stop crying. I will solve the problem for you. You can talk. If you try to punch other people on the other side, like Eric did a couple of minutes ago, when everybody's being quiet, I will drop you from the chest.
He told me to suck his penis.
I did. I
You see
did
what
do
I'm talking
that.
about?
I mean,
You see,
because
like,
that's the only part of Europe he
there's-
retained was the homosexuality.
You see what I'm talking about?
That's his favorite part of the Dark Ages.
Hey, Eric,
That's his favorite part of the Dark Ages. He wants to dabble in the dark.
Are you? Because you are from the Christian superior thing.
He literally, like 5 minutes later, he's doing this. He's literally, I need to get a clip of him saying that right there. And then 5 minutes later, him going. Yeah, he's brushing his teeth. Yeah, true. True that.
Are you willing to follow instruction, Eric?
Yes, sir. Just for you, Fatty.
Thank you very much. Chaotic, you can go.
So I don't know if you guys remember. So the first time I ever like heard of Fatty or met Fatty was Angela Knight. She jumped on here one night and she got into a big fight with a couple of people. And I don't remember who they were, but I just know that she got into a big fight with a couple of people. They came on, and after they all had their fight, then it continued over on his show. Now, the day before, 2 days before, Food Shops had told Angela Knight that I was trying to milk her for content. And I kept saying, I was like, dude, I didn't even do anything. Like, I wasn't trying to milk anything. Every time she's come on because we just had a conversation. We just sat there and had a fucking conversation about shit. Outside of, like, I guess the Rollo Tomasi drama that she had in the MLD stuff. But every other time after that, we just sat and talked and hung out. And that was it. And, like, we talked off stream a couple of times. We hung out. It just didn't make sense to me that all of a sudden, like, after all the, like, conversations that we had that were just chill conversations that we didn't get into fights. I didn't push her into anything. We just hung out. That all of a sudden they're going to say that I was trying to like milk her and drama farm her. It was weird as fuck. Was Food Shops the pedo chick? Yeah. And so and so after Angela came on and she started talking to me about this, these people pop in the chat and say that they want to come on and argue with her. She says, yeah, bring them on. I'll argue with anybody. I'm immediately like kind of nervous about the whole thing because I'm like, shit, dude, I don't want her to feel like I'm trying to drama farm her. I don't want her to feel like this. I don't want to like, I don't want to like feel like this is my fault when all this blows up. I don't want her to like think that I'm now here milking her for drama and shit. And so I was trying to like the whole time like bring the temperature down and I was trying to like have her back and I was trying to defend her and I was trying to argue about this shit. But then afterwards, like she messaged me and she was like, I'm really sorry. I know that you were uncomfortable. And I was like, look, don't worry about me. I'm just worried that you're going to feel like I'm responsible for this shit in some way. And that's all I'm afraid of. So as long as you're cool, I'm cool. Doesn't matter. But then they continued over on his show afterwards. And Kankamore went on, argued for a little bit. I don't remember her name, but the trans woman who's like, who had, she was a mod for Angela. She went on as well. And they were messaging me, asking me to come on. And Team Fatty kept like calling me out, like on the show, like, we need to get Tom Foolery on here. If he thinks he knows what's going on, we need to get him on here. And I kept sitting there like, shit, dude, I want to go on there and fucking argue so much. But Angela said she wants the shit to just die down. And so I don't want to like continue it on further and drag it out anymore. And so, yeah, I just ended up leaving the whole thing alone. But I really badly just wanted to go jump on there because they had dog shit arguments the whole time. It was horrible fucking arguments. And yeah, I ended up leaving it alone and not going on there. And then he started hitting me up for panels more recently. So, he's always been like coming in the chat and donating a bunch of like memberships and shit. And, like ever since that night, he just kept popping up and, donating a bunch of shit. So, but Angela just disappeared, dude. She's just gone, which is, yeah, it's sad because I liked Angela a lot. Endure. Yep. Have you guys seen this? I love this fucking video. It pops up for me all the time on my feed, and I watch it every fucking time. Every time. I can't not watch it.
يا حبيبي تعال الحقني شوف اللي جرالي من بعدك سهرانة من وقت بنادي خيالك من قدك وانا كنت غرامي وغرامي هالكني ولا عندي لا قهوة ولا عم اشكيله
I don't know what it is, but I need this shit. I need more of it. Can you link it? Yeah. Yeah, I love this shit. There's a guy on TikTok that I like a lot who walks through the streets and makes beats. And once he like makes he'll just walk through the street and make beats, and he has microphones with him. And so while he's there, he'll just hand the phone off to random people walking down the street and just have them start rapping or singing or whatever. And it's so fucking good. It's so, like a lot of the shit that they do. This is Wayne Brady, so I guess they set this one up, but it's so good.
It impresses me when I watch these videos.
But yeah, he just makes the beat on the spot and then has them freestyle on the spot. It's so good.
I love the process of you putting this together to be able to create a beat right now on the street. This is freestyle anywhere. I feel so free. I speak slickly, talk with the tongue. Songs that I have not yet done have not been sung. If I sit down, I might take a seat. Dude, walk.
Everybody always gives Wayne Brady so much credit for being a freestyler. His freestyle actually fucking sucks. It's always been garbage. I can freestyle just as well as Wayne Brady. His freestyle is pretty fucking lame. Always has been. I expected him, especially once he started getting a lot of credit for being a good freestyler, I expected him to at least like practice a bunch and get better at it. Like at least like improve on the fucking craft or something. But he was good on the improv show. Yeah, so on Whose Line Is It Anyways, that's like he could sing songs, right? He could sing a song. And a lot of the songs that he sang, they didn't rhyme. And so he was okay on Whose Line because he didn't have to rhyme the fucking song. So he was good. But then when it came to rapping, his raps were always pure garbage unless they gave him topics, right? And so a lot of times they would give him a topic and say, here's what I need you to rap about. Here's what this topic's about. Here's the joke. Here's this. Here's that. And that shit's a lot easier because now you already have something in your head. So if you tell me to rhyme about like, you know, peaches, the first thing that pops into my head is I immediately start thinking of a bunch of words that rhymes with peaches. And so I'm thinking, okay, peaches, teaches, reaches, preaches. And then now I'm thinking, okay, so now I just need to keep ending sentences with one of those words. And so now when I begin every sentence, it needs to be a beginning that's supposed to head towards preaches. You know, something about my dad, that man preaches. You know, something about my mom, that woman teaches, like, and it just everything has to like head in the direction of the words that you've already come up with to hit the fucking to hit the word that's supposed to rhyme at the end. But they're just a lot easier at that point. That Harry Mack is pretty good. Harry Mack has a lot of the same problems as Wayne Brady, where we're talking about the problem that I'm talking about is simplicity. Okay. So a lot of the rhymes are stuff like, yeah, man, I went and pet a cat. Then I went and swung a baseball bat. You know that I can flow. Everybody knows that's what it is though. Like, and it's shit like that. Like, it's always this like very simplistic, the lyrics are too simplistic. And so it's the same with with Harry Mack. Harry Mack, yes, Harry Mack once in a while will throw in a couple lines that I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I see you. That's not bad. But the majority of it is just very simplistic, very, just easy words and easy rhymes. And they throw in a lot of like helpers too, like out of nowhere they'll say like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then they could like start rhyming with, you know what I'm saying? Like they'll instead of actually filling in every single bar with lyrics, they'll stop and throw in something like, yeah, cause that I'ma hit that ball with a baseball bat. And it's like every time you gotta like, he's gotta stop and give himself a helper real quick. That's a very simplistic word that now you can just go off on a line that's gonna be easy as fuck. And so yeah, that's always been my problem with Wayne Brady is like, he's an entertaining guy. He's funny as fuck. He's just, he gets a lot of credit for being a freestyler, and it's all kind of garbage.
Walked by and he heard the beat. What's up, sir? How are you today? My name is Wayne. I'm glad you came to play. You got them dreads. I wish that I had them. Yes, y'all. I used to have dreads, but now I'm just bald. Hit one.
Gonna stay right here, gonna say it twice. Only the Savior is Jesus Christ. So let me just pass the mic back so I can fade off to like black.
Thank you, sir. I am black. I really I appreciate that. That's a depth. Two black men shaking hands. This is something some of y'all just don't understand. This is what impresses me when I watch these videos. Is
there's only a couple like bangers on here. There's a couple of them that I really like. This chick, I like hers. Hers is great.
Genius, by the way. This is so cool.
I was gonna say we could work from a sample. I could have you sing, and we could resample it, and then you sing again over it.
I got you.
Yeah, it was just like you said. All the way from the roof. Yeah, this is just how it goes. It's just like drips from the side. Now, you just baby this one time. Can you change your mind? Just like that. I like that. Going high. You cannot see me 'cause I fly. And this is just one kind of time. You say, oh, I see blue. I see memories. The muddy waters too. Just like that. Oh,
You're a genius, by the way. This is so cool.
I was gonna say we could work from a sample. I could have you sing.
Yeah, this is there's a couple like that. Most of them end up being like, you're walking on the streets, you're picking up random people, so it's expected to be like very mediocre most of the time. But that's what most of it is, and there's some that are just really good.
What kind of shit you want?
Soul sample shit.
I'm making it from scratch.
Oh, okay.
Unless someone's gonna sing for me.
What kind?
So
We're in
said
New
soul
York,
sample,
so
if
they
we make a
gotta-
sample, we can do it and resample. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in New York. I'm assuming because they all have New York hats on. Everybody's got a Yankees hat on. So I'm assuming that because yeah, he's got a Yankees hat. He's got a Yankees hat. The other dude behind him's got a Yankees hat. So I'm assuming they're in New York. Hopefully they're actually in New York, and they're gonna put on some like a, I don't know, like Redman sort of beat.
Soul sample shit.
I'm making it from scratch.
Oh, okay.
Unless someone's gonna sing for me.
What kind?
So he said soul sample. So if we make a sample, we can do it and resample. Yeah. Yeah, I'll play some chords for you.
You say you know where to go.
Give me a second here.
Representing the
say, woo. You say,
He is going crazy right now. I'm in my own zone. I'm in my own flow. I'm like super ice cold. Call it flow zone. Don't really care. I'm like a conduit. I just do it like Nike. You ain't gotta like me. Niggas wanna fight me. You
We doing random tasks. That's the reason we really let the cannon blast. Every time you can tell he on. When it comes to beats, I murder a couple like Scholar Deleon. Like Go Power Ranger, something like mystical. Y'all in danger when I'm on the microphone. Yeah, I'm great with the rapping. Hating dudes, they get chased in Manhattan.
Just like the Empire Stormtroopers attack. Coming from far,
That's
I
pretty
gotta
good.
keep it a stack. By the way, we live from Manhattan where the dream happened. Snapping is passing, I'm just passing lyrical magic.
Understand, man, you entering our spaceship. We'll probably get your facelift. Yo, I'm looking at you while you looking at me. Yo, they say I'm breaking the whole matrix. Hey, yo, listen, it's beyond us. With this equipment, I thought you was Elon Musk. So, while you was walking, I understand you the modern day Stevie Hawking. Listen, they don't know the way we got it now.
What kind of shit you want?
So sampled shit.
What kind of styles you like?
Could be boom bap, shit don't matter, yo.
Wu-Tang style beat?
That's
You want this
everybody.
next?
There you go. See, that's what
If
I
you
was
want,
like,
you can
yeah.
cut in at any time if you want.
Wu-Tang style beat is still boom bappers though.
It's like less melodic. It's more like
Yeah, it's a little facts. It's more grimy. You know what? Because you gotta go to work, I'm gonna let you rock, bro.
1, 2, 1, 2. See my mind frame infected. It's trichinosis when I spit.
There we go,
Can't
then.
run it, dog voices on you. Ready at my boss is intense. I'm moving like the Inspector Tech. Mentally, physically, spiritually, biochemically. Moving through the bar energy. Still no battling. Been through more swamps as I go through traveling. Ready at a light D space in his face. I'm like Justice League versus Dark Side. My name is Scientific, scientific now. Wu-Tang affiliate, yeah, Timbo King. Prodigal son brought me in the sons of the sea. Sons of Man Chamber, that's what it is.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, his lyrics are just a lot more complicated. He has way more complicated lyrics in there the whole time, to where it's not like just the simple like cat, bat, sat on a hat. Like, it's way more complicated lyrics that really makes it a lot harder to not only like fit enough words in on beat, but also to actually end up rhyming. So it's way better.
The flaming sword, yo, cut you like a killer breeze, and I did you like beneath the surface, coming like the jizzer in your surface. Break down mentally, come through mentally, better yet, told you remedy, still low, that side I got all the remedy, better yet I told you, kinetic energy, freeze you like Medusa, hand spin around though, turn you like snakes, living to a statue, you never comprehending what this is, it's like snake style mixed with crane, plus I'm like.
what kind of styles you like?
Could be boom bap, shit don't matter, yo.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was hoping they were gonna end up doing. Oh, this guy's pretty
I
good.
saw you before in Venice Beach. I have seen you before.
Really?
Yeah, I was inside McDonald's getting a grab to eat, and I'm like, damn it, this beat sounds sweet. So I came outside, see what it was. And my
Pretty
dog was
sick.
doing it just because. So I was like, okay, let me just tap in. Hey, okay, you know it's just a vibe, we ain't inside. Okay, you know we just aside, somewhere on Santa Monica. I got a bad bitch to blow me on like a Monica. I got a Jewish lawyer, he's celebrating Hanukkah. You know what it is, they hating on me, but don't wanna, bruh. I just came from.
I've got a Jewish lawyer, he celebrates Hanukkah. What the fuck, dude?
Hanukkah. I got a Jewish lawyer, he's celebrating Hanukkah. You know what it is, they hating on me, but don't wanna, bruh. I just came from McDonald's, big chicken with the fries. Got a bad bitch.
Did he say he's a wonder, bro?
You know what it is, they hating on me, but don't wanna, bruh. I just came from McDonald's, big chicken with the fries. Got a bad bitch, she looking starry in my eyes. And I got some water in my left hand. I'm married to the game, but no, I ain't got no best, man. You hating on me, dog, to say it with your chest, man.
It's a vibe all the time. More than just.
Seems a little pre-cooked. So you can tell he does post-editing. So he is recording everything separately. He's recording the beat separately from the mic, and then he mixes it all later. And no, the rap. Oh, I don't know. The rap didn't sound pre-cooked. He literally talked about the fact that he just brought McDonald's and shit like that. I don't know. But yeah, this is like he is doing post edits.
Baby, it's on fire, it's on side, it's more than just a maybe.
Lethal weapon, yeah. I don't do no talking, but my dogs they get the stepping, yeah. What you talking about? Look at. I saw you before in Venice Beach. I have seen you before.
Really?
Yeah.
I like this guy. This guy did pretty well too.
What do we do? I can't rap. You can sing.
Oh, you can sing?
Yeah.
Oh, then that's excellent.
Okay, word.
Can you freestyle while singing? Like make up the words?
Sure.
Yeah, then you're perfect. What
Oh
kind of
shit, he's streaming this. I didn't realize. So he's actually streaming this. You can see he's got a chat up on the side.
What do we do? I can't
So you can see if you look up right here, you'll see a chat pop up every
rap.
once in a
You
while.
can sing.
Oh, you can sing?
Yeah.
See? There's chat, subscribed, donos, shit like that.
Oh, then that's excellent.
Okay, word.
Can you freestyle while singing? Like
Yeah,
make up the
stream
words?
elements popping up.
Yeah, then you're perfect. What kind of music do you sing to?
Dominic Fike, alt kind of stuff, you know?
Music I love that I'm not good at making. No, it's good. I'm just kidding.
Don't you ever lie to me, oh baby. I said no, don't you ever try to me, yeah. Oh baby, don't you never cry for me. I said I'll give it right back. I try to give a little more and you give me a little less. Try to take a little bit, then you go and take the rest of me. Don't you ever cry for me. I said I'll give it right back to you, yeah, right back to you. Oh no, well, don't you ever lie to me. Hey, don't you cry for me. Hey, don't you cry with me. You know I'll give it right. Don't you ever lie to me.
Doing all of this fucking live is fucking, it's a little wild.
What do we do?
I wonder how much he's doing in post edits, because that would be fucking crazy to be sampling his voice like that in the middle of singing and then overlaying it like that. That would be too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, so I get caught saying the dumbest shit ever, like not always cohesive.
Andy
but that's how I
Milonakis,
freestyle.
my dog.
This is good. Wait, I gotta think what to do with this.
That sounds like it'd be some doom shit, honestly. So that's fine.
Yeah?
Tipping that bow like Riddick, and I'm ridiculous, you know me. Lick that pussy, then bitch, you owe me. Obi-Wan Kenobi. If your mama suck my dick, will you still be my homie? Milonakis, and I'm
Let's
rocking
go,
live again.
dude.
And I look like I just turned fucking 5 again. A 10 again, go to Bennigan's and eat some shit that ain't even fit for a pelican or a penguin. Fucking I lost track, I put too much LSD in my eyeball crack, bitch.
I've always wondered if the term Andy came from him, because I never heard of like a 16 viewer Andy or a raid Andy or a debate Andy or like whatever. Like, you know, if you think somebody does something a lot, you just say that thing and then add Andy to the end of it. I never heard those terms on the internet or on Twitch or anything like that until Andy Milonakis started like getting into the Twitch royalty of streaming and popping up on all the big panels like Raj Royale and all that crap. All of a sudden, everything wasn't Andy all of a sudden. I thought it was Ice Poseidon's cameraman. Is that what it is? Let's see. Why do Twitch streamers refer to each other as Andys? The word Andy on Twitch is used to refer to anyone as anything, really. For example, React Andy for streamers who do a lot of reaction-based content, or a 5K Andy for a streamer that has 5,000 viewers. Andys come from a friend of former Twitch's streamer Ice Poseidon, whose name was Mexican Andy. Okay. Other people started calling themselves different words with Andy after them, and the rest is history. It is practically completely detached from that person, though. Some people also say Anderson instead of Andy to add some extra irony, like React Anderson. Okay. Yeah, I get you right, Freddie. I'm getting hot as fuck, dude. I need to turn the AC up. I'll be right back.
Recently, Francesca Fiorentini asked us at TYT to take her podcast, Habituation Room, off the network. And we happily agreed to that. And today, I'm going a little further, and I'm going to take Francesca off the network entirely. So you won't see her on any of the TYT shows going forward. So I want you guys to know why I'm doing that and how.
Oh, sorry, that's still too loud, isn't it? This is what you guys get for making me turn shit up, though. It's your fault.
This whole situation isn't really about Francesca. It's about TYT, our community.
Yeah, Francesca Fiorentini has been getting into a lot of fights with Cenk lately, and not only is she getting into a lot of fights with him, but every time that they had like a conversation on her stream or on his show, she would turn around and clip those every single time and start posting them all over Twitter as like dunks on him. And she would like same on her YouTube channel, would post a bunch of clips like Fiorentini destroys Cenk Uygur and or calls him out for transphobia, or like it was just all of this. She was definitely milking the fuck out of it, and she was on his network. Like, it seemed really, really weird that she was doing the shit the way that she did it.
Community and what we stand for. And so we're for open minds and open hearts. And so I want all of you to know that.
We're down to about an hour right now, guys. We got an hour on the clock. We got 0 out of $25 for the first round. We do have a lot to get into today. Just real quick, some of the stuff that we're going to end up going over. We did say that on the last stream we were going to finish the latter half of the Culture War podcast with Pisco, so we are going to take the time to finish watching that. Brett Cooper talked about her split with the Daily Wire and about Regan taking over her show afterwards. We covered a lot of drama that was supposedly stirring around that entire split, and so I figured if she went onto a show to give her thoughts on it, we would cover whatever it is that she had to say there. So we're going to get into that a little bit. There's a lady who's been doing national news for a while, and she just left a national news network and decided to open up her own YouTube channel. And she is Latino, and one of the first things that she started doing, one of the first stories that she did, is about Bukele, who is the president in El Salvador, who Trump has aligned with to send immigrants over there to stay in prison and work for them. So she did a story on him recently, so I wanted to go over that. We might end up getting into the conversation that Lav and Andrew Wilson had recently, so we might go over a little bit of that. Then Radical Coder had a debate, I believe, on the Raging Tomatoes channel, and he had a clip from that looked interesting, so we'll probably go over that. Elon Musk takes questions at a town hall. Hassan had Elon Musk's daughter on. I believe it's his trans daughter that he's kind of abandoned. She talks about Elon Musk for a while on there. One of the things that I know that she mentions on there is that he used to have her or Latina, sorry, yeah. But she's one of the things that she supposedly says is that he used to have her and her twin sister play video games for him to carry him so that he could level up, because he wasn't very good at any of the video games. So there goes my fucking lights again. So yeah, that's the stuff that we're gonna get into today. So yeah, if you guys, if you could take a second and hit the thumbs up button while we're at it. Because we're just starting out, and we'll probably, as long as we're filling the goal up, should be a fairly long stream today.
And I want to build a community that believes in that and invites people in that believe in the same things. And by the way, if you don't believe in the same things and you say, no, I have a strict ideology and I have no open mind about that, no problem. There are tons of shows out there for you guys. So first of all, we've had some disagreements, I certainly have, with some of the far left, but I think they've been relatively small. But if you think that they've been large, no problem. So they've been around the issue of crime. Did crime rise between 2019 and 2023? Well, that's a fact, it did. But it's okay, we could have different interpretations of it, that's not an issue at all. We certainly are against.
It's not, okay, it's not, that's really stupid to say that crime rose and that it just is a fact. From what I understand, crime rose in 2020 and then started to go down from there, but it never got back to where it was in 2019. So obviously, yes, during like COVID, BLM, all of that shit, yes, there was a rise in crime, but it wasn't even in a lot of the areas that we would have expected. And so when it comes to, I think, what we normally grade the crime rate in, is the top 5, the majority of those went down drastically, and just a few of them stayed up a little bit higher. But they keep saying the crime went up. And it's hard to, it's kind of, it seems a little dishonest to just frame it that way, but maybe we'll take a second to look into it in just a little bit, because it's been a while since we have some.
Police abuse, and we've fought against it. I would argue at least as much as any show on the planet, and perhaps a lot more. And I take great pride that Benjamin Crump, among others, said that Trayvon Martin would not have gotten anywhere near the national coverage that he did if it wasn't for the Young Turks. So nevertheless, we could have disagreements about specific policy issues, and we do on slogans and framing, etc. For example, defund the police, Latinx. These are normal disagreements within any community. And I certainly would never want to shut that down, because we're, again, for open minds. And of course, we've had some disagreements on the issue of transgender rights. Let me just say quickly what my position is, because a lot of people outside of the network have been misleading you about this. So I'm for 100% constitutional rights for transgender Americans, because why? They're Americans, just like the rest of us, and they should have the same exact rights as us. They should be protected in bathrooms, they should definitely be allowed to serve in the military, and I happen to think that they should be allowed to play, transgender girls should be allowed to play in girls' sports in high school. Now, my position on that is not overall popular in the country. I understand that, and I have a strategy for hopefully how to win on that in the long run. But I don't believe that they should be mandated to play in college and professional level. I think the league should get to make those decisions on their own. I think that that is a small disagreement. Obviously, others think that's a giant disagreement, but that's, again, not the issue here. I think what the issue is when others, among the issues, is when others say, only my opinion is the correct one, the moral one. Everyone who disagrees with me is unintelligent, immoral.
I find it hard to believe that the Trayvon Martin coverage was a TYT push story. It was international news. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Trayvon Martin thing was what started BLM. That was... Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Trayvon Martin story is what started BLM. Like that was already a massive fucking protest all over America. There's no fucking way that TYT is the reason it got so much coverage. I don't think so.
Moral collaborator, etc. Well, we'll get to the specifics on Francesca in a second. I'm saying that generally. And that they speak for the left. Well, let's find out if they do speak for the left. This is a little bit of Francesca, a little bit of Emma Vigeland from Majority Report, and spliced in is the actual facts about.
May have been an Andy. Yeah, the guy who shot Trayvon Martin was a shooting Andy.
What the American people think, and interestingly, what Democratic voters think. First, let's watch this.
I'm a big Messi fan, so, but let me just
answer my question. Would you allow him, if he said I'm a woman, to play in the American women's national team?
You're using the wrong pronoun there. Yes, right now. Hell yeah, are you kidding me?
Transgender female.
So this is dumb. This is a really dumb thing, and this is like I can't stand Fiorentini. I really can't. I think that she's fucking retarded, and I know that a lot of people are jumping on her bandwagon because she's going after Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian for a lot of the dumb shit that they're saying, and they are saying a lot of dumb shit, but Fiorentini is not the one, bro. She's retarded. When somebody asks you, can somebody play in a sport if they just identify as a woman? That's it? That's it? They just say, I'm a woman, and that's the end of it? No. That's not how that works. There's literally no sport that allows that. Everything has guidelines on all of the different types of treatments that they have to have. They have to go through a lot of estrogen treatments, CRT, puberty blockers for, I think, a minimum of 2 years. Some have 3-year markers. To say, oh, they say they're a woman, therefore they're allowed to do it. That's such a stupid answer, bro. So stupid. I can't stand Fiorentini. I cannot stand that chick. Every time she goes on to Piers Morgan, too, she gives the dumbest answers. She is always so stupid on that show. It's embarrassing having such dumb fucking representatives for liberals, where this is the problem with the internet, too. The internet is all fucking progressives. Like, everybody on the left is a fucking progressive, to where it's all people who are much farther left because it's just the cool thing to do. The other day we were talking about the fact that there's always this, Daniel kid who lives in every town who thinks that the moon is cheese, and not like as a joke, not as something cute. He just literally thinks that the moon is cheese, and he's got all of these newspapers that he's hung up on his walls and all of this shit that proves that the moon is cheese, and that every town has one. It's just that throughout all of human history, they shut the fuck up about their stupid theories on the moon being cheese because everybody looked at them like they were an idiot. So they just stopped talking about it and they stayed quiet. But now that we have the internet, you can go on Reddit, you can go on Twitter, you can go on YouTube and all these different platforms, and you can talk about the fact that the moon is cheese. You'll have a flood of Daniels in every other town all over the place who come flooding in. They're like, yeah, see, I knew it, the moon is fucking cheese. Yeah, see, I told you. And now all of a sudden you got this massive community of people trying to prove that the government's been lying to us about whether or not the moon is cheese the whole time. That isn't supposed to like that. It's a really annoying part of the internet. And for somebody like me, it's a really annoying part of politics, because when it comes to any sort of community, the people who spend the most time on the internet are the fucking Daniels. It's the Daniels, because they don't have a whole lot of people in their communities who live around them, who are like them, who think like them, who talk like them, who have similar opinions to them. So then we get a bunch of fucking progressives, we get a bunch of socialists, we get a bunch of communists, we get a bunch of alt-righters, we get a bunch of crazies who flood onto the internet, and now they're all the people on the internet because everybody else has friends in the real world that they're hanging out with all day, and they don't have time to fucking go hang out on the internet. But the people where all their friends are on the internet, because nobody else believes the fucking moon is cheese, so they don't have anybody else to talk to, spend all their time here. And so now normal liberal people, just like normal fucking positions, end up being the minority and don't get to, like, it's not easy to grow a fucking channel like this, because if you're going to watch the news, why the fuck would you watch Tom Foolery? I'm going to go watch fucking CNN. He's got the same fucking opinions, got the same positions, he's got all the same fucking takes. I'm going to go watch a higher production than fucking Tom Foolery. He's going to stop every 20 minutes and watch his own shit for an hour before going back to the the actual content.
Athletes in women's sports, only 18% of the country says that they should be, in fact, allowed to participate in women's sports.
Your argument is really bad on this, and you're out of your depth. You're correct that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, but your argument for it is just scientifically and factually incorrect. I'm actually not bad about that.
There are plenty far left. Of course, I'm not saying that literally anybody who's far left is automatically going to be Hassan's size, but I do think that it's a lot easier. Just the same as you can go and just grift on the right and say that you're a right winger, and as long as you're just fairly intelligent and fairly well spoken, you don't even I'm sorry, I don't even have to say that. As long as you can put together a full sentence at a second grade level, you'll do very well under MAGA and on the internet. Whereas the other day I was talking to Not So Erudite, and she was saying, well, why do you think it's so much harder for people on the left to grow a community? And I said, it's because there's so much diversity. Like, there's so many different types of people on the left and so many different types of ideas, to where even if you're a socialist, normally you're going to get that minority of people who are socialists, and you're going to be able to grab onto them really well, because there's not a whole lot of content creators out there who are doing socialist content. But that's not even true, because one, there are a lot of people who are doing socialist content, but two, you have to be the right type of socialist. You can't just be a socialist. Either you're a fucking, you're a Marxist, or you're a Leninist, or a Marxist-Leninist, or, a post-Marxist, or like there's all of these different types of groups that are just within socialism, and that's going to be the same with liberals, whether you're a progressive liberal or a neoliberal, or there's all of the classical liberal, or there's just so many different groups, and it's the same with progressives, same with everybody. There's so many different types of groups that they are all very strict on the type of people that they want to listen to and the type of information that they want to hear. And you can go find a bunch of liberals who are sitting around talking about how bad trans people are and how detrimental they are to society, and then you'll find a bunch of other liberals who think that somebody can identify as fucking Swiss cheese and that's a real gender. So I don't know. People say that, but what is the proof? There are all the lib TikTok kids now and centrists, the politically homeless, are doing fine also. I'm not talking about what they identify as. This is what Not So Erode kept doing the other day, where she kept saying, these people are identifying as this thing. And I kept saying, yeah, but they're not that thing though. Like Jordan Peterson kept calling him a classical liberal. He was never a classical liberal. What's his name? Dave Rubin kept calling himself a classical liberal. Dude was not a classical liberal. And even Joe Rogan called himself a liberal. He's a liberal, but he's a very, very populist liberal, right? But it's like, name any of the biggest independent channels. They are all people who are kind of like on the edge there, right? Like all of the, especially the left-leaning ones, right? We got all of the people from the Majority Report, all of the people from TYT. We've got Kyle Kalinske, we've got Crystal Ball, we've got like so many fucking like farther left progressives that have some dog shit takes. What's the Brianna Greyjoy, or Joy Gray, or whatever her name is? Like, there's so many of them. But I can't think of, like, there's not a whole lot of normal, just like regular liberal people out there who are popping off, except for on TikTok. There's some on TikTok who are doing fairly well. I think that Parker kid seems to be fairly rational, I believe. But yeah, yes, the Vanguard. Like, there's just the populist progressive sort of lefty idea. It just seems so much easier to grow under those sorts of labels and with those sorts of ideologies, not just the label, but again, to actually have the ideology, than it is to be like, when you're saying like politically homeless. Well, I don't know. So like, first off, the TYT is not doing great right now. One. Two, the Anna Kasparian is somebody who is still just very populist and still has like very edge of the spectrum sort of ideas. But yeah, I think the proof is in the pudding. Like, I can't think of I could name off tons and tons of lefty progressive channels that have done really well and grown really quickly, and I just can't think of the same on the other side. That I can't think of nearly the same amount. Like, obviously there's some. Josiah, Hutch. Well, Josiah I would say is a progressive. Hutch, I would say probably not as much, but he grew off of doing video games. He already had like 1 million subscribers just from doing video games. What about the literal coalition? Hutch, Pisco, Pondering Politics, Luke Beasley. I wouldn't throw any of those people in with Luke Beasley. Luke Beasley is a totally like separate category outside of the fact that like Pondering Politics and Luke Beasley seem to be aligned in a lot of ways, but Luke Beasley's success is just a billion times greater than everybody else's, and Luke Beasley is one example of like a liberal kind of kid who has done well, but I don't think that there's any others remotely close to his. Why not include him? Wait, why not include Pondering Politics? She's getting 94,000, 136,000, 53,000, 19 or 64. Here, let's find stuff that's over a week old. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, 39,000, 119, 62, 74, 104, 36, 98, 66. So anywhere from like 30K to like 150K. And then a week. So yeah, it's 296, 70K, 169, 585K, 391K, 340K, 200K, 152K, 193, 97, 211K, 266, 535. Like these are in very different realms of. I was referring to when you said it wouldn't group Luke Beasley with the others. Why not include him? Because of the numbers. When I'm talking about channels like TYT, I'm talking about channels like I can't remember any of these people's fucking names, but yeah, like TYT, Majority Report, Brianna Joy Gray, Crystal Ball, Kyle Kowinski. Like these are all channels with like million subscribers up. David Packman, like they're all millions of subscribers, and then we're talking about somebody with like 500. He just got over 100K. He's now at 500K, so he is doing really well and growing quickly. But yeah, Pondering Politics is just on a. It would be weird to include Pondering Politics, Pisco, Hutch, when Brian Tyler Cohen. Brian Tyler Cohen is somebody that is much closer to like the middle than most of these people. He still is, again, very progressive compared to the types of people that I'm talking about. But yeah, I was saying that I wouldn't put them in the same group because they're just not near the same fucking levels. Like to say, oh, there's streamers who have communities. Okay, yeah, sure. There's tons of them that have communities, but I'm talking about like hitting fucking like mainstream podcast numbers.
This, I'm 100% right on this. I don't give a the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions.
Yeah, this is okay. All right, this is okay. I'm realizing now he's listing a bunch of retarded fucking arguments from these people. Okay, I got to listen to these again because these are retarded fucking arguments.
Second, I'm saying that generally. and that they speak for the left. Well, let's find out if they do speak for the left. This is a little bit of Francesca, a little bit of Emma Vigeland from Majority Report, and spliced in is the actual facts about what the American people think, and interestingly, what Democratic voters think.
So Freddie made the statement that you don't need to be on the right or left fringes to be in the current internet media landscape, and Tom Foolery's show is excluding all the highly successful people. I made the statement that people who aren't on the far fringes are not going to be highly successful. I made that fucking statement. Me. So then, yes, when you bring up all of the people who are highly successful, and then I say, yeah, they're all on the fucking far fringes, obviously, I already fucking thought of that. So to bring up the fact that, hey, all of these people are successful, yes, I know, they're the ones I listed off. They're the ones I'm fucking talking about. It's them. Those are the people. Those are the fucking far fringes people that I'm talking about. Yeah, I know. That's who I'm talking about. The fact that, like, we're talking about a bunch of people who think that there's absolutely nobody good in all of Congress except for AOC. Yeah, they got one fucking representative in all of fucking Congress, and that's all of these content creators. They got one person who they think is the good one, and that's all of Congress. Yeah, I think they're the fucking far fringes. Yes, I think that's who they are. That's 100% who I believe they are. I think they're the fucking far fringes. You mean the liberal sellout AOC? Yes, yeah. The next Nancy Pelosi.
First, let's watch this.
I'm a big Messi fan, so but let me just explain this to
Answer
you.
my question. Would you allow him, if he said I'm a woman, to play in the American women's national team?
Yes, right now. Hell yeah, are you kidding me?
Transgender female athletes in women's sports, only 18% of the country says that they should be, in fact, allowed to participate in women's sports.
Your argument is really bad on this, and you're out of your depth. You're correct that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, but your argument for it is just scientifically and factually incorrect. I'm actually not bad about this. I'm 100% right on this. I don't give a the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a
I mean, my goodness gracious.
It doesn't, I don't understand. It's all of these people who are like, yeah, I don't care if it's fair. It's like, well, that's the whole fucking point in sports. That's like the whole idea of sports, is that we do a lot to get as close as we can to fairness. We do a lot of extra work to make it fair. So it doesn't make sense to bring up the fact that, like, well, I don't care about fairness. Yes, we know. That's our fucking point, bitch. That's the whole fucking point. We know. That's the like big thing, is that everybody's upset that it's unfair, and you're like, well, I don't care about fairness. We know. That's our argument.
Just 79%. You rarely get 79% of the country to agree on anything.
Because the societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop. So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this.
You'd let Lionel Messi play in the women's national football team and destroy women's football forever. You'd let Usain Bolt.
It'd be very difficult to get a ticket, which would suck.
I want to do a little checklist here. You'd let Usain Bolt compete as a sprinter in the American women's Olympic team?
Yes.
Okay. You would let Floyd Mayweather compete as a boxer in the women's American boxing team?
Opposing them in women's sports. You get 67% of Democrats, so 2/3 there. You get 64% of independents.
Yeah, so this whole idea that as long as we get them into the women's sports, they'll get some representation, and that it might be unfair in the short term, but in the long term, it's going to be beneficial. There's no fucking shot you can think that's true. There's no shot you think that allowing anybody, that Mike Tyson can just identify as a woman and put on a fucking wig, and now he can walk out there and just start swinging bows. No shot, dude. That's fucking retarded. If you think that that's going to help trans women, you think that everybody's going to watch Mike Tyson go out and kill a bunch of fucking women, and they're going to be like, well, I'm convinced. Thank God for the trans representation. Now I'm totally convinced this is a good idea. Yeah, great. The point is, like, we want it to be fair, and so there's scientific arguments that make it to where there are some trans people who are more than capable of competing in women's sports. They're more than capable of competing in women's sports, but that is the entire thing, is that when people are answering the questions like these, where they're talking about 76% of Americans agree that trans women shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports, it's because of dumb fucks like Fiorentini, who are out there saying, yeah, all they have to do is just say they're a woman and now they get to compete. That should never be the idea. That should never be the idea. You should be saying, if it's fair, then yeah, I think they should. If there's scientific evidence that it's fair, then yeah, I think they should be able to compete. That should be the answer, but not, no, yeah, just identify as a woman and now you get to compete. Oh, I don't care about fairness. Who cares about fairness? I just want them to be able to compete. These are dumb fucking arguments. These are so stupid. And this is why people are answering this way, is because when they get questioned on whether or not trans women should be able to compete in sports, they're thinking of the Fiorentinis out there saying, yeah, just put on a wig and now you get to compete in women's sports. That's all you got to do. That's it.
Tendency, you get about 2/3 there.
So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this.
Okay, generally speaking, if you want to say that you're right about something, sure, everybody has their own opinions and it's their opinions. That's why they think that they're right. It's another thing to say that you speak for the left. As you just saw there, 67% of Democrats have a position that is actually to the right of mine. I say that trans girls should be allowed to play in girls' sports in high school. 67% of Democrats say no, not allowed in any women's sports. So I'll work on my Democratic brothers and sisters, and I'll try to get them to my position on that. Nothing wrong with disagreements. And if Emma, Francesca, and others can convince 79% of the nation that is opposed to that to come over to that side, fantastic, happy to have it, okay? So I think where the issue comes.
I'll say, look, this is, the entire issue is very complicated. And that's why the answer that I'm giving is just a very short and simple answer. If there's a scientific consensus that there's not an advantage, then I say yes. I think that that's a good answer just because it's short and sweet. But the problem is that there's so much more nuance that goes into it. We were talking about earlier that almost every single league, including high school and college, professional leagues, almost all of them require you to be on HRT, puberty blockers, like taking estrogen, for at minimum 2 years. Some of them are 3 years. I do think that the 3-year line is better than 2 years. But I also think that they should have had to have taken the puberty blockers before fucking puberty. I do. I think that if they didn't take puberty blockers before puberty, and now they have like the greater bone density, they're taller, they have like they've already built muscle from being a male, with fucking from having testosterone for a long time, you do have those advantages afterwards, and it doesn't go away. Now, some of those things go away to an extent, right? You lose a lot of fucking body mass, like a lot of muscle mass when you take HRT. A lot. Like, it's insane. Like, you end up fucking weak as fuck. It's amazing that anybody who takes HRT whatsoever is able to ever compete in sports afterwards. It's actually amazing to me. You also do lose some bone mass, and you do have some issues with bone mass loss afterwards. But you still have an advantage in both of those areas afterwards. You still have an advantage over the ones who were female their whole fucking lives. Their whole lives. The whole life. So you're kind of yeah, it's just I still have some like issues in a lot of these areas, but there's a lot of nuance that goes into it. For them, affirmation is the most important thing. Anytime you don't affirm, it can trigger the dysphoria. And so fairness in competition is not as important for them. I understand that argument for them. I do. I get that that's what they're saying. I just don't think that that's actually beneficial. Like, because even what's her name said, for the short term, it'll be unfair. And I don't care that it's going to be unfair for a short period of time. That's not true. That's not, like, that argument doesn't make sense whatsoever. You can't just say that it's going to be unfair for a short period of time, because you're just going to make this problem worse. The problem will fester because it's unfair. The people will want less trans people in sports. People will want them there even less than they do now. There will be less advocates for this. The more trans advocates are standing there watching fucking Mike Tyson knock a woman out, the more they're all going to stand there and be like, oh shit, yeah, I took the wrong position on this. Yeah, I regret that now. Like, you're going to just fuck up your entire movement, so you're better off just actually being nuanced to an extent and getting the right position out at the end of the day, because this is not going to cut it.
In is when things get personal. So we got 3 rules, generally speaking, on air here at TYT that are relatively bright lines. So one is, and I say relative, I'll explain that in a second. One is no lying. 2 is no threats of physical violence. And number 3 is don't denigrate personally the other hosts in the network over and over and over again. And I say relatively bright lines because it should be relatively easy to follow, but I get that people have disagreements about, hey, what's a lie? Are what they say about crime stats a lie or not? No, I'm not gonna nitpick that. And we get into heated debates from time to time, me and Ben Glebe in the past, me, Ben Mankiewicz, me, Michael Shore, etc. And I love those debates. And somebody might cross the line and say something they shouldn't have, but we usually hug it out. And so I'm not nitpicking here. What we're looking for is, hey, are we all rowing generally in the same direction, or are some of us drilling holes in the boat? And so are you doing it over and over again on purpose to try to create an issue? Or even if you're not trying to do it, you are creating an issue by constantly attacking our own. And I have applied this 2 other times, which I'll tell you about in a minute. This all started, unfortunately, when I went on Francesca's show, and we had what
he says 2 other times. I remember there was another person who was a trans woman who said that Cenk was being transphobic, and then they went on a rampage on their own channel over and over every single day, going off about how transphobic Cenk Uygur was. And I think they said they quit. And I think Cenk said he fired them. So when he says that this has happened, yeah, Benny, yeah, I think that he says that this has happened before, but I think that that's one of them. Yeah, our monkey brain understands the concept of fairness. It is seemingly instinctual given even monkeys' understanding of the concept. You can't logic people into being comfortable with a situation they perceive to be unfair. I think that you can I think that you can logic people into it. I think you can. I think that people will intuitively have a feeling about something, but I think presented evidence, this can go against a lot of people's intuitions about things. Like when we think of illegal immigrants, intuitively, a lot of us automatically think of people just sneaking across the border, right? Intuitively, that's just what we think of. That's just the first thought that comes to mind. And so for a lot of the laymen who have conversations about illegal immigrants, they're all talking about people sneaking across the border. Then it turns out like 85+% of illegal immigrants in the country are not here because they snuck over the border, but because they came over on visas, work visas, school visas, stuff like that. They eventually expired and they just didn't ever apply to re-up or leave and just ended up staying. That's the majority of these people. So a lot of them talk about them as though they're criminals, but overstaying a visa is not a criminal act. It's just not. It's not a crime. And so even under Trump, it's still just not a crime. And so they talk about these people as though they're all criminals, but I think when you can give them evidence to go against their intuitions, they start to change their positions to an extent. I think in this case, when we're talking about what's fair, I think the problem isn't about fairness as much. So, like I said, if we're talking about like somebody just putting on a wig, Mike Tyson just puts on a wig. Yes, I think most people are going to obviously think that that's unfair. But I think if we talk about somebody taking puberty blockers from a younger age, where they never go through a male puberty and never get those benefits of a growth spurt or testosterone, muscle building, any of those things, I think most people would understand that that is just way more fair. But their issue is not actually with the fairness, it's with the transitioning. Because as soon as you bring that up, they're going to say, that's disgusting. Nobody should ever transition at that age. They're ruining their body and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, but you understand that if they did transition, we got it, you don't think they should. But if they did, that would be fair, right? They're not even able to have that conversation because their brain will never allow them to actually consider whether or not it's fair because they just find it so morally reprehensible. Civil offenses are still offenses. Yes, they're offenses, but they're not criminal. That's the point. It's not criminal. A speeding ticket isn't a crime as it isn't criminal, but it isn't legal. Not sure that distinction is as meaningful as you think it is. You don't think somebody calling people criminals when they haven't committed a crime is meaningful. You don't think that if I tell somebody that what they're calling people criminals for is the same as them breaking the speed limit, and so if they think that that person is a criminal, they're a criminal just for breaking the speed limit because everybody's broken the speed limit. You don't think that that's a good enough argument to show people that they are being about as hypocritical as they could be?
Seemed like a normal conversation and debate about this issue until it made a turn, and this is part of the turn. Let me show you.
I'm reminded of the book by I think his name is Michael Schneider on tyranny, and he wrote it's like 20 lessons from the 20th century about authoritarianism and fascism. And one of the things that has come to mind when you say my strategy will protect us is he has this chapter. I'm going to bring it up. The first part of it called "Do Not Obey in Advance," and he writes most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want, and then.
I think people would say speeding is a crime. That's my point. I think people conflate civil offenses for crimes already. Sure. And so you think that most people would call themselves criminals for breaking the speed limit. I've never heard that. So every time that I've had this argument and I've told somebody that just overstaying a visa is not a crime, it's a civil offense, just the same as breaking the speed limit, and everybody breaks the speed limit. Therefore, the person who's making the argument is also a criminal in the same way that the illegal immigrants are. They don't turn around and say, "Yeah, true, I am a criminal, and I should be punished." Like, they don't say this. I've had this argument 1,000 times. Nobody's turned around and been like, "I am a criminal." You're right. Thank you for pointing that out.
And offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. In other words, you don't have to do the sort of crackdown on the left around speech because I'm going to do it for you, or you don't have to come to me.
Down. Again, you're misstating it. I'm doing the exact opposite. You're cracking down by saying, "Cenk, you're out of bounds, so you should stop your stupid opinion." And because you're implicating me.
I can't believe that a guy who I used to admire and who I thought had a lot of fight is trying to scratch the back of people who absolutely would never do the same for them.
So we just spent an hour and a half me explaining how I'm not scratching their back. I'm trying to get.
But I can show you more clips,
to agree with us on things we believe in and we've always believed in. And you go back to scratching their back.
At least the trains will run on time.
the train's running on time, presumably a reference to Germany. I'm the collaborator, and I'm scratching the right wing's back by having my opinion. The opinion I've always had, an opinion I've had for years, and you guys have seen for years on the show. But if you don't agree with Francesca in that particular case, and some other folks in the extreme left, well, you're not allowed to have that opinion.
Yeah, at least the trains run on time, I think, is what they said was like the excuse people used for why they weren't like so broken up about all the horrible stuff that Hitler was doing, is because at least the trains were running on time. And it's kind of the same as like somebody saying like, yeah, I know Trump is a criminal and has committed a bunch of heinous crimes and tried to steal an election and has done a bunch of horrible shit that is worse than all of the illegal immigrants that we complain about all the time, but he had a good economy. Yeah, sort of that sort of thing.
That is immoral by definition. And how dare you disagree with them? That makes you a right winger, a collaborator, et cetera. But if you say, hey, Cenk, look, I know that she's quoting someone, collaborating with.
Notice the woman crashed out hard on that interview. She definitely gaslit running extreme. Both of them were fucking retarded during that entire debate. Like everything that Cenk refused to answer any of her questions and engage with a lot of the shit that she was saying. Well, I thought a lot of her criticisms were bullshit, but he didn't have good reasoning behind it. And so if she has a hypothesis going into this conversation that she feels like he's doing something, she thinks he's doing something wrong, and every time she pushes him on it and tries to get some sort of justification for it, he does not justify it, runs around the question and gives some fucking bullshit red herring every time. There's no reason that she would be convinced by any of that. As I said, I think that her initial criticisms were kind of dumb in the first place as well, but not any dumber than the actual shit that he was doing. I think that there were good criticisms for the shit that he was doing. She just didn't give them. That's what I think.
An authoritarian government and saying that that's what you're doing and you're helping the right wing, and that she's not open to the idea of, hey, maybe there's a different strategy and a different opinion on this that gets us to the same result, protecting trans folks or whichever topic we're talking about. Okay, if you're not, and at that point I certainly hadn't done anything. I think that was, I didn't appreciate that, but that's okay. We kept going, and she's been on the network since. Then she started to do more and more and more, and it got more and more personal. So after that discussion, this happened.
I like that we can both be very Mediterranean about it and get super mad, but then rein it in and be cool, and then be we're yeah, we're just gonna yell, and then we're gonna be fine, and then we're gonna get over it. So that's the kind of beer I like to have.
Yes. Thank you.
2 days later. I mean, I have my own thoughts on why he's doing it. I think, if you think your brain was broken by the 2024 election, I think we're looking at a case where someone's brain was broken even harder.
Okay, so but look, guys, if she had said that about another,
that wasn't even bad. Wait, that wasn't even bad. He shows her saying in one clip, I like that we can argue with each other and be cool afterwards. I like that we can do that. And then he shows a clip of her afterwards just saying, yeah, I don't know. I think his brain is just kind of broken from the election. That's it. That's the fucking, I thought it was going to be her sitting there afterwards being like, I don't know if I can work here anymore. I've got a moral dilemma being part of this network whatsoever, and I don't know if I can do this. I feel like I'm doing something wrong by having anything to do with these people. I thought it was going to be something like that, because obviously if you're saying something like that, then you can't just go back to being normal afterwards. But what she's saying there is still normal, and it's him who's not the one afterwards who's able to take the criticism and go back to being cool. That's him.
Host, I probably would have drawn the line there. But it's about me, so I wanted to give more leeway. My brain is broken, and by the way, that's still okay. The first time she's getting super personal. Collaborator, maybe that's a political opinion. Now we're a broken brain, even though we were supposed to have a beer and we were supposed to hash it out and be okay afterwards, but apparently not okay afterwards. But then that was the tip of the iceberg. She continued again and again. Here's the next one.
I do think it's sad that even though they allow people like us into the fold and the fray, they refuse to learn from us or listen to us. And
I hate when people do this. I hate when people do this, and progressives do this more than anybody else, where if you want to say that somebody's wrong, say they're wrong. And if you want to say that you have better arguments than them, make the better arguments. But when you turn around and you say things like, you know, they refuse to learn from me. I'm sorry, but Fiorentini is not somebody that anybody's going to learn from. This chick is fucking retarded. And second off, it can be sometimes that people actually just value things differently. Where we're hearing arguments from Emma that make it sound like she literally just doesn't value fairness within sports, at least not nearly as much as she values trans affirmation, then you would think, okay, well, some other people do value fairness more than they value the trans affirmation. So, like, that has nothing to do with learning. That has to do with the fact that you just value different things in different rates. But it's even more infuriating when you listen to somebody that you know is wrong, and they're still sitting there like, oh, they won't even learn from what it is that we have to say, and it's just kind of frustrating. Shut the fuck up. Everybody, we got about, we're under 13 minutes. We got 13 minutes left on the clock. We got to hit 25 on the goal in order to continue the show past the marker. If you want to donate, consider using tips. The link is in the description. If you use super chats, that's fine, but I only get 2/3 of that money. YouTube takes 1/3 out of all of it, and so whenever it applies to the actual goal, it only applies 2/3 of it, because I don't actually get any, or I only get 2/3 of it. So only 2/3 of it end up applying to the goal unless you use tips. The tip link is in the description, and 100% of that applies to the goal every single time. So consider sending donos to add to the goal.
I think that when you have been doing this work for so long and you still cannot grasp the idea of intersectionality, how race and gender and class all intertwine with one another, and how the right, the fascist goal is to divide us based on these lines. Like, I don't know like who you are. Like, I'm not even, I don't even know if you're smart. You know what I mean? I don't even know. First of all, I don't know who your political mentors are. I don't know who you look up to. I don't know what your touchstones are. I don't know if you know your history in terms of like civil rights, women's rights, gay rights struggle in this country. I don't know anything. I call into question all of that. It sounds like you are just an opportunistic mouthpiece who wants clicks time and time again.
Okay, so obviously it's getting deeply personal there. Opportunistic mouthpiece, can't grasp simple concepts, not smart. But guys, and I'm not angry. Look, people have different opinions and they want to make it personal. It is what it is, right? I'm more sad about it. You know, I'll say something at the end about that. But
if what he's shown so far is why they're taking her off the network, this seems dumb as fuck, dude. It really does. If this is the reasoning behind why they're taking her off the network, this really just seems super petty. It comes off as just really like he's being a big baby about this shit. He does talk about the fact that like he is okay with criticism. He's okay with them disagreeing. He's okay with them having a very wide variety of views there, in that sometimes they're going to have just drastically different views and they're going to fight about things, but it's okay because that's what their network is about. This isn't even anything harsh. She's not even being like, I wouldn't even say she's being disrespectful. I would say that she's being a little pompous about it. She's talking down a little bit.
Salty Boobies tip $10. Yee.
Thank you, Salty Boobies. Appreciate the tip. Salty Boobies. We got $10 in. Let's get some W's in chat for Salty Boobies, everybody. Let's go. Thank you for using the tips link as well. If you guys want to make donations, you can use the tip link in the description. I thought you had already seen this whole drama, because there is a coup. I haven't. I've got a number of videos that we got to watch on it, so I don't know anything about this shit.
But to me, the attitude that is toxic, and that's what I don't want at TYT. I want to build a community that is really open to conversations. Is they refuse to learn from us. So the idea is, well, obviously I'm right and the only moral center of the universe, and I already told him that, and this guy wouldn't even learn from me. It's just such a deeply arrogant thought that if someone disagrees with you, they need to be re-educated, and maybe they haven't read any books at all. Okay, did she stop there? Of course not.
And yes, as I told Cenk, I do feel very implicated. I have felt implicated by their takes, specifically around crime and policing in years past. Definitely by this new heel turn since Trump's reelection, and absolutely by the misrepresentation of the Los Angeles fires and who the responsibility lies on.
Yeah, no, she didn't quit. She got fired. From literally everything that I've seen, everybody agrees that she got fired.
It is enraging, to say the least.
The Los Angeles fires are not the responsibility of the mayor. They're apparently the responsibility of Republicans, or I don't know. I don't know what her thought on that is, and I don't know why she's enraged by that, but that's okay. Apparently I've taken a heel turn. By the way, all those folks, not just Francesca, but others that told you we're right wing, you watch the show every single day, you see us criticizing Trump and Elon Musk over and over and over and over again, telling you how they're gonna do a $4.5 trillion robbery in those tax cuts. Yesterday we talked about how they're already hammering Social Security and costing good Americans, what they need from Social Security, how they're gonna cut $800 billion from Medicaid, how there's a series of robberies on the way, etc. But it's okay, let's just simplify things and say anyone who disagrees with us a little bit is a right winger. But the good news is, at least Francesca will not be implicated anymore. And I never understood that, because she's been saying this for a long time now, that she was implicated by us. Then why keep taking the check? And it's not a big check, and Francesca has had, a career before us.
Okay, that's something earlier that I was saying she wasn't saying. So apparently, yeah, if she is saying this, then yeah, that is too far. That is too far, because yeah, if she's saying that, then that is not being cool after the beer. If you're afterwards acting like your integrity is now at question and you're not sure if you can morally stay because of this, then yeah, I agree with this now then.
She talks about that, of course she did. And she'll have a career after us. There's no problem with that. So why, if you think we're collaborators and we've taken a heel turn and we're working with fascists, why did you choose to get implicated with us all these days? But good news, no longer implicated. Believe it or not, she did not stop there. This is now another show. Watch.
So Cenk's line up until this point has been, no, it's at the collegiate level and above. I think once you get to the college level and above, that's when it's bad. So he would be on board with what the NCAA said recently. But you're so dumb. You're so dumb.
That is a fairly common position. I think that a lot of the progressive people that I know have that position because they say that they don't think it's, they don't feel like high school sports are as important or nor as competitive. Once you get into like college, well, now it's a bunch of people who are competing to play in the pros and to, they're competing for their scholarships. They're competing to set up the rest of their life a lot of times, and you can't. It's just very different. Like you're on a different level of playing the game at this point, to where it's just totally separate, totally different, and you have to kind of separate it, because yes, the competition level, the amount of money that goes into it, the amount of boosters that are putting money into this, like the amount that like ticket sales cost, like all of the shit changes drastically once you get into college. Whereas high school sports, it's not as competitive. I still feel the same about high school sports as I do about all of the others. So I don't take a different position for high school versus everything else. But I do feel like that is maybe more of like the centrist position on this, I guess. Like I think that's Destiny's position, I think, is that they should be able to compete in high school sports but not after. So yeah.
I don't even know how to explain it to you anymore, unless this is the other option, unless you also are a transphobe. You know what I'm saying? Unless you also are kind of a misogynist.
Because
that doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that you're a transphobe, yet you're content 4K copying Destiny. That's not my position. I don't have that. I just said I disagree with that fucking position. So yeah, but yeah, I guess Jank is copying Destiny though. Always, Jank's always copying Destiny. It's a thing. It's a thing that people are always picking up on is Jank in Destiny, practically the same person, same politics across the board. Jank is Destiny, yeah. Jank is a girl's name, so. But yeah, if you're a transphobe, it doesn't make sense that you would say that I think trans people should be able to play in high school sports. That doesn't make sense. If you're a transphobe, it doesn't make sense that you would say that you think that trans people should be able to transition at young ages. Like, that doesn't make sense. You can't be a transphobe and hold those positions. It's fucking retarded, dude. This bitch. Yikes.
If you disagree with Francesca or anyone on that part of the spectrum, well, you must be a misogynist. You must be collaborating with the fascists. And obviously, you must be unintelligent. Now, if I had called her dumb, I wonder what her reaction would have been. My guess is nuclear. But I didn't call her that because we have a disagreement. We have a political disagreement. You don't need to make it personal. Not done yet. One last one.
What has it got you? What did it get you? When you go and share a stage with Dr. Phil, what did it get you? Nothing. You know why? Because you look like a bitch. You know what I'm saying? You look like a bitch. That's what it is. Like, that's just what it comes down to. You don't look like a fighter. You don't look smart. You look like a bitch.
I can't stand this chick, dude. I really can't. I can never fucking stand her. She always has the dumbest arguments. Every time she does try to actually, most of the time she doesn't even make an argument. Most of the time she tries to like throw out quips and jokes and shit like that. But when she does actually make an argument, it's always an optics argument about like what people look like and how cool they look or how bad they look and shit like that. It's
just the reality. I've tried to tell it to you nicely. I've tried to tell it to you cordially. I've tried to tell it to you on your show, on my show, on every show. And so either you A, are a bitch, or B,
isn't that misogyny calling her? Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that she said earlier that either he's a transphobe or a misogynist or both, which I don't know how misogyny came into it whatsoever. Where was the misogyny? I don't know how that was relevant at all. But then now the misogyny could be coming from her, I guess. Like, yeah, if you're gonna say he looks like a bitch, like you're saying, he looks like a weak, frail woman. So that's it's a little strange. Right after we see the clip of her calling him a misogynist, she's telling him he looks like a bitch.
You actually agree with the right. And I'm starting to think, in fact, I do think it's the latter.
Okay. So again, if I had called her that would have been a different situation, right? But look, guys, also on the policy, or the strategy. When you go talk to the right wingers, first we did that, and I mainly did that, and there was a lot of blowback saying, don't ever talk to the right wing, but they won the popular vote. How are we gonna win back the voters if we never
Okay, this is not true. I maybe people were saying don't talk to the right wingers, but it's a little weird that he's saying this when a lot of the people that he's talking about who were upset with him are a bunch of people who go talk to right wingers, who go and debate them all the time. That's the difference, is that he wasn't debating them, he wasn't disagreeing with them, he was sitting there and sucking their fucking dicks. It was weird. It was weird as hell. He was sitting there talking about how great they do at certain things while they're like sitting there pushing like really gross ideas like Charlie Kirk did, where Charlie Kirk was pushing some like really gross ideas, and he would ignore the gross parts and then be like, you guys are really good at bringing in people. You're just really good at getting the crowd ramped up and excited when you're out here saying, let's kill all the Jews. They just cheer so loud. You're really good at that. Like, it's so weird. And then yeah, I think like when she says he looks like a bitch, I think that is the weird thing, is that he's not over there actually trying to convince people of ideas, and he's not actually pushing ideas. Now, he did on her show, he did talk about this as though, yes, it's a process. I would like to get over there and get them to hear that we have a lot of agreements on a lot of things. I want them to listen to me as somebody who is capable of being listened to. So first, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to push the populist points. I'm going to sit there and talk about how we don't like the rich and wealthy. We don't like the establishment Dems. We don't like the liberals. We don't like the big tech. We don't like the big pharma. We have so many agreements with so many things. And I'm going to push those ideas out there so that they really get that we have so much agreement on so many things, so that eventually they hear all of that, and now they're like, oh, well, we're willing to listen to this kind of guy. We're willing to, okay, fair enough. We thought he was fucking crazy. Maybe he's coming around now. And then hopefully if they're willing to listen to me now I can start to, push some of the more lefty progressive sorts of ideas and be a little bit more convincing now that I am thought of as somebody who's at least worth listening to. This is how the majority of people change their minds on things. This is how the majority of people come to positions.
Monkey face.
Thank you, Simon Allen, for the £2. Let's freaking go, boy. We are below the mark, so if anybody wants to make a donation, you can use the tips link in the description. Simon Allen has a $2.50. So if we want to continue the show, we got to hit the goal. Otherwise, we'll end up finishing this segment, and then I got a bunch of other stuff that I got to do. So we got to hit the goal to continue the show. But preferably, instead of super chats, you can use the tip link in the description to fill up. Thank you, Simon Allen, for the £2. But yeah, that is how most people gain their positions and change their minds about things. Is your initial positions are taken from other people that you like and respect. So you start to like people, you start to think about politics a little bit, you start to consider a lot of these things, and then once you do, you find people who you think know what they're talking about, and then you listen to them, and then they tell you what it is that's right and wrong. And once you hear them tell you those things, you take those on, not because you researched them, not because they proved it to you, not because they showed you a bunch of data and studies that said this is obviously the truth. No, it's nobody does that. Most people get their positions initially just from listening to somebody else that they believe in. Most of the time it's your parents, or somebody you went to school with, or people that you went to church with, or somebody like that. Or you hear a bunch of people say, yeah, that radio show host, he's fucking awesome. He's the best. He knows what he's talking about. He's so great. I listen to him all the time. And you think, well, I like these guys and they're cool. They listen to him. They say he knows what he's talking about. Huh. I guess he's smart, so I'm going to go listen to him now. And so you go listen to that guy. And now you already have this, like, predetermined respect for this person that says that whatever it is that they have to tell you is correct, and you start to take on those positions. What it is that Cenk says that he wants to do is the way that most people come to positions, or the way that they change their positions, is they have to find somebody that they respect, and then they get the positions told to them. By far the majority of people are never going to go look at a study. They're never going to go read a paper. They're never going to go read a book on these things. They're never going to go look into the stats and the data. They're never going to go dig into it thoroughly and spend hours on a topic. They're never going to do these things. Ever, ever, ever. They're never going to go and watch somebody like me or some other streamer who's going to do that in front of them and show them all of this information. Nobody does this. So, like, when I say nobody, I'm talking about like 85, 90% of America is not going to do any of this. They don't go and check these things. They have it given to them by Fox News. They have it given to them by CNN. They have it given to them by MSNBC. They have it given to them by Tim Pool. They have it given to them by Ben Shapiro. They have people that they already trust, and then when they say it, they believe it because the person that they respect said it. That's just the way that the majority of this shit works. But he already has such a bad rap at being a fucking crazy leftist nut job, him and Anna Kasparian, that I don't think he can be that person or do that thing now. I think that he's just too deep, and he's way too far down the rabbit hole to where that branding is not going to change, and people are not all of a sudden going to realize, oh, Cenk's actually a really smart guy. I want to listen to him.
Talk to them. If we don't win them back, we can't ever win an election. And that doesn't mean the far end of MAGA. It means the independents that voted for Trump and maybe some right-wing populists that voted for Trump. Now I've noticed that
MAGA is not a conservative movement. It's a right-wing populist movement. It's fairly paleo-conservative. It is like paleo-conservative populism, and paleo-conservatism is already fairly populist in the first place. The original conservative movement, especially like, Reagan and George Bush and those sorts of people, were more neocons, and the neocons were definitely the majority of the movement. But I do believe that it has drastically changed, and that at this point it is a fairly good mix of people who are paleoconservative or just populist of some sort. So whether the conservatism is there, a lot of them just believe in the populist fundamentals. But I would say the majority of them are probably paleoconservative. So, and then and then there's a ton of like older boomer neocon sorts of people who are definitely still not happy with the direction the party's going in, but they're gonna always vote for somebody like Trump over others. And that obviously in the last election there were a ton of neocons who moved over to the other side and voted for Kamala, but they were drowned out by enough independents that were willing to go vote for Trump. So didn't make enough of a difference.
That faction is now saying, well, I mean, of course we should talk to the right, but we should only yell at them, or we should only accost them. That seems like a really productive conversation. And now I guarantee you they'll say, no, I don't mean just yell at them, but just like build coalitions. As Francesca said recently, apparently she's changed her mind about being a collaborator, but not with Trump voters. Well, who would it be if it wasn't Trump voters? Those are the folks on the edge of the middle of the spectrum that we got to bring to our side. We've got to convince them that the populist left is right. not necessarily the populist right, or parts where we agree, hey, great, let's work together on that. So who are we building coalitions with if it isn't the other side or people who voted in the other direction? And if we talk to them, what are we doing? Only screaming fascists in their face? Or are we have?
Well, this is part of the problem right now, is that I think liberals have a lot of really bad branding to where the progressives are the loud ones, and progressives are the ones who get the majority of like the views in the algorithm on Twitter and on TikTok and on YouTube, to where the representation to a lot of people are the crazy leftists or progressives that are farther to the edge. And so one of the things that me and Not So Erudite were talking about the other day is she's saying, yeah, we kind of need to like separate ourselves from those people a little bit more and have better branding as liberals, like constitutional liberals who are all about, free speech and, freedom and liberty and all of that crap, and kind of get away from all of those other more cancel culture-y, crazy SJW types. The problem is that like when we're talking about building coalitions, those are the people that we have to build coalitions with. But because we've been trying to build coalitions with them, we have hurt our branding. But also, while trying to build coalitions with them, we still have a ton of them who say, oh, I'm not voting. I'm not going to vote for Kamala because she's way too far right. She's pretty much a Republican. I'm not voting for her. And so it just doesn't have, it seems like, it feels like a lost cause. I could be wrong. It could be that by far the majority of progressives are all voting anyways. But it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. And I've tried finding polling on this, and all of the polling that I've found just gives a very mixed message to where nothing is clear to me at all. But I do know that from just my own anecdotal experience, this is what I keep seeing. So populism doesn't mean anything? What do you mean it doesn't mean anything? Populism, what do you mean what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. Populism definitely means something. It's a type of movement. It's a type of movement based on the rhetoric that's used, and the idea of the movement is the people versus the powerful. That's it. Like, that's all populism is. It's just the people versus the powerful. So as long as you have a movement built on that idea, whether or not you actually enact any policies that stop the powerful, whether or not you actually do anything to fight the powerful, doesn't matter. As long as your movement is built on that idea, it is a populist movement.
Having a human conversation. So look, this is not an attitude that I agree with. Again, there are other shows that love what she's saying. And no problem, to each his own, it's a free country. Go and love that and yell and scream and do all the things that you want to do. But do you think that after you do a joint appearance with Dr. Phil or anyone else, that the very next day all of MAGA is going to show up and go, oh, I changed my mind. You're absolutely right. No, this is a gradual process where Americans begin to talk to one another and start to learn about each other and start, oh, that's what you mean. Oh, that's how you perceived it. And we begin to have human conversations until we understand each other. Again, if you don't want to understand them and you don't want to do that, plenty of other shows. So,
all right, let's take a second and see what we have. This is from Vox. It says, why is Kamala Harris, or sorry, what? Oh, sorry. This is why Kamala Harris really lost. All right, let's. Ah, fuck. All right. From Eric Levitz. Democrats have spent months debating how and why they lost the 2024 election, but the full picture of what happened on Election Day is only now coming into view. The most authoritative Election analysis draw on a variety of different data sources, including large sample polling, percent level returns, and voter file data that shows definitively who did and did not vote, and those last figures became available only recently. The Democratic firm Blue Rose Research recently synthesized such data into a unified account of Kamala's defeat. The Blue Rose Research did ad testing for Future Forward and the largest PAC supporting Harris, which had disputes on strategy with the campaign itself. Its analysis will command a lot of attention. Few pollsters boast a larger data set than Blue Rose. The company conducted 26 million voter interviews in 2024, and the firm's leader, David Shore, might be the most influential data scientist in the Democratic Party. I spoke with Shore about his autopsy of the Harris campaign. We discussed the problems with the popular theory that Democrats lost because of low turnout, why Zoomers are more right-wing than millennials, how TikTok makes voters more Republican, where Donald Trump's administration is most vulnerable, what Democrats can do to win back working-class voters, and whether artificial intelligence is poised to turbocharge America's culture wars, among other things. Our conversation has been edited for clarity and length. What do you... That's a vague impossibility, nebulous possibility. Define it. I think you might be way behind. That's democracy. You might be way behind, Govan.
Gen X tipped $10.
Hey, yo, Gen X, let's go. With a fucking $10 dono. Alright, we're at $22.50, guys. We're $2.50 off from hitting the goal. We only got a little bit left. But yeah, democracy just means that you're voting for the people that you want in. Like, you're voting for your leaders. That's all democracy means. So to say the people versus the powerful, or the people wanting to stop the powerful, is democracy. It's not even close. A lot of bullshit terms that don't elucidate a fucking thing. Yeah, but you're saying that, but I'm giving you a term. I'm giving you the definitions, and you're not engaging with them. You're just saying it doesn't elucidate a thing. But what is not elucidated by that term? Like, what is wrong? How are you? I identify as a...
Gen X tip $2.50.
Thank you, Gen X. Let's go. Let's get some W's in chat for Gen X. Filling it up. Appreciate it, Gen X.
Michael Jones tipped $5.
Michael Jones, let's fucking go, boy. $5 into round 2. Hells yeah. But yeah, so I identify as a more centrist liberal. I am in favor of what we call the establishment. The establishment is considered the powerful that the populists want to stop. I am against the populists because I think that they're bad for the country, and I am harshly anti-populist and overtly pro-establishment. So where you're acting like it doesn't mean anything and it doesn't elucidate anything, I know exactly who the populists are. I know exactly what they want, and I am fervently against them and hoping that they that they fail at every turn. So I am I've done videos on them. I've done tons of debates on populism. I've done I have a short video that explains populism and goes over like what it is and how it works and why I don't like it. But the idea that it just doesn't mean anything and that it's just this, you know, term that doesn't actually give any information about the movement is just objectively untrue. Obviously, it is telling us exactly who they are, what their goals are, and what they're about. There's different types of populism. I guess here, give me a second. I will play this little clip from my documentary real quick because I think it explains like the different types of populism very succinctly so that you understand what populism is and why there's right and left-wing populism and the differences. But yeah, let me just play this clip real quick and then we'll go back to it. Heard him over any of the Democratic candidates. Just as the left was dividing over populist versus establishment leaders, the conservative movement was no different, and the Daily Wire definitely sat. So, a populist is an outsider who comes in saying that they're going to fight against the rich and powerful. That's Bernie Sanders. The establishment is somebody who is an insider, who has been there for a long time. Their career is on the inside, and they are somebody who kind of like decides who is and isn't an insider. So Bernie Sanders is the populist here, and Hillary Clinton is the establishment person. Establishment leaders. The conservative movement was no different, and the Daily Wire definitely sat on the establishment side. Populism is founded on the idea that there is a group of elites that work against the needs of the people. For the left, this is mostly an economic issue. Businesses are using money in politics to make sure people can't get things like fair wages and free healthcare. While for the right, it's a social issue. Elites are brainwashing our kids with ideas about transgenderism and trying to overrun the country with immigrants. But both sides employ the same tactics. They need a bad guy who is at the root of all your problems. Now you just need a hero, a politician who isn't part of the establishment. The establishment is seen as a group of old career politicians who are gatekeeping all the power with bribes and blackmail because the elites are paying them. Now, one great man who doesn't cower to money or threats can arise to drain the swamp. He can point at all the mainstream media organizations and trusted institutions as people who are paid to help the establishment and report only the information given to them by the elites. So you can't trust or believe anything that they say. Now there's no one else you can trust but your hero. Populism isn't about who is right or wrong. It's about who is good and who is evil. And you have to pick a side. They'll employ rhetorical tricks that aren't lies, but don't really represent the truth. Conspiracy theories about big tech, big pharma, and big business make it easy to blame all the people's problems on the ones in charge. The hero never has to prove their theories. They just need you to question the authority. Anytime they're called out for being wrong, it's the elites trying to fight back by lying and slandering them. This is team sports. Are you going to help the good guys or the bad guys? You're oppressed. You're a victim. You could do so much more. But first, you need to stop those who are holding you down. Populism is about the people fighting back against the powerful to get what is rightfully owed to them and break the system that's oppressed them for so long in the process. So as the right wing becomes more and more populist, they also become more and more susceptible to more and more conspiracies that employ the same tactics of fear-mongering, illogical thinking, and victimhood. So that's kind of my quick populism for dummies. The right-wing populism is about stopping the establishment people who are establishment politicians who are allowing in illegal immigrants, who are changing laws to allow trans people into things, who are, allowing all of the black people to get all the welfare and all the money and blah, blah, blah. They're fighting against the establishment politicians, right? The powerful politicians. Whereas the left-wing populism is about stopping the companies and the elites, the people who have all the money. It's a very economic sort of problem. And the right-wing populism is a cultural problem. So these are two different types of populism, but they're both founded on the same idea: the people versus the powerful, and that they feel like the powerful are doing a bunch of things to fuck with the people, and that all of the people with all the power don't care about the people. They don't do anything to help them. They don't do anything to make their lives better. And so they are going to fight back. That is populism in a nutshell. And people like me believe that all of this changes through democracy. All of this changes through voting. All of it changes by us just doing what it is that we're supposed to do. And Democrats over and over have made sure that Hillary Clinton has won, Joe Biden has won. Over and over, we've made it very clear the left is not populist. The Democrats are not populist. The liberals are not populist. We are the party of establishment, the party of same old, same old. And so we have very clearly and sternly kicked out the populists, and now they refuse to vote. So at least is my theory. But okay. Before we get into why Democrats lost the 2024 election, let's talk about how they lost it, which voting blocks shifted the furthest right over the past 4 years. The most important thing is that we saw incredible polarization on political engagement itself. There's a bunch of different ways to measure this. There's how many elections you vote in, or how important politics is to your identity. There's how closely you follow the news, but across all of these, there's a consistent story. The most engaged people swung towards Democrats between 2020 and 2024, despite the fact that Democrats did worse overall. Meanwhile, people who are the least politically engaged swung enormously against Democrats. They are a group that Biden either narrowly won or narrowly lost 4 years ago, but this time they voted for Trump by double digits. And I think this is just analytically important. People have a lot of complaints about how the mainstream media covered things, but I think it's important to note that the people who watched the news the most actually became more Democratic. And the problem was basically this large group of people who really don't follow the news at all becoming more conservative. If they are not responding to mainstream media information, where are they getting their views on politics? Is this group reacting to the prices at the grocery store, or firsthand experience of changes in the economy, immigration, or culture? I would say the two are the same. Are they reacting to prices at the grocery store, or are they experiencing changes in the economy? What are the differences between those two fucking things? Like that's that didn't make any sense. But yeah, I would say that it's probably I think the majority of it was, especially because what they're talking about mostly independents. Independents in the center are some of the least informed voters and people who ended up just voting for started voting for Republicans at higher rates than this last election. They voted for Trump because they thought that there was a big problem with the economy, that Biden was the reason for inflation, and that Biden had open borders and was letting all of these illegal immigrants in. Nobody sees the illegal immigrants. Nobody sees the problem with immigration, because we're talking about 2 million people at most came in under Biden out of 350 million. 350 million people in the country. You actually notice 2 million people? Not in your fucking wildest dreams. I don't care if you live in fucking Texas or LA. You are not noticing 2 million people flooding into the country. But that's that's the idea that they push, and then all of a sudden you see brown people and you start to think that you're seeing more brown people just because of the things that you're already hearing. So it is like low information voting is obviously a huge part of why Kamala lost, but I'm interested to see if they talk about the farther left parts. Most people have to balance their reaction to objective facts and the economy with their pre-existing ideological beliefs. A strongly Democratic voter isn't going to switch to Trump just because they are upset about high prices. So it isn't too surprising that the people with the weakest political loyalties would be the most responsive to change in economic conditions. And people who are politically disengaged, like every other subgroup of the people this election, overwhelmingly listed the cost of living as the thing they were most concerned about. But it can't just be inflation. Politically disengaged voters went from being a roughly neutral group in 2020 to favoring the Republicans by about 15 points in 2024. Damn, dude, 15 fucking points is massive. That is huge. But during the Obama era, this was a solidly Democratic group favoring us by between 10 and 15 points. So there's also this long-term trend that goes beyond inflation or social media. Our coalition has been transitioning from working-class people to college-educated people. The move beyond the why, this shift in the partisanship of politically disengaged voters, has a really important implication. For most of the last 15 years, we've really lived in this world where the mantra was, if everybody votes, we win. But we're now at a point where the more people vote, the better Republicans do. If I understand you correctly, you're suggesting that Democrats cannot rebuild a national majority merely by juicing higher turnout, since registered voters as a whole were more pro-Trump in 2024 than those who actually showed up at the polls. Nevertheless, many progressives have attributed Harris's loss to depressed turnout among Democratic voters specifically. They point to the fact that between 2020 and 2024, the Democratic presidential nominee vote total fell by significantly more than Trump's tally increased. And they also note that according to AP Votecast, only 4% of Biden 2020 voters backed Trump last year. I don't think that like low turnout is a good argument because we still had the highest turnout. Like, Kamala still ended up getting the second most votes of any presidential candidate, Democratic presidential candidate ever, third most of any in any party, and we had the most votes of any election ever. So to say, oh, the election with the most votes ever had horrible turnout, this seems fucking retarded. Like, where the fuck are you getting this from? This seems a little out of touch, but. To say that just Democrats had low turnout, low turnout compared to what? We had more people vote in this election than what we projected. So low compared to what? Low compared to the amount of people that voted for Trump? Well, yeah, obviously, but that's not like a reason for this. That's the amount of people that voted. And more of them voted for Trump. That's how elections work. But you can't always say, like, every time Trump has ever lost, it was just because of low voter turnout. It's like, yeah, that's how elections work. Yeah, if less people vote for you, then you lose the election. Like, that's just... We lost the election because more people voted for the other guy. It's like the same thing. It's so stupid. And they also note that according to AP Votecast, only 4% of Biden 2020 voters backed Trump last year, while a roughly equal percentage of Trump 2020 voters switched to Kamala. So in their telling, if defections roughly canceled out while a large number of voters went from supporting Biden to staying home, then clearly the problem was inadequate Democratic turnout. So if Harris had focused more on energizing the progressive base, she might have won. What do you think is wrong with that narrative? I hardcore disagree with this. They're saying because because the people in the middle voted for Trump more, instead, she should have gone and gotten the progressives to come vote. Why? Why not just go after the fucking centrists more? Why not go after the moderates more? That was my whole problem during her whole fucking campaign, is she didn't do any work on the moderates. It was wild. It was so weird. It was like she was terrified to actually say, hey, we did really good on immigration under Biden's Biden's 4 years. You know, we did really good with the economy. We did really good with prices. We did really good, like all these, you know, wages. Like there's so many things that she could have said, but they were terrified of saying it. Why were they terrified of saying it? Is it because the liberals would have gotten mad? No. Is it because the fucking moderates would have gotten mad? No. It's because the fucking progressives would have gotten mad. That's why she didn't say it. She didn't say that she wanted the... She didn't say that they did a good job with immigration because the fucking progressives would have gotten mad. That's why. So she didn't need to go after the progressives harder. She needed to just say, fuck the progressives. Let's go after the moderates. Because every vote that you take away from Trump and get for yourself, that's fucking 2 votes. That's 2-point turn. You need that. Don't go after the far edges where you maybe gain 1. No, you've been trying to go after the far edges. You haven't been gaining them. This is somebody who worked hard on pulling the fucking progressives over more and had progressive branding more than Biden, more than Hillary, more than any of these people. She had the most progressive branding of any presidential candidate in the last 3 elections and still could not get the progressives to vote for her. It's a lost cause. Go after the fucking moderates. Just go get them. Well, the problem with the AP VoteCast data is that it was released the day after the election. There was just a lot of information that they didn't have at the time. At this point, voter file data has been released for enough states to account for an overwhelming majority of the 2024 vote. And what's really cool about having that data is that you can really decompose what fraction of the change in vote share was people changing their mind versus changes in who voted. And when you do that, you see that roughly 30% of the change in Democratic vote share from the 2020 to 2024 was changes in who voted, changes in turnout. But the other 70% was people changing their mind. And that's in line with the breakdown we've seen for most elections in the past 30 years. And again, like when you say that they changed their mind, the reason that they changed their mind was over the things that we were just talking about. The fact that they felt like the Democrats were really bad on the economy and the fact that they felt like Democrats were really bad on immigration. Those 2 things were the reasons that they changed their minds about things. You needed to target those 2 more than anything else and talk about how good of a job Biden did and undo the fucking brainwashing that had been going through the nation for the last fucking 2 years, with Trump talking about open borders and the fact that Biden ruined the economy and started a bunch of wars. And when you do that, you see the roughly... Oh, wait, we just read this. Okay. The reality is that these things always tend to move in the same direction. Parties that lose ground and swing voters tend to simultaneously see worse turnout. For a simple reason, there were a lot of Democratic voters who were angry at their party last year, and they were mostly moderate and conservative Democrats angry about the cost of living and other issues. And even though they couldn't bring themselves to vote for a Republican, a lot of them stayed home. But basically, their complaints were very similar to those of Biden voters who flipped to Trump. So yes, this is moderate and conservative Democrats. Moderate and conservative Democrats. Angry about the cost of living. That aligns with what I'm saying. The part that doesn't align with what I'm saying is they're saying it's moderate and conservative Democrats that stayed home. Not the progressives. The reality is, if all registered voters had turned out, then Donald Trump would have won the popular vote by 5 points instead of 1.7 points. So I think that we need to turn up the temperature and mobilize everyone strategy would have made things worse. (2022) voters 50.3%, 49.7%, Harris plus 0.6. What? 2022 voters, what does that mean? 2024 voters 49.3%, 50.7%. Trump 1.4 points. If everyone voted. Oh, okay, they're talking about the amount of people who voted Democrat in the midterms. They're assuming they would vote Harris. Okay. According to your data, voters who got their their news from TikTok were much more likely to swing to the GOP than other voters after the controlling for demographics. Why do you think that is? I think people can debate how much of this is the nature of the algorithm versus the strategic choices that the parties made. A lot of people argue, I think it is the strategic choices that the parties made. This is what I've been talking about, is that I think Republicans have very simple and short phrases that are very easy to just repeat and carry on. They have like bullet point fucking talking points that they all say on script all the time. So, and we even recently, we just saw it in the text messages that got leaked by The Atlantic. Where they were saying, like, you know, oh, well, when we bombed them, like, what did we say about the Houthis? And they're like, I don't know. We don't really know much about the Houthis. Just say it's Biden's fault and that they're terrorists. Just keep saying that. Terrorists, Biden's fault. Just repeat those things. That's that. Like, they are very, like, clear. Just give the talking points. Stay on the talking points. Don't get off the talking points, and we'll be fine. And that's what they do. And they're very, very easy, repeatable stuff, you know? Well, what about Hillary's emails? Like, I don't know. Russia, Russia, Russia. Like, what does this shit mean? Who the fuck knows? No new wars. Like, the open borders. Like, there's all these phrases that they use for every little thing that they repeat over and over and over. And it's just very easy and simple to repeat all the time. And I think that that's something that's really beneficial for TikTok. There's a guy who, I think we've had him on the show, I'm not sure, but his name's Doghouse, and he now goes by his real name on TikTok. Is it's like Vince something. And he does very, like, simple and like simple and kind of, I don't want to be mean, but kind of like brain dead, like rage baiting sort of shit. Like, very easy. This is because Trump's dumb. That's the problem. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's too stupid. He was fucking inbred. Like, it's just very simple shit to kind of get everybody up in a roar, or to get people like energized. Yeah, Trump's dumb. Like, that sort of shit.
Woke up, look. Hey, what's up, guys? It's Verbal A.
I think I'll come over him pretty quickly. Normally.
What's the cheapest?
I love this guy.
Day and night. What? I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind. What? I look for peace, but see I don't attain. What I need for keeps the silly game we play. play. Boom, boom. Now look at this. Madness the magnet keeps attracting me. I try to run, but see I'm not that fast. I think I'm first, but surely finish last. Boom, boom. Cause day and night, the lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day.
So good. Oh, I love this chick, dude. Oh, I follow her. Dope.
Don't.
The travel.
What did you say?
Damn, normally I come across him pretty quick.
Hey, it's Sue.
Hi, hello. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Listen, I was making pancakes at home and I ran out of.
Y'all.
The bad.
Trump said that signal.
Oh, what?
Trump said that signal might be defective.
Oh, what?
All right, what is the?
Well, it turns out.
Where is he?
They also cracking down on them.
So this is simply not.
They also cracking down on them if they can't speak English. Which I think is a.
Bomb. Arrest the president. This is your one wild.
Truck drivers, would you rather have six?
This is your one wild, beautiful.
This is one of my buddies from back in the day. She was part of the crew. She says she might come on someday, so we'll maybe have her on at some point to come talk about all the shenanigans we used to get into.
Truck drivers.
I'm just gonna. Mom's in for.
What's happening, it seems to me, is.
All right, so you clearly.
That's why they call me.
Damn, he pops up like first on my shit every single day, over and over and over.
I'm turning.
Bye-bye. Bernie Sanders. Good morning.
The people agree.
Well,
the difference.
Okay, I think his name's Vince Wilson. Yep, there he is. Okay. Yeah, so it's called the Vince Wilson Show now. This is what he does.
Donald Trump once again takes a vacation to his Bedminster Golf Club. And of all the things that Donald Trump could be working real hard to accomplish, he is more concerned about this portrait right here that is in the Colorado State Capitol. He took to Truth Social saying nobody likes a bad picture or painting of themselves, but the one in Colorado in the state capitol put up by the governor along with all of the presidents was purposefully distorted. Now guys, I don't know about you, I think this portrait looks a whole lot better than this picture right here. But you guys let me know, do you think this picture looks better than the one that Colorado...
See, like, it's a bunch of rage bait shit like this. Do you follow him? Yeah. We're friends. It literally says we're friends right up here. You can't see it behind the thing, but yes, we're friends. I went to the friends tab to see, to just scroll through. But yes, this is the type of shit that he does.
The party of double standards. Do you remember when MAGA would complain about Kamala Harris's word salads? Well, let's take a look at how Donald Trump is doing. Oh, that's right. Donald Trump is still serving up word salads, and yet MAGA will not complain at all about this. Donald Trump had this to say about Canada. You know, you have that artificial...
So the first thing that he says, the MAGA, the party of double standards, right? He's already, like, getting you fucking pissed at the very beginning. So I've tried some of this stuff, because he's, him and I have had conversations about this, that, like, anytime I do try and, like, rage baity shit on TikTok, it just doesn't do well. That like quick, just sort of rage baity bullshit doesn't do great. The more informative stuff is normally what does well for me. And so then I tried mixing the two and starting off with a hot take at the beginning that's going to give the rage bait, and then switch to the more informative part after. So I'll say something mean at first. Republicans are the whiniest soy crybaby hypocrites of all time, but we're here to prove it once more, as we have many times in the past before, and this time it's over one of Trump's congressional speeches where they all whined and cried. So yeah, I'll say something mean at the very beginning to get the... to get them hooked, like the little rage baity thing right at the beginning that's supposed to hook them, and then they're looking for something to complain about as we go through, but then from there, I'm just giving facts and information instead of still talking shit. I'm just giving a bunch of info. And so, because that I don't like the rage bait shit. Like I don't enjoy it. So I don't want to make that stuff. So I'm willing to do it at the beginning, but I don't want to do a whole video of that. So yeah, anyways, I think that's something that really makes TikTok different. But he says, I think people can debate how much of this is nature of the algorithm versus the strategic choices that the parties made. A lot of people argue that maybe TikTok just helps negative content get promoted, and that's naturally bad for whoever's the incumbent. But TikTok is also really different from social media that came before. That is true. This is true. So one of the things that is beneficial about doing rage baity content is if you can get people pissed off, they're going to come comment on your video. They're always going to come comment and tell you how dumb you are, how wrong you are, how insane you are, shit like that, right? And so this is like one of the better videos that I've done recently. 2,000 views on it. Here's the first one. I must say you had that one in the bag. The analogy was baiting. Let him trail along. Really well done. You're wrong. This is because it was preemptive and that Ukraine wasn't supposed to join NATO. And that's the worry for Russia. Chess game match. Checkmate. 2A says nothing about tyrannical government. Like this every other comment is good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. And so you get a mixture of those. Then not only are you getting a mixture of it, but then other people, because there's a mixture, start to argue with each other and start to come and like comment on each other's things, and they're fighting each other. And if they're fighting each other, every time in order to comment on it, they have to come back to the video, and it plays in the background while they're commenting. So you keep racking up more watch time. This makes it to where it really helps. I've talked about the fact that the dog walker guy the other day was threatening to send all of his followers over here to hit the thumbs down button on my channel. That I said, yeah, go ahead, please. Thank you. Like, that's actually really beneficial for the algorithm. Having almost a 50-50 mix of thumbs ups and thumbs downs is great. If you get 13 thumbs ups, that does nothing for your fucking video. If you get 13 thumbs ups and 13 thumbs downs, that's fucking great, because that says this is a controversial video. It's going to get a lot of comments on it. It's going to get a lot of people fired up one way or the other. And so they want to push this into the algo. It's always beneficial. I also posted a TikTok algo cheat sheet video, aka CEO. But yeah, so that's definitely true that like negativity is just beneficial for algorithms, which is something that I do enjoy to an extent when it comes to doing like the short streams, right? When I do short streams, I spend a lot of time trying to rage bait a lot of the people in chat to then get them to jump on so that I can have the debate, right? I am purposefully like negging them the entire time, talking a lot of shit so that hopefully one of them will get mad enough to come on to talk to me, and then I can get into the actual facts and the debate and everything. On days that I'm not negging people and like talking a lot of shit to chat, I don't do very well in the short streams. Other social media sites are very dependent on what people call the follower graph. If you look on Instagram Reels, for example, the correlation between how many viewers a video gets and how many followers a creator has is extremely high. On TikTok, it's quite a bit lower than any other platform. And the reason is TikTok uses machine learning to analyze a video and make a good guess about whether it will be appealing before they show it to anyone. So if your video is likely to be engaging, it can get a wide distribution even if you don't have a following. And that has been genuinely democratizing. So that's true. So at the beginning, when I first pulled this up, what I did is I pulled up following, right? So I can click on following and it'll only show me people that I'm following.
Real quick for you guys.
Most people don't do that. Most people don't click on following. They click on the explore page or for you. And for you is just stuff
so let's talk about
that is high in the algorithm, and then stuff that's high in the algorithm, especially when it comes to topics that you enjoy, right? And so that's the For You page is just going to be shit that you enjoy. But yeah, then there's the following, which means it's just people that I follow. And then friends are just people that I follow and they follow me back. And so yeah, if you're watching the For You page, you're just watching things that are going to get a lot of attention. And that's all. Most people only watch the For You page. They don't look at anything else, just that. Broadcast, Biden 2020, 60%. Local TV, 54%. Okay, so this is, do you use platform to get news? So which platform do they use to get their news? TikTok, Biden had 57%. Harris had 51%. Support swing, negative 5.9. What was Trump's? What was Trump's? I was just going over this with somebody the other day, that there's so many content creators that I see now because I've been going on all those MAGA platforms and the MAGA panels, that I follow them so that I get their panels in my algorithm a lot more often. And so now I'm getting recommended a lot of MAGA content, and a lot of the MAGA content is literally nothing. Literally nothing. It's nothing. It's literally people just putting on a MAGA hat, or just mowing the lawn in a MAGA hat, or just brushing their teeth in a MAGA hat, or putting on boots in a MAGA hat. That's it. And then they'll put on some fucking Sweet Home Alabama in the background or some shit. That's it. That's all it is. Nothing else. And I was telling them, I was like, you can't do this. You can't do this on the other side. I can't just go put on a fucking Biden 2020 hat and get a bunch of views. I can't go put on a Harris hat and get a bunch of views. I can't do it. Now, maybe I could do it with Bernie hat. There's a bunch of stuff that went very viral just because it was Bernie shit, right? That was a very easy thing to do. I don't want to say easy, but it was a lot more common with Bernie. Where you ended up getting clips like this that did well.
Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer. Yeah, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer. Yeah, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer.
So this is something that you could do with Bernie Sanders, right? You could do the same exact thing with Biden or with Kamala and have some like cutesy little thing that you do that's quippy and funny, and wear their gear. It's not going to do well. It's not funny. It's not cute. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, so what? It's not the... It's obnoxious, and it's something that I hate about politics is the party, the team sports within the parties, right? It's something that I really hate about it. But I also understand that it is so fucking necessary. So while I don't do it, I also don't hate on it as much because I think it is necessary a lot of times. And so if people start putting up their fucking Biden signs or Harris signs, and they wear their Harris hats, and they all run around, you know, super proud that they're part of the fucking Harris voting block and shit like that, okay, cool. Like, I'm probably not gonna do it, but I don't know. I might do it. I think this shit's good. I think it's good, and I think it's beneficial. But I also find, yeah, the team sports shit just obnoxious. So that's what this is. Have you guys ever heard of the For the Boys tag? There's a whole thing that goes around where initially for a while people were putting in TikToks and shorts, Instagram, they would just say "for the boys" in their video, or they might put the text "for the boys" on the screen. That's all you had to do, just "for the boys." If you say "for the boys," now every man who comes across this is going to fucking like that video and comment on it, and you will get flooded with tons of people who are going to come and like and share and comment on your videos to flood it into the algorithm because you said "for the boys," right? There's another one, "The Boys Got Me." So there's for the first one, eventually a guy picked up on the meme, and so he goes and makes a video like this, and he's just standing like this, and he's like, I don't have anything funny or interesting to say, but somebody told me that if I said for the boys, a bunch of guys would come in and like and comment on my video. So here it goes. For the boys. And then that's it, right? That's all he said. Fucking millions of views. Millions of views. And now everybody takes that audio and puts it on their videos, because now they'll just use that audio to say they're saying for the boys. There's another one where a kid hands his girlfriend the phone and says, record this. And then he goes and just does a layup and then walks back, and she goes, that's it? He's like, yeah. She's like, that's not going to get a lot of views. All you did was a layup. And he goes, don't worry about it. The boys got me. That's it. Fucking viral as fuck, dude. Like, viral as fuck. Millions of views. Now everybody uses that audio to say, the boys got me. And now you just put that audio in there. Guys come in, flood in, like your posts. It's the same if you just wear a MAGA hat. That's it. You just put on a MAGA hat, or you say, I love Donald Trump. And that's it. You get a ton of likes and a ton of comments, a ton of views. You just have to say, I'm on the team, I'm doing the thing, I'm part of the trend, and they all run in and do it. And most of these people don't know shit about politics. They don't know anything about politics. All they know is that they feel like a rebel, they feel special, and they're fighting against the fucking machine, even though they also claim to be the majority of people now. They're also rebels and fighting against it. I don't know, but anyways, that's the whole idea, is that all you have to do is just put a Trump thing in there or a MAGA thing in there, and it's just like saying for the boys. Everybody comes in, and if they're MAGA, they're gonna like and comment and share, and your shit's gonna go flooding out into the algorithm, and it is what it is. It's weird. We used to live in this world where, in order to get your message out there, you had to get people to write really well to absorb your message and put it out. And now we're in a world where anyone can make a video, and if that video is appealing, it'll get out there. And this is naturally bad for the left, simply because the people who write really well are a lot more left-wing than the overall population. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's like one of my problems with the videos that I want to put out is I want to put out like informative videos. I want to put out videos that like really explain things and get you to understand it and give you the stats and breaks it down well. Those don't do well. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody wants to learn. They don't want to hear the info. They just want you to give them some good, like, I'm gonna fuck Donald Trump in the ass, and that's it. Like, they don't care about any of the other shit. So it is a problem when all of the videos that are really riling up the base are just people riding a tractor wearing a Trump hat, and this is getting the people going. But somebody comes out with on the left with something to say, they're doing a fucking fact check, they're doing a debunk, they're doing a reality check, they're doing they're giving something informative, and the other side doesn't do this shit. Just a minute ago, I went to the For You page. This guy right here, okay? This guy is one of the dumbest fucks in the world. He literally just makes shit up. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. He just makes shit up. We've gone over 2 of his videos in the past. One of the videos that we went over was when he was talking about a Supreme Court decision that they said they nailed the lawyers to the wall, that that the judges sanctioned Biden's lawyers, and then they ruled against them and said that they lost the case, and that's over, and Trump won, and his case was getting thrown out of court. So we went and watched the entire hearing. That is not at all what happened. Not even close. The only time sanctioning lawyers ever came up is when they were talking about why Trump's lawyers were sanctioned. They were asking why Trump's lawyers were sanctioned. Second, Biden didn't have lawyers there. Biden was not part of the fucking process. It had nothing to do with Biden. And then third, he lost that fucking case. He lost the case. They like the Supreme Court did not rule in his direction. They hadn't even made a ruling at the time, but this is what he does. He just makes shit up, and he is the most popular MAGA content creator on TikTok. He just makes shit up every day, just comes out and makes something up. And he's been caught numerous times posting pictures of random videos from parades, right? He'll go take the Christmas Day parade and then show that clip and then say, dude, the media is not showing you this. This was Donald Trump's rally last night in Orange County, one of the most liberal counties in the United States. And he had millions of people show up, and the media won't even show it to you. And then immediately people are like, okay, first off, Trump never did a rally in Orange County. That never happened. That's insane. There's not even millions of people in Orange County, so that's fucking retarded. Secondly, the clip that he took, that was not Orange County. That was not a Trump rally. That was a parade on Christmas Day from 2023. Like, it's just, he does this shit all the time, and no, like, never takes back anything, never retracts anything, just puts his head down and runs forward. And everybody else, they don't give a fuck if he's lying because they don't care. Like, they don't care about the facts.
What about the alleged leak through the Signal app?
It's not alleged when we have all this proof. I want to talk about all
he says the alleged leak.
Things you got wrong in this video. Spoiler alert, it's fucking everything.
Now, one of the biggest questions is why is our national defense executives using Signal? And the answer to that question is that the CIA authorized the use of Signal by national security officials under Biden.
Not for classified information, not for war plans. War plans specifically have to go through, what is it called? A sicko? I forget, but it has to go through specific channels, and then classified information in general just cannot be on those types of apps.
This isn't coming from a media outlet. This is coming from a direct statement by a CIA official.
Oh, if that random official is a good enough source for you to report on, I guess we should all just believe you, right, Joe? Despite that point being directly contradicted by Biden officials saying that we were never allowed to have any messaging apps on our work phones, and under no circumstances were unclassified messaging apps allowed to be used for transmission of classified fucking material.
Oh, I didn't know that got debunked. A skiff, yes, thank you, Allie. Yeah, I didn't know that got a skiff, aka sicko mode. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, see, Dami gets it. But yeah, I didn't even know that got debunked, dude. I had no idea that got debunked. So yeah, so I remember hearing him in the hearing say that actually we've always been allowed to use Signal. It was downloaded on our phones automatically when we showed up, and that wasn't just during the Trump administration. That happened actually during the Biden administration in 2022. And apparently they came out, they're like, nope, that never got approved. Nope, didn't happen. Like that, I didn't even know that was true. Former Biden officials, though, said Signal was never permitted on government phones. Okay, so yeah, it's not even that it wasn't permitted for fucking classified information. It wasn't permitted for anything at all.
Joe.
Second question is who sent the information that was leaked? Now, the claim from the reporter at The Atlantic is that Pete Hegseth sent it. However, Pete Hegseth has denied that. And since it's classified information, neither can really show their cards.
Fucking oops.
Yeah, this has already been fucking put out. This is so stupid. This is what I'm talking about. These people, dude. He just makes this shit up. That's all this guy does. He just makes it up. Does anybody remember his name? I'm blanking on his name. Oh, that's right. Elder Millennial. That's right. So he's the Elder Millennial. And that's his name on TikTok, is the Elder Millennial. And he just makes shit up. That's all he does.
Oops. Right? Am I right?
Next question is obviously who added this report to the Signal chat. Initial reports say that it was a staffer working under the National Security Advisor. And there's been no reports of whether or not this person did that intentionally to be able to leak.
If by staffer working under the National Security Advisor, you mean the National Security Advisor himself, then yeah, Joe, again, 100%, you fucking nailed.
What can be done about this? You know, like, are there going to be charges? Are people going to be fired? Are people going to be kicked out? And the answer, if we look at historical context, is No. I mean, obviously that staffer will be at the very least fired. But as far as everyone else, probably not.
To reiterate, the staffer, which you had just finished in your video alleging was a Biden hire, was not actually a staffer and was actually the national security director. And you're saying that that staffer, because of their gross negligence, should have been fired. So do you think that the fucking national security director, Mike Waltz, should be fired? By your logic, I think it does. You asked so many hypothetical questions in your video.
Yeah, I'm saying this is like the most popular right-wing content creator on TikTok. And all he does is make stuff up. That's it. That he just makes it up as he goes. He's just talking shit, and he is the most popular content creator on TikTok. This guy is MAGA today. This is what they are. This is who they are. That's all they do. They just make it up as they go. And so a lot of times you guys hear me go onto panels and you guys are thinking, where the fuck do they get these talking points from? Where do they get these talking points from? Like, they're just making this shit up. Where did they get this from? They get it from people like him. This is what TikTok is on the right. This is all they do. So this is they're getting it from people like Elder Millennial. Tom Foolery Show, he did a video about one of Papa Guts' takes and made up some BS. Yeah, that's all they do. Yep, they are lost in the whirlpool of blatant misinformation. Well, it's not even that they're lost in misinformation. They are the misinformation. A lot of them are making up the facts. They know that they're making it up. This has been an issue on Twitter a bunch of times. I've blatantly debunked shit that other people have said, and they just repeat it, right? Or I'll debunk it, and then they'll reply to me and say, haha, Trump won. And they leave the post up. They don't take it down, right? This is over and over and over. Even just the other day. Normally, I feel like, I mean, I have my disagreements with counterpoints, but I feel like he's above this. But the other day, I replied to counterpoints, trying to have like a good faith like conversation, trying to understand his position here, where he's posting stuff about the resident aliens and how they are terrorists and they should be kicked out. And he's talking about Mahmoud Khalil, and he keeps just posting this screenshot. That's all he keeps doing. He just keeps posting this screenshot over and over. And even if you go back to his post here, you can see that on his post here, he also just kept posting that screenshot over and over, which I don't know if it's yeah, here it is right here. I saw it like 5 times when I initially, yeah, there it is again. But yeah, he just keeps posting the same fucking screenshots over and over, and every time I keep replying to him, and I'm like, bro, that doesn't mean anything. You're just saying. So all that says is that somebody who's an immigrant on a green card, they can get their green card revoked if they support terrorist organizations, right? And it keeps saying, yes, if they support terrorist organizations. So I said, how did he support a terrorist organization? So I'm asking what the support is, right? Now, my initial statement was that this is a First Amendment issue. This is before I talked to Pisco, so this isn't like a new position for me. It's just, I asked him, I said, this is a First Amendment issue. And then he posted this and said, except it doesn't. So he's saying it doesn't apply to the First Amendment. I said, how did he support a terrorist organization? And then I said, I'm asking because he supported, how he supported Hamas not to move the goalposts nor to demand evidence, but that support seems to be a bit broad. I doubt someone just saying, I like the way Hamas dresses would be considered deportable support. I feel like he'd need to give material support, like raising funds for them, be in direct contact with them, or advocate for violence, which those types of support already don't fall under freedom of speech for any of us. The only support I've seen is him being present at Palestine protests. So I want to know if that's what you think he should be deported for, if you draw your line at the ladder. He didn't respond to this, okay? But he did reply to somebody else. But I guess maybe they deleted their... Oh yeah, so here it is. He said, show evidence of him supporting Hamas. He posted this. I replied with this, saying, according to the BBC, he says he's not in CUAD leadership and there's no evidence otherwise. Plus, Politico said he was a negotiator for them, seemingly to help CUAD leadership hide their identities. He took a screenshot of my post and just posted it back to me. Just said, did you not read my full comment? Like, what the fuck? What? I already went ahead and argued against this before you said it. I knew you would say something like this. I thought you might say something like that. So I went ahead and argued against it before you posted it. And you posted it anyways. I don't understand. Is Hamas a terrorist organization? Just a simple question from a dumbass tanker. Yes. Like, technically, yes, they are definitely a terrorist organization. They're not only a obvious terrorist organization, but they're also registered, like listed within the government as officially as a terrorist organization. So yes. So yeah, I just, like, 2 times I'm asking him questions, I'm not getting an answer, and even on this one he actually replied, but he didn't actually reply. So it's, I don't know, like, it feels like he's just, you're wrong and you're just purposefully just using this like fucking screenshot as a shield to avoid actual engagement here. It's fucking frustrating. I don't get it. But all right, they said, we used to live in this world where in order to get a message out there, you had to get people who write really well to absorb your message and put it out. And now we're in a world where anyone can make a video, and if that video is appealing, it'll get out there. And this is naturally bad for the left, simply because people who write really well are a lot more left-wing than the overall population. One of my favorite stats on this is something that Nate Cohn put out a couple of years ago. Working class white voters who have read a book in the last year are much more Democratic than working class white voters who haven't. Wow, mind-blowing. Liberals read more often. That's crazy. Good answer. I wasn't just a DAT. I'm going to cover Connor here. But if you're right, you're right. He was a jarhead anyways. I'm sorry, you're going to cover Connor here? You mean cover for Connor? Or you're saying you're doing coverage on Connor? Or you're saying you're just defending him? So what other groups did Democrats lose ground with, beyond those who pay little attention to politics and TikTok enthusiasts? Yeah, if you were saying that, like, you were going to do cover for Connor, I would suggest, I just did a conversation with Pisco that just got uploaded about 2 hours ago, and him and I got into like the legal differences there, because I was trying to like steelman Counterpoint's position in this case, but yeah, just it seems trying to give my fellow warriors some cover. Okay, I gotcha. Because yeah, I was trying to like steelman kind of what Counterpoints was saying and make sure that my position was correct, because when I said to Counterpoints, that has to be material support. Right there, that was like the first question that I asked him on this topic was, yeah, so what, like, the word support seems a little bit broad. What does support mean when we're talking about it legally? And he says it has to be material support. So I was like, okay, that's what I thought. So material support means, like I listed here, material support, like raising funds for them to be in direct contact with them or advocate for violence. So let's say Hamas is selling Girl Scout cookies to raise money for rocket fuel. Apparently, they didn't listen to Destiny's debates and realized that they could just use the cookies for rocket fuel, but it's another story for another time. They're selling Girl Scout cookies for rocket fuel. Let's say here in the United States, I tell people, I love Girl Scout cookies. They're so good. You should buy some Girl Scout cookies. They're fucking great, and they'll help a good cause. Well, when I say this, I'm just giving my opinion that I like Girl Scout cookies. And when I say it's for a good cause, I'm talking about the Girl Scouts. But apparently, if you go buy them from Hamas, you're also helping another cause over there that's not so good. Am I lending support to Hamas? Well, in a way, yeah, you could definitely argue that just by me advocating for people to buy Girl Scout cookies, I am supporting Hamas in some sort of way. But we wouldn't call that material support, right? Let's say a bunch of people are making fun of Hamas's scarves and how stupid they look in those scarves. And I come out and I say, dude, I think those scarves look fucking badass. They cover their faces and you can't even see them, and all you see is those eyes peering out over those black scarves. It's fucking terrifying. I think they look badass. It's intimidating. I like it. Am I lending support to them? Yes, I'm supporting their optics. This is a lot of support to their optics. Is this material support? No, that is not material support for Hamas. The idea for Mahmoud Khalil is that he is lending support just by agreeing with them. Just by saying, I think they're good. I think they're freedom fighters. I think they're doing the right thing. And yeah, that's just not material support. It is support of a sort, but it's not material support. And so that's what matters. So yeah, it's just, it feels like the disingenuous arguments just pile up. It doesn't matter what you say or what you do. You're just going to get a bunch of people who are avoiding like the depth of the argument. So what other groups do Democrats lose ground with beyond those who pay little attention to politics and TikTok enthusiasts? If you look at predominantly immigrant neighborhoods, whether they are white or Hispanic or Asian or African, you really see these absolutely massive shifts against Democrats. Trump won Corona in Queens. Immigrants go from a D plus 27 group in 2020 to a potentially R plus 1 group in 2024. Doesn't D plus 1 mean that it's 77%? And R plus 1 mean that it's 51%? Last I checked, like Latinos only voted at 45%, but I guess maybe overall immigrants are 51%? That's crazy. I didn't know that. I'm not sure why that happened. I think we're still waiting for data to come back, but I guess it's still the same stories about the cost of living and cultural issues and ideological polarization. Speaking of ideological polarization, one of the findings in your data is that non-white voters who identify as conservative or moderate have been voting more and more like their white ideological counterparts over the past few elections. So the electorate is polarizing less on race and more on ideology. I feel like there's an argument that this was inevitable. Hispanic and Asian Americans were always likely to follow the political trajectory of their immigrant groups. I've said this for a long time, is that the longer that immigrants are in the country, the more and more they're going to vote conservative. That immigrants are, like especially Latinos, are just very conservative people. They're all Catholic. They have the politics within their countries are all pretty conservative across the board. Even their more liberal politics are more conservative, and so they were always going to move in that direction. And that if Republicans were actually smart, they would stop acting like they were all going to come in and just vote for Democrats, because that's obviously not true. And the longer that they're in here, the more they end up voting for Republicans. But Republicans were always too stupid to take advantage of this. Rob Knorr says that when he ran for Republican office, he actually got into a bunch of fights with the GOP over the fact that he felt like it was going to be beneficial to the Republican Party for them to actually target immigrant groups. And that he felt like because immigrants are conservative, he can really like put out a hand to them and be like, hey guys, we are on the same side. We actually believe the same things you do. You're getting coerced with money and promises, and it's all fake, but we're the ones who actually align with you ideologically. Come vote for us. And that the Republican Party said, don't waste your time. It's dumb. That's stupid. Fuck that. Just go after the whiteys. And that's what they made him do, and that this was why he ended up having a lot of problems with the Republican Party when he was running for office. That totally aligns with what it is that we see from the Republican Party, because for some reason they've always had just this huge advantage when it came to immigrants, and they never actually made an attempt to pull those people in. But just naturally, they're going to move over there anyway, so... But yeah, now that they're, Latinos are voting 45% for Trump, they don't get to complain about fucking immigrants anymore, saying that these are all people who are voting for Democrats. They don't get to say this shit anymore. That argument is out the fucking window. They are voting 45% rate for Trump, so that's that. Los cientos, amigos. Many of which were tethered to the Democratic Party for the first couple of generations, but then started to polarize ideologically as they became more affluent and assimilated. And you could perhaps tell a similar story about Black Americans, in which the easing of extreme racial oppression and segregation makes it easier for conservative African Americans to consider voting for the GOP. On the other hand, maybe Democrats just made some avoidable mistakes that alienated these constituencies. So I'm wondering how you understand this development. If we look at 2016 to 2024 trends by race and ideology, you see this clear story where white voters really did not shift at all. Kamala Harris did exactly as well as Hillary Clinton did among white conservatives, white liberals, and white moderates. But if you look among Hispanic and Asian voters, you see these enormous double-digit declines. So highlight one example in to highlight one example, in 2016, Democrats got 81% of Hispanic moderates. Fast forward to 2024, Democrats only got 57% of Hispanic moderates, which is really very similar to the 51% that Harris got among white moderates. White people only really started to polarize heavily on ideology in the 1990s. Now, non-white voters are starting to polarize on ideology the same way that white voters did. If you look at African Americans, they did not swing nearly as much. But in our polling, before Kamala's switchover, Black voters were poised to swing 7 to 8% points against us. Shit. So yeah, in 2020, I think it was 14% of Black Americans voted for Trump. In 2024, 14% of Black Americans voted for Trump. And this is one of the funny things about the election, is that tons and tons of people on the right kept saying that all of the Black people were voting for Trump this time, that Trump was going to win the majority of Black people this time. And I kept saying, guys, we have so much polling out there that shows that Trump is going to win exactly what he won last time. He's going to get the same percentage, maybe 16% at most, but like 14 to 16%, this is not the majority of fucking Black people. This is not even close. And it's a big difference. Trump got, I believe, the biggest Black vote in his first election in 2016 at 8%. 8%. He's almost doubled that by his third election. Almost doubled. So he is gaining Black people. But I do think that that's just a sign of the times. I do think that Black people are becoming, like, I guess, more assimilated. And the more assimilation there is, the more they are to start having a lot more diversity and variety within their ideologies. So diversity of thought is becoming more common. Something that I really get annoyed with is when people call somebody like Candace Owens a Uncle Tom, and a lot of people will call any black person who would vote for Trump or who would vote for a Republican, they'll automatically call them an Uncle Tom. They'll act like they owe it to the Democratic Party, or they owe it to black people to vote for the Democratic Party. And I kind of hate this. I think that this is the idea that you believe black people have to agree on politics. You are coming at this from the angle that there ought to be a monolith, that there ought to be this echo chamber of ideas, that there should not be people who actually think differently. As much as I don't like the Republican Party right now, and as much as I don't like Trump, I actually like that more black people are voting for Republicans. I do. I like that. I think it's good. I think it's better for our country. And I think that it's something that's going to benefit us in the long run, is that there is going to be more diversity within the black community that will start to draw more assimilation within the country. I think this is a plus in many ways. And while there's obviously downsides to it, the pluses are important there. Yeah, Candace Owens can be dumb just for being dumb. She doesn't have to be dumb because she's black, right? It's not a matter of agreeing. It's a matter of them obviously voting against their own interests. Republicans don't like black people, period. Right, but that you understand that you're saying the same thing, right? You have to know there's not a difference there in the two things that you just gave. It's not a matter of them not agreeing. It's a matter of them disagreeing with the fact that they're voting against their own issues. Obviously, they don't agree with you on that, right? But you're not going to go look at any Republican white person who's also voting against their own issues and say the same thing about them. No, it's more so about the fact that like the black person who's voting against their own issues is the one who gets the stigma there. And it seems weird. Like, stigmatize them all the same. They're all voting against their own interests. They're all voting against themselves. They're all hurting themselves. But I don't think it's more so for a black person in a way that's substantially different. And that even if it was, that would still assume that they ought to agree on that idea, right? That they ought to agree on systemic racism. They ought to agree on these injustices. They ought to agree on this subconscious bias that exists within the party, and that you are still assuming that from the beginning. It sounds shitty and condescending, but I like it when my child becomes more curious. I don't like it when they put a fork in an electrical socket. Yeah, sure. I get it. Because again, obviously I disagree with the Republicans as well. So obviously I think it's stupid for them to vote for Republicans. I just think it's stupid for everybody to vote for Republicans. And I think that if we look at a black person who votes for a Democrat, we automatically think, well, you ought to know better because you're black. And that's the part that I have an issue with, is that like, I get that they may have more motivation versus a white person, but it is still that presupposition that they will agree on those things when there's so many black people out there who don't even believe in systemic racism, or they don't even believe that racism exists, right? So many black people walking around saying, I ain't never experienced racism my whole life, with their fucking rebel flag on the back of their truck. Like, so yeah. That's why Candace Owens calls it a plantation. Right. And I agree that, like, I think the stigma was beneficial for the Democratic Party for a long time. Joe Biden came out and said that if you don't vote for him, you ain't black, right? That's something that was just pervasive within the Democratic Party, not just in black communities, is that if you voted for Republicans, you just weren't a real black person. You don't really understand the struggle. You don't really get it, and you're purposefully ignoring all of your own lived realities to go against your own people. But that is still this your people, your lived reality, your your ideas, like all of these things assume that they are in that bucket, and we just don't, we don't do that to anybody else. So it while I understand the rationale for it, the rationale still does fall into this, like, there ought to be this singular mind across this group because of the color of your skin. But yeah, if you look at African Americans, they did not swing nearly as much, but in our polling for the Kamala switchover, black voters were poised to swing 7 to 8% points against us. As to whether this is inevitable, I would say that to some degree, getting 94% of any ethnic group is unsustainable. But I think the losses that we're seeing among non-white voters and immigrants is symptomatic of this broader ideological polarization that Democrats are suffering from. Fundamentally, 40% of the country identifies as conservative. Roughly 40% is moderate. 20% is liberal, though it depends exactly how you ask it. Sometimes it's 25% liberal. But the reality is that to the extent that Democrats try to polarize the electorate on self-described ideology, this is just something that plays into the hands of Republicans. So that is what we're talking about. So the idea of somebody voting against their own self-interest just because they're black, that is what we call identity politics. And that is something that is polarizing a lot of the country and hurting the Democrats to an extent. Now, while I say that, Republicans are using identity politics just in a much more covert way to where they can get away with it and pretend it's not identity politics. It's not the same. But that is what they're doing. There was somebody in the chat the other day while I was arguing with that QT guy on the panel. I forget her name, but it was like Moxie or some shit like that. And while I was on there, she was in the chat. And initially, she was saying like, oh, this white boy on here playing all this identity politics, trying to act like black people need him to come save us. He thinks that we're all just so helpless that we need him to come play the identity politics game and rescue us. And he's the white savior and blah, blah, blah. Fucking immediately. There was not a change. She was going off on that shit for like 10 minutes. And then immediately from one sentence to the next, this white boy playing identity politics for black people, the very fucking next post, she said, can you believe this white boy just tried acting like he understands black people better than QT? QT is black. I didn't play identity politics at any point. I literally just quoted stats. That's all I did. I never played identity politics at any point. But playing identity politics is to use your identity to make arguments as though your lived experience is something that carries weight, right? Well, I didn't ever act as though my lived experience carried water. The QT guy said he was using his lived experience to say, I know CT, yeah, maybe it's CT. But yeah, he was acting like his lived experience is what mattered and that he knows black people. He grew up around black people. He's lived around black people. I've never lived around black people. And so when I say I grew up as the only white kid in my neighborhood, only white kid in my school, only white kid in my church. I've grown up around all black people my whole fucking life. Shut the fuck up. When I said that, I was just arguing, I was just telling him he's wrong while he's using identity politics. But she immediately, like, even while she's saying this white boy using identity politics to argue against us, when he's what she's saying is us black people, we understand this issue because we're black. He's white, so he doesn't get it, right? He's literally she's using identity politics while arguing against me thinking she's arguing against me using identity politics. It was so fucking wild. The whole fucking thing was insane. Sounds better that QT's cute anyways. There's a gas station in the South called QT. I don't know if you guys have them there. I know you guys have racetracks in Colorado, but I don't think you guys have QTs. But yeah, we have a bunch of gas stations here. Really nice gas stations called QTs. Quick Trip. Fundamentally, 40% of the country identifies as conservative. We already read that. So yeah, they're saying here that like identity politics polarizes people more and is hurting the Democrats more and more. That's according to their polling. I feel like that's bullshit, but he's saying to an extent that is true. I don't think so. We have Loaf and Jug. One sells pot. If they start selling needles, hit me up. This isn't necessarily as ideologically restrictive as people think. If you look at moderates, and especially non-white moderates, a bunch of them hold very progressive views on a variety of economic and social issues. A very large fraction of Trump voters identify as pro-choice. We've seen populist economic messaging do very well in our testing with voters of all kinds. But I think that there are also some big cultural divides between highly educated people who live in cities and everybody else. And to the extent that we make the cultural signifiers of these highly educated people the face and the brand of our party, that is going to make everyone else turn against us. So obviously, I have been very against populist messaging from the Democratic Party, okay? But that's because of what we were just talking about a little while ago, where we're talking about the fact that that populist messaging has two parts to it, right? Populist messaging has let's see. So the main idea in populism is people versus the powerful. One of the bigger problems that I have with populism is that it seems to breed conspiracy theorism, right? So that's what we just went over in the video a little bit ago, is that because you start off with this, we, the people, are all here just living our lives, and there's a bunch of powerful people up above us who make a bunch of decisions that affect us. But we don't get to make those decisions. They make those decisions, and we don't like it. And so we are being hurt by all of those people who are up there making all of those decisions, right? So now they want somebody to come and advocate on behalf of them. And so when that person comes to advocate on behalf of them, they'll come out and start preaching about how bad the powerful people are. And they'll talk about how evil they are, how they're here just trying to take your money and trying to take all of your resources, and they just want everything for themselves. They don't care about you. Big pharma out here putting chemicals in your pills and trying to pay doctors to put you on all sorts of medicines and antidepressants and SSRIs so that you're stuck on medicine for the rest of your life. They're trying to get you on painkillers so you get addicted. They're trying to tell your kids that they have ADHD. This is wrong. They're over here transing your fucking kids, okay? We need to stop the fucking We need to stop the big pharma people. All right, cool. Sounds great. What do you want to do? Well, some of the stuff that I said is kind of bullshit. That they're trying to trans your kids, that they're like incentivizing doctors to prescribe you to Adderall, like that there's so many things that come built into this that they just don't have evidence for. If you just want to say, hey, I'm here as your savior, I'm the great populist savior, and so I want to come in and I want to just make things better. And so we're going to go and tell our DOJ and our FDA to look into some of these companies and strengthen regulations on them and make sure that they're, doing what they're supposed to do. And we're going to make sure that penicillin costs come down and like stuff like that. That's great. That's fine. But the first thing is not that. The first thing is not only am I saying I'm going to help you, I am demonizing these other people and telling you a whole bunch of shit about them that's horrible. Well, if you believe that they're actually trying to trans your kids, if you believe that they're actually trying to poison you, if you believe that they're actually trying to hook your kids on a bunch of fucking painkillers and Adderall medication that's practically methamphetamine, if you believe that, there's a whole lot more that you'll believe too. You'll believe that they're sending fucking hitmen out to fucking kill Donald Trump. You'll believe that they're the ones who are, controlling the weather. You'll believe that they're putting, working with the Jews to take out all of the white people in America and immigrate all of these fucking brown people in here to have a bunch of babies and wipe out all the whites. Like, you'll believe a ton more shit than that. And not only will you believe it, but you kind of have to. You kind of have to, because once this person is actually voted and he wins and he becomes the powerful, and now he's up here in the presidency doing his shit. Well, if you guys are asking him, hey, what happened to that thing? Like, what's going on? Like, are you gonna stop them from transing our kids? Yes. I am definitely going to stop them. I wrote an executive order right now. Executive order written, no more transing the kids. All right. What else? Make it so that they can't pay doctors to write Adderall prescriptions. Got it. Good one. Right. No more. Okay. Anything else? Yes, and no. The like better regulations on the fucking painkillers. Make sure that they're not pushing those on young kids and getting them addicted unnecessarily, and have like high standards for when they can prescribe those. Okay, cool, done. All right, now if you turn around and a year, 2 years later, your hero is still in power. He's still in the presidency. But the stats haven't changed. The stats haven't changed. You have to have a reason for why the stats haven't changed, right? So you wrote all these executive orders that stopped all of the things that you said were happening. Well, if it was me, I would have said, no, there's actually just a really high rate of kids with ADHD. That's why they're prescribing ADHD medication at such a high rate. Or if it was me, I would have said, yes, some people need painkillers. It's a sad fact that they are very addictive, but it is the best thing that we have currently for people who have chronic pain. And hopefully we can get really good regulation on this and find the people who are prescribing it unnecessarily to drug dealers so that they can go out and sell it to other people who don't actually need it and getting them addicted. Like, that's what we would do, right? But all of my ideas aren't going to change the numbers of people being prescribed any of these medications. It's not going to change any of it. His ought to change it, because he's saying they're only getting prescribed these medications at such a high rate because of all of those bad things. So if it's based on the bad things, but you got rid of the bad things, yet the prescriptions are still coming in at the same rate, you need a new reason to fight those people. 1. 2, once you get into office and you actually fix a lot of things, that doesn't change anything. If you want to win the next election, you still have to keep your base fired up. How do you keep your base fired up? You still need fucking bad guys. You need bad guys. You have to have bad guys all the fucking time. And maybe there's not always people doing horrific, crazy shit. There's not always people doing something insane that you can go and fire everybody up about. So eventually, you got to kind of stretch things a little bit. And the fact that you've already demonized the powerful, everybody already believes that they are doing horrible shit, that they are just horrible, immoral, evil fucking people, that they will already believe anything about them. They'll believe just about anything that somebody tells them because now they've already bought into the fact that these people are fucking evil. They're baby killers. They're fucking going and doing devil worshipping seances and sacrificing fucking fetuses and shit. It's disgusting. They're doing all sorts of shit now. You'll believe anything about these people because you've already bought into the idea that they are pure evil. They're horrible fucking people. And so now you can use this over and over and over to get people to believe anything you want about them. And it seems to breed this conspiracy theorism. I don't think that you can be a populist demonizing the rich and powerful, demonizing the elites, demonizing the business owners, demonizing big tech and big pharma and all of the institutions. I don't think that you can be a populist demonizing everybody without conspiracy theorism starting to breed within your movements. So stats don't matter either way. Well, no, I'm saying that even if you did have stats, your reasoning was wrong. I can show you a bunch of stats that say that there's a lot of ice cream trucks that were selling ice cream in the 90s. And then I can also show you that the more ice cream trucks were in neighborhoods, the higher murder went up. If I go get rid of all the fucking ice cream trucks and murder rates stay the same, I didn't do anything. But if I blamed fucking ice cream trucks the whole time, now I need a new bad guy to complain about. So just saying stats, no, the stats mattered. The stats were real. They were true. They were selling medicine at those rates. They did prescribe that much. That many kids were being diagnosed with ADHD and not transphobia, gender dysphoria. But they weren't attacking the right thing. It's not because they're evil. It's not because they're a bunch of evil bad guys in the back room smoking cigars and, talking about how much they would love to fucking kill all the poor people while rubbing their hands together and laughing maniacally. But that's the picture that they paint. But they don't look at the stats / believe them anyways. It's just what narrative you paint, no? Hold on. Populists? You're saying populists don't use stats? I don't agree with that at all. I think that Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump and AOC, I think all of these people use stats. They just use them to whatever end they're looking for. I think that they use them to drive a narrative, and they'll go find stats that'll just benefit whatever narrative they're already trying to push. It's not about the stats and getting the actual causal statistics and getting causal reasoning, but it's about just getting stats, right? And so that's what I'm saying is that when the idea is we're fighting against them because they're evil, you aren't ever going to stop that because that's almost never the reasoning. It's not that all the fucking millionaires are evil.
Michael Jones tipped $10. W ice cream trucks.
Michael Jones with the $10 dono. Let's get some W's in chat for Michael Jones. Appreciate it, homie. Who? Mike Jones. Yeah, I never found that song. I need to go back and find that song. I'm almost positive. There's a song that, like, right at the beginning, He goes, who? Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. But it's something about like candy paint, like red candy. It might even be that he might even have featured on somebody else's song and then came in that way. Who? Mike Jones. But I need to find it. I need to find that shit so I can get it there. Every time he donos, it pops up. Who? Mike Jones. Yeah, anyway, so my point is that they just breed conspiracy theorism. So I'm saying, even if they are correct that these things are happening, their blame is on the people being evil, right? And so even if they do like something that they believe is going to fix the issue, it's not going to fix the issue. One, and then even if they did fix the issue, that's not good for them. They need a bad guy. If they don't have a bad guy, they don't have a fucking movement. The whole idea of populism is built on us versus them. It has to be an us versus them in order for the movement to exist whatsoever. It might be a Paul Wall song featuring Mike Jones. They are Houston rappers. I think it is. I think it's a Paul Wall song that's like it's about like candy paint red or something like that. Fuck. But last time we looked into some of these songs, and everybody got annoyed, so I couldn't actually look for it. But I feel like it's. I think it is. I think it's flossing. But I'm not sure. Here's Candy Paint. Yeah, Mike Jones feat Paul Wall Candy Paint. Okay, hold on. Let's check this out.
Candy Paint, baby, in 84. 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 Chill, my girlfriend, she don't want baby.
Jungle Beats, holla at me.
I don't know what the fuck this is, dude. I don't know what the fuck this is, dude. What the fuck is that? I stay flossing in my... Who? Mike Jones.
Mike Jones, and I'ma stay putting it.
That's it. That's the one.
I'm Mike Jones, Mike Jones, Mike Jones, and I'ma stay putting.
Okay, that's it. We got it. We got it. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. We got it. All right. Chill. All right. Also, yes, again, thank you, Mike Jones, for the donation. For everybody who's new here, we do donations. I got to make streaming worth my time. So we have a dono goal. It says tip goal at the bottom of the screen. We normally do $25 for about 3 hours for the first round, 2 hours for the second round, and 2 hours for every round after that. So normally that I do the first 3 hours, I guess free if you want to say it, but I do the first 3 hours. Then by the time I finish those 3 hours, we have to fill up $25 in order to get, we have to hit $25 in order to get the next 3 hours. Then that makes 6 hours. We have to hit $25 to get 2 more hours after that. That makes it 8 hours. But then sometimes I'll continue on, do another 2 hours, makes it 10. Another 2 hours makes it 12. We do this fairly often. I'm kind of a degenerate, so I'll stream a lot. But anyways, the best way to donate is with tips. The link is in the description. Tips make it to where I get all of the money that you send. If you do it through the super chats, I only get 2/3 of it. With tits, I would say tits, but you, Z-King, you and fucking Abaddon would never do it. So I have to say tips so that you and Abaddon are actually like, whoa, what? It tips? Did somebody say tip? But yeah, that's the way that we do the stream. So it'll help fund my butthole cancer. Shit. It's not the Mike Ball. Appreciate the raid, homie. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. Alright. We didn't finish this article just yet. We got a little bit more to go. We're going over an analysis from it's an article written by Vox. It's an analysis by an analyzer. And that's really important. Is when you want to get analysis, you should get it from an analyzer. Analysts? No, it's anal cancer. Yeah, no. But yes, if you guys want to donate, please use the tips link in the description. It is the best way to send donations, and I will count the full donation towards the goal, whereas if you send a super chat, I only count 2/3 of it. But give me just 2 seconds. I will be right back. I gotta run to the restroom. Real quick.
News here in the Capitol. President Trump on day one is set to sign a list of new legislation, including a slew of pardons for tomfoolery. Let's listen in.
This one is for tomfoolery. He looked at a lot of Instagram girls on stream, and the woke mind virus canceled him.
For a pardon. Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get him. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. We're expecting it.
How many viewers do you expect Tom to get tonight?
Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
So glitching and growling are getting commuted, not pardoned?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
There's a streamer who is trying to do an interview, but he can't do the show because there's a raccoon on his bed.
So this one is a really big one.
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Get the raccoon off the bed, please. This is to stop the mainstream media from lying about the fact that Joe Rogan has actually been dead for a long time. The cartoon standing behind me. JSTLK would like to be redeemed as an honest person.
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
You're all under arrest.
This is to get more hot babes and titty streamers on Twitch. Or any platform for that matter. We have a recession of tits and an inflation of bros. Way too many bros.
Sounds reasonable.
It's true.
He's not wrong. Hell yes, I love tits.
Me too. Tits are my favorite.
Okay.
Thank you, President Trump.
This is an acknowledgement that you are senile and are much worse off than Sleepy Joe. You don't even know what I'm saying right now.
Huh?
Poor guy is totally lost.
Mr. President, do you think Tom will continue to be the #1 linguist in the entire world?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Mr. President, can we expect short bus chat back anytime soon?
What does that mean?
Short bus means your dumb followers.
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is an order designating Spicy Chat a domestic terrorist organization and all of the members inside as domestic terrorists.
That's a big one. People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign.
Domestic.
And
Domestic, not foreign.
Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
No, sir. It's domestic terrorists. Did you think they were Mexicans just because it's called Spicy Chat?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted.
President Trump, do you plan on trying to stop pedophiles in our country today?
No.
Why not?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot.
Isn't that suspicious considering your friendship with Jeffrey Epstein?
I was very friendly with him. He liked me, I liked him. But we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
But he's dead, Mr.
I
President.
think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline. Thank you, sir.
President Trump, did you see that Chud Logic deleted all of the logs in his server after revenge porn was passed around in Spicy Chat?
I was a little bit surprised that he did it, because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent. Who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And I helped my reputation.
Do you plan on identifying women in nudes?
Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I wouldn't want to do that, no. I think it makes you look very guilty. The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation, everything, they have nothing because they were guilty as hell. And when you do that, they look very bad, but I was a little surprised he did it.
Quick question, Mr. Smallfingers. How did you feel about Sassafras deleting all of her messages with Tom Foolery in Discord, but then leaking selective parts over the next 6 months?
I mean, she's a lunatic, but she's a nut job. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
This one says that Tom Foolery's show has a massive schlong and Mantis is a very nice lady and isn't crazy at all.
Let's go, boy! You saw it here. Tom Foolery, fully vindicated. Certified by the president. Cannot get any better than that. You cannot get any better than that.
Awesome!
No, that's the wrong button. Yeah, I need to make some more of those. I need to. He does so many fucking. He does so many interviews that I could do. I could do 10 of those a fucking day, dude. LL, gotta get that on the soundboard. Gotta get what? Mike? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you sending all those people over, Mike. We're gonna get into it. But wait, JW, what sound? So the soundboard that I have is this, okay? And everything on it comes on it. Like, it just, I'm not able to update any of this. And so it just does stuff. I sent the right Who Mike Jones song. Wait, you're saying the one that I found was the wrong one? Oh man, new Tom Foolery show controversy. Which is the real Who Mike Jones song? Well, we listened to this one the other day, so is it... I know that they say this in the beginning. Doug Ross with the gifted membership. Let's go. Let's get some W's in chat for Doug Ross. Cheers in chat, everybody. Cheers in chat. Appreciate it. Who got it? Teddy Davis. Teddy seems to always get donut memberships. He is always very lucky when it comes to the donations. So where is it? Howdy Dude was good talking to you on panel on Friday. Chris, the African guy. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, it was nice meeting you. I think I've talked to you before. Am I wrong? I think we talk. Yes, I knew. I kept thinking I know you from somewhere, bro. And now I'm realizing you fucking like went in on me on a fucking Raging Tomato panel once before for over like guns, I think, or some shit like that.
Me in the club and used to try when them 84Ds roll with me and cans when I leave on the low, cause my damn if I was here, damn if I was here, damn if I was here. Want me, damn hot, want me, damn hot, want me, damn hot, want me, damn. Begging me to put on it, the same girls wanna stick out more.
Jen, where is it?
But I ain't got the time to cut like you dog, please. Name ain't nothing.
I'm going to see
Mike ain't see. No, Mike, I can't hold it. Like you dog, please. I'm Mike Jones. Don't act like you don't know. They just want me. Damn hot, they all on me.
Tom, never mind. I was told I was wrong, and Still Sippin' was the right one. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Cause yeah, I got like I got the perfect spot. It's this one. So I don't know if you left to go get it, but this is what I got. That's the one that I got. What up, Mantis? Waking up? Why are you waking up? What is it? Was it 5 a.m. there? What the fuck? What are you doing? Naomi with the 20-month membership said, Naomi is awesome. Mantis is too. Tom is BB and C. Or sorry, B and C. Black and no cock. Fuck, it keeps moving. I was trying to check and see if Chris answered my question. Every time I get to something, it doesn't. Oh, he just said hey to Naomi. Okay, he didn't answer the question. What up, Tats? Alright. Back to the art. Cool. So if you just got here, we're reading an article that is talking to an anal expert about the election and about like which demographics voted the most, which ones didn't vote, which ones switched their vote, because we keep talking about whether or not progressives were the reason that Democrats didn't do very well, or if Democrats just not going out and voting, or progressives just not going out and voting hurt us, or anything like that. So, an anal expert? Yes, that's what they said. It's an anal expert. Like anal leeches expert or something like that. Anal leeches, anal cysts. Something like that. Analysts. That's what it was. It was a voting analyst. How young voters fit into this? Or how do young voters fit into this? In my understanding, young voters shifted significantly against Democrats in 2024. Yeah. So, okay, so what they're doing is they're giving us an entire transcript of their conversation or their interview with the analyst. And so they're going to ask a question in bold letters, and then in regular letters is going to be the anal guy. So $5 gifted in Tom's pocket, correct? Gifted memberships do not go into my pocket, no. So it's gifted memberships. If it's like a $5 membership like the Fools 2, that gives me 2/3 of it. Anything that goes through YouTube, I only get 2/3. If you send it through the tips link in the description, then I get all of it. Unless you use Cash App. No, not Cash App. You can use the tips link. There's a tips link in the description. I get 100% of that. It's like 98%. Yeah. So yeah, so they said, how do young voters fit into this? In my understanding, young voters shifted significantly against Democrats in 2024. The anal guy said, yeah. So this is related to other trends. Young people are more non-white than the overall electorate. What? Young people are more non-white than the overall electorate. What does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? More mixed babies? Yeah, but what does that mean than the overall electorate? They are more politically disengaged than the overall electorate. But the single biggest predictor of swing from 2020 to 2024 is age. Voters under 30 supported Biden by large margins, but Donald Trump probably narrowly won 18 to 29-year-olds. That isn't what the exit polls say, but if you look at our survey data, voter file data, and precinct level data, that's the picture you get. And if you look at people under the age of 25, every single group. Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay, so they're saying the young demographics have more non-white people than any other demographic. Okay, I got it. more than the entire electorate just doesn't make sense. But yes, to say they have the largest percentage, that makes sense. But yeah, to say they have more than the entire electorate, that literally just is a meaningless statement. Okay. But you have to remember, this wasn't typed up. This was him just answering questions verbally. So, but all right, we got 40 minutes left on the timer. And we have $15 into this round. So we got to get $10 more to get the next 2 hours, guys. But yeah, and if you look at people under the age of 25, every single group, white, non-white, male or female, is considerably more conservative than their millennial counterparts. And it even seems that Donald Trump narrowly won non-white 18-year-old men, which is not something that has ever happened in Democratic politics before. So young people are quite a bit more right-wing than they were 4 years ago. And a lot of that is replacement. It's a different set of young people. It turns out people age. Huh. It's interesting. Their data shows that people are getting older. The reporter asked, "What's your sense of why this generation of young people is more conservative than we were? It is about each cohort distinctive formative experiences. In my understanding, political events that transpire during your adolescence and early adulthood can shape your worldview in a durable way."
What state you in 12-pack?
Wait, what does that mean? What state you in 12-pack? I don't know what that means. But thank you for the 20 California dollars. Let's freaking go. 20 California dollars in American dollars is $13. But we'll take it. Yeah, I'm in Georgia. I've heard of the Pac-12, but not the 12-pack. Tom, yeah, bro, it was on Raging Tomato on prostitution. That's right. That was the first time I met you. I was angry that day after having a debate with Furby on guns for hours. Yes, well, I jumped on there because Furby was fucking retarded. And so, yeah, I was jumping on because of how dumb the shit they were saying was. Tom Fuller Show, I did reply, sorry man, my laptop keyboard is fucked. I think you might be a bit behind. Sometimes I hope you don't take it personal. No, I don't take it personal. I don't give a fuck. It's funny. Earlier, we were just going over the panel a little while ago, talking about the fact that there's a point where the what was his name? CT was saying that the white people have spoken more than anybody else. And when he said that, I said, I guarantee if we went and timed how much everybody spoke, I would bet my life the black people spoke more than the white people. One, because even though I probably spoke more than any of the other two white guys, John maybe said 10 words the entire fucking panel. John didn't talk the entire time, okay? Now, I say I spoke more than any of the white people. I probably spoke half as much as Beans. So while I may have spoken more than any of the other white people, I spoke half as much as Beans, and John is the person who spoke the least. So I would guarantee that if you just added up black minutes to white minutes, the black people by far spoke more than us, and especially in the last 2 hours. Especially in the last 2 hours. It was kind of insane that they kept complaining as though the white people were the ones like taking over the fucking panel and not allowing anybody else to talk. It wasn't that we weren't allowing anybody else to talk. It was that every time CT spoke, he spoke for fucking 10 minutes at a time. So there wasn't anything we could do. Like, he wouldn't shut up. It was hard to get him to talk. And then once we got him to talk, he wouldn't shut the fuck up. So. All right. What's your sense of why this generation of young people is more conservative than they were? Is it about each cohort's distinctive formative experiences? In my understanding, political events that transpire during your adolescence and early adulthood can shape your worldview in a durable way. So maybe the millennials generation came of age during the disaster that was George W. Bush's second term, and then associated Democrats with an incredibly charismatic two-term president in Barack Obama, while young Zoomers associated Democrats with COVID and inflation under Biden, or is something else at play? They said, yeah, I think some of that story is true. Yar Jitsa has an incredible paper that shows that people have formative political years, and you can predict a lot of how conservative someone will be from how popular the incumbent president was when they were teenagers or when they were in their 20s. And so I think that's definitely true, and it's definitely part of the story. But I think there's more to the story than that. If you look at the millennials, the millennials were more left-wing in a bunch of countries, Canada, the UK, and Europe. I think that there's a story you can tell. Baby boomers were an incredibly left-wing generation in most places in the world, and millennials were their kids. That makes sense. Because, yeah, boomers grew up during the sexual revolution, and then... yeah, Chris is definitely way behind. Although it might just take a while for the fucking signal to get to Africa. But boomers grew up during the sexual revolution. And so they obviously had a very different type of influence back then. Then on top of that, not just the sexual revolution in general, but then like television had a lot more sex scenes on it, a lot more nudity, movies had a lot more sex scenes, a lot more nudity. The songs were very like explicit and had a lot of sex talk in it and a lot of drugs and, you know, a lot of weed, hippies and shit like that. And so, yeah, it makes sense that their kids turned out to be more left-wing as well. Although I feel like Gen X... I just feel like Gen X was also left-wing because Gen X had like Nirvana and grunge and crap like that, to where it makes sense that they were very like Rage Against the Machine at the time, and the Machine was the Republicans. They were the stiffs in the suits and shit like that. And so, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. That seems a little weird, but okay. But Gen X was really quite a bit more conservative than boomers in most countries. And there's a lot of theories you can make about that. Wait, hold on. Wait, they just said that boomers were more left-wing. But boomers were left-wing when they were younger. Boomers in the last 40 years or 30 years have been very conservative. And so we've gotten a lot of polling that keeps saying that like people are getting more conservative the older that they get. but it's really more that the country continues to progress in a left-wing direction, and the boomers just kind of stay still. Initially they're Democrats, and then everything just keeps going this way to where eventually they're fucking far right. But when I was a kid, we didn't even let the Jews immigrate here. We ain't even let them in. So yeah, it's interesting that they were lefties when they were younger, because they're all so conservative today. And then they say that Gen X was also conservative, so these are the Nirvana grunge people that we were talking about just a little bit ago. So Gen X was really quite a bit more conservative than the boomers in most countries, and there's a lot of theories that you can make about that. Response to the oil shocks, stagflation, neoliberalism, but whatever the reason, Gen X came out more conservative. So I think that part of the story is simply that the current crop of young people had Gen X parents. And in our surveys, if we ask people how democratic you were when your parents were growing up, Zoomers are something like 7% more likely to say, hey, say that they had Republican parents than millennials are. I think what it is that when people are young, they're more likely to go with the group that is more of a rebel, like more of a rebellious group. And Gen X had people like Reagan, and oh shit, I forget who ran against Clinton, but they had guys who were a bit more of like rebels back in the day on the Republican side, and so it makes sense that they would come out as a little bit more conservative. But then later, when we're looking at the 8 years of Bush, now it's the liberals who are the fucking rebels and the ones who are fighting against the culture, and that they're like, yes, in this counterculture sort of movement. And so being a liberal growing up through the Bush years means that this is like where you're set at because of your early life. Then the people who were born after that lived through 8 years of Obama, and so they're the opposite, where they feel like it's going to be the Republicans who are the rebels, and Trump is this, leader of a rebel group that's out here making changes and doing all the crazy shit. So yeah, they feel like rebels. They feel like revolutionaries. That's my theory, but So I think that part of the story is simply the current crop of young people that had Gen X parents. And in our surveys, if we ask people, how democratic were your parents growing up, Zoomers are something like 7% more likely to say they had Republican parents than millennials are. But it's not, but isn't part of the Democrats' problem with younger voters about men specifically? Yeah, there's also this enormous amount of gender polarization. If you look at the gender gap, what just the fraction of the vote Kamala Harris got versus what fraction of the vote Donald Trump got among men and women. For voters over the age of 30, there were about 10% gender gap between men and women. And that's roughly speaking where there's been in American politics for most of the last 20 years. But if you look at voters under the age of 25, the gender gap has doubled in size. Sheesh. And if you look at 18-year-olds specifically, 18-year-old men were 23 percentage points more likely to vote for Donald Trump than 18-year-old women. 23% more likely. Damn. And gender polarization seems to be increasing in other countries as well. How it plays out varies from country to country. In Germany, for example, young women voted in very high numbers for Die Linke, the left-wing party there. So this is something that we've talked a little bit about, is that for a long time, I feel like YouTube has had more older, like mid-range, millennial, Gen X sort of lefties who were leading the charge for Democrats. And so especially when it comes to YouTubers, online people, we're looking at, the TYT people, we're looking at the Majority Report people, we're looking at people like David Pakman, we're looking at Anna Kasparian, and all of these people. They're all older. They're all millennial, Gen X, somewhere in there. But then it's only more recently that there are younger people coming up in politics. Like in political streaming, okay? People like me and Destiny, we're like the old farts here. There's not a whole lot of people that are older than us. There's not many. Like, I can think of a couple, like Counterpoints. I think that's it. Like, Counterpoints might be the only person that's older than Destiny and I. I'm only like a month older than Destiny, so I guess maybe. Yeah, so there's not a whole lot of people that are actually older than us in political streaming. It's just not really a thing. But now all of a sudden, we do have much younger blood coming in, doing their own thing from TikTok, right? So we got people like Parker. We got, I don't know, the kid that just got canceled. I don't know his name. We got a bunch of younger people coming in from TikTok. And then we've got the other kid that we were just talking about a little bit ago that was doing the... I can't remember his name either, but there was the kid who was doing the podcast with the right-wing chick recently. Harry Sisson, yeah, that's the guy who got canceled that I was trying to think of. But anyways, yeah, Dean Withers. Yeah, so all of a sudden there's like 5 or 6 younger guys who are coming up now, who are kind of newer and doing things that, yes, Luke Beasley's the YouTuber I was trying to think of. Yes, thank you. So yeah, so there's all of a sudden younger people who are coming up for liberals, and we didn't really have a whole lot of them. Whereas I feel like Republicans have just tons of new people coming up all the time because they put a lot of work into really targeting younger kids for a really long time. Not just Charlie Kirk and his movement, but the Daily Wire also put a lot of work into going to colleges all the time and speaking at all these universities all over the place. Candace Owens, Turning Point USA is the group that Charlie Kirk worked for. There was a ton of really like hardcore movements working to get college-aged kids into the conservative party, and they did a really good job of it. So they've ended up with a lot more people who are conservative content creators on the internet now. And you can see just so many of them, like people like Brett Cooper, or I don't know, I just had like 5 people on my mind, and now I'm blanking on all of them. But yeah, there's a lot more of the younger conservative kids who seem to pop up a lot faster in that age range. But alright, so yeah, so this is this. A lot of different things. Alright, I'm done with this article. We've been on it for like 5 hours, so. Back then, they didn't want me. Now, they all know me.
she said, I tried to tell him nicely. Did you? Did you? Because I might have missed that part. All right, guys, you get it by now. Look, there's 2 other times that I enforced this rule. One was when Sam Cedar was doing it to Jimmy Dore, and they were both in the network. Sam's show was nominally in the network as part of our YouTube partner group, and that's what we were doing early on. And I was happy and thrilled with all the folks that were in it before. And then we stopped doing that since then. So God bless, no problem with that. And in terms of Sam and others leaving at that point, at different points from that network we were trying to set up. But while they were in the network, I said, Sam, you can disagree with Jimmy all you want. And in fact, I agree with you on the policy you're criticizing him on. But stop doing personal insults. You're doing like personal insult after personal insult. So I talked to him about that. He wouldn't agree. He loved the personal insults. He wanted to keep going. And apparently that's a thing that he does like, and that's what he likes to do every time apparently. And so, okay, that's Sam. But we did enforce it before. And then ironically, the second time we enforced it was against Jimmy Dore when he was doing it to Francesca. And he'd called her an effing liar. And he'd called her, and he said that she was a paid shill, which is a classic go-to move for Jimmy.
So yeah, we were going over earlier that they let go of Francesca from the network, and they played a bunch of clips kind of showing that a lot of the people like Francesca, like the people on Modern Majority Report, a lot of these people have been making really dumb arguments about like trans people in sports and crap like that. And they really are just making the left look really dumb with a lot of the dumb shit that they're saying. And so he's kind of making a point to say that like, yeah, look, these people, they're acting like I'm doing something horrible, but these are the types of arguments that they're making. It was a really good point that he made. But then later he started to try to make it sound like she's attacking him too fervently. In the first like few clips that he played, it just didn't too aggressively. And I feel like the first couple clips that he played, they were kind of bullshit. They weren't that bad. He's kind of overreacting to some of this. But a lot of the other stuff that he played, like there was a clip where she called him a bitch like 5 times. And that is way over the line. We're talking about your boss here. We're talking about somebody that you work for. We're talking about somebody that you work with. I doubt that they would have allowed her to call anybody who works for the network a bitch that many times. Like, no shot. You're not gonna be able to call somebody a bitch that many times without fucking HR coming and having a conversation with you. And she called him a bitch after she called him transphobic and a misogynist. And after she calls him a misogynist, she turns around and calls him a bitch over and over. It was like, what the fuck? Like, how do you call him a misogynist, but then call him a bitch that many times? Like, what you're doing is kind of misogynist. Like, this is wild that you're just doing that big of a 360 here, or a 180. And so, yeah, she called him a bitch over and over, and it was really dumb. Yeah, Doug, appreciate it. And so, yeah, we got a bunch to get into on this topic because it's very, very weird, and we're going to hear what she has to say on this, but this is towards the end of the video here.
Although he misspelled it paid chill, which sounds pretty nice. And I said, Jimmy, you can't do
paid
that.
Chill.
Ironically, he's the only one who actually apologized and said, I won't do it again.
Always make fun of people for misspelling things. Always do it. Always do it. Okay? It is just kind of a necessity. We ought to shame people who misspell words. It's just it's the only way that we're gonna progress as a people.
Again, and he apologized to Francesca. Francesca apparently thought, great, I'm allowed to do this, but no one's allowed to do it to me. Anyway, you guys get it. So I don't, like I said, I want everybody rowing in the same direction because we're trying to build something here. And why do we want to build something? Because we want our movement to be strong. We want our message to get out there. We want to win over those voters because at the bottom line in all of this is eyes on the prize. You've heard me say that year after year after year. What's the prize? The prize, by the way, note to other online hosts, is not more subscribers. The prize is passing bills because those are the only things that affect our voters, our audiences, their actual lives. Let's pass paid family leave. Let's pass Medicare for all, higher wages, etc. And I hope wherever you are on the left-wing spectrum or the middle or wherever you are, I hope that you agree. And I hope that we all work together in trying to pass those bills. So please, eyes on the prize. And so look, I'm gonna show you two charts here for a reason. Some Media Matters did this chart recently. You guys, some of you might have seen it on air. And it has the right-wing shows online in red, and it has.
I do believe him when he says this. Recently, the sharp turn that him and Anna took on a number of issues, including homeless people, violence, and trans people, all came out when there was more polling showing that this is what Democrats wanted. And he took, yes, just very sharp turns on the type of rhetoric that he was using, the type of arguments that he was making, and the types of things that he would say. Because it seems like, yes, he wants to advocate on behalf of people. He wants to get legislation passed that actually represents people, and he thinks, okay, well, if this is what people want, and this is what they're looking for, this is what it is that we need to push for, and this is something we need to make part of our platform. So I totally believe him when he says that, like, the goal is for votes, the goal is for legislation, the goal is not just to get subscribers or to make money, but to actually get politics done. I still think that, like, I disagree with the way he's going about it, but I believe him when he says this sort of thing. I do believe him.
As the left-wing shows online in blue, okay? What we did there, and I hope you can see it, is we put a little bit of a green circle around the TYT show. So the Young Turks is right next to Rogan. We got 12 million subscribers, one of the largest ones in the whole chart. But Rebel Headquarters is also on there. Damage Report is on there. Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie's on there. And when you put them together, that's 18.8 million. And it is one of the largest presence in online media, period. If you include our alumni, people that have been in part of the
Okay, so this is going to make my point from earlier, okay? The Breakfast Club. Wait, what is the Breakfast Club? I thought that was like a black radio show. It is. I would not call this a political show. I would not call this a political show, but okay. Whatever. Dude, this shit is always so hard to swallow. It always gets stuck in my fucking throat. It's all like grain and oats and shit. But it's supposed to be high in fiber, so I have to keep eating this fucking shit. Okay, so this is the point that I was making earlier about, like, left-wing shows, that on the left, they seem to be, like, progressive, like, farther left shows. The Young Turks and the Breakfast Club. So there's Trevor Noah. Okay, he's the biggest, 21.2 million. Okay, Trevor Noah, obviously very, like, far edge progressive for sure. Okay. Then, it's got the Breakfast Club on there. Okay, I think that's weird, but fine. So 11.4 million subscribers. Young Turks, 12 million. I can't read any of these other ones, so never mind. Fuck it. I cannot, I don't, maybe.
TYT network in one way or another.
Maybe if I move this to my other screen, I can read some of these. Okay, yeah, I can read it on this screen. So it's, oh, no, I cannot. Yeah, no. Yeah, I can't read it. Fucking retarded. Let's see. Total following, top right-leaning and left-leaning online shows. Ah, thank you. Let's see. All right, thank you, Ali. So, yeah, we have Trevor Noah, obviously, far left. Then the Young Turks, Brian Tyler Cohen. They have one here that literally just says 1.3 million, and it doesn't even have a name in it. This one's 1.1 million, 2 million. Okay, I guess they just stopped putting names on here. Yeah, there's Hassan. Media's Touch podcast. I don't know what this is. Does anybody know who that is? Media's Touch podcast?
Donald Trump loses 3 times to the 3 law firms.
I've never heard of this.
Ukrainian President Zelensky is showing strength, standing up to Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Zelensky's like, all right, you want to see what a real strong man looks like? You want to see somebody who knows how to actually defend their country and is not afraid to go on the front lines? Bet. No more Mr. Nice Guy. And Zelensky did an interview over the past few days where he's like, and by the way, I predict Putin is going to die soon. Watch this.
It depends, but it also depends on his years. He will die soon. That's a fact, and it will all end. That is, he can settle his matters before he, well, let's say, finishes his completely female voice, well, safe and unsuccessful.
Oh, Midas Touch. Okay. Yeah, every time you guys typed it, I still read Media's every single time any of you said it. I'm like, why do you guys keep saying Media's Touch? I know, I said Media's Touch. What the fuck? So yeah, I don't know who they are, so I can't really say much about them. Indisputable podcast. I don't know who that is either. Pod Save America is here, which I would say is more of like a moderate show, I believe they are, but I've never really watched them before. There's a Majority Report, far left. H3 podcast, moderate. David Pakman, progressive. And then yeah, that's all of them. And then yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen, progressive. Rebel HQ, I don't know about them. This is weird. Yeah, I don't. The Bulwark? No, they're not on here. It's fucking wild, dude. Like, not only are all of the biggest circles right wing, like, you have the biggest left wing circle is Trevor Noah, and you have Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, Full Send, Theo Vaughn, Jordan Peterson, Steven Crowder, Charlie Kirk, all bigger than the biggest left wing one. All bigger than the biggest left wing one. Most of those, I don't know if I would really. The problem is that like a lot of these, like Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, these aren't really right wing shows, but they just do help with right wing politics anyway. So they're not really like right wing political shows, but they do the service as though they were anyway. So yeah. But yeah, these are not so all of those are bigger than the biggest left-wing show. And then you have like 3 times as many right-wing shows as you do left-wing shows on here. There's like 3 times more right-wing shows that are in the millions than there are left-wing shows. Fucking wild. Asmongold made it on there.
Other throughout the years, then we're at 30.1 million subscribers with the way that Media Matters does it. Today, actually, when you include all the platforms that we're on, some of which Media Matters did not count, we have 27 million subscribers. Now, why do I tell you that? Because guys, we're trying to build something. Fox News has dominated discourse in this country for at least 20 years, almost 30 now. And they've made an enormous difference, and I think for the worse, for the much, much worse. We're trying to build a network that makes a difference for the better. But by the way, you don't have to agree with us, and you don't have to say, oh, well, okay, then great, and we should help you and support you. No, you don't have to do that. Build something of your own. Instead of being destructive over and over and over again, how about you be constructive? And you say, hey, Jake, I don't like the way you guys are doing the TYT network. And I see that you've had this huge success, and you've given rise to other progressives that are now having success. And it seems like you helped to build something for our side. Well, you know what, though, these days I don't agree with you. So I'm gonna build something larger. Guess what? I would love that. And whether you build something larger or not, you built, let's say you, instead of building a media company or a media show, you built a platform that actually got Democrats elected, but progressive populist Democrats like Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna, et cetera. And then they got those bills passed. Oh my God, I would love you for it. Please do that. Build something positive. And that's what we're trying to do here, okay? So, and I don't say this just for Francesca, and the reason I'm doing this segment isn't just for her or to explain what's going on. But I do want to be clear with you. It's mainly to tell you what we stand for. Not just the media end of it, not just the host, but as a community. We all have to be open-minded and open-hearted enough to get these things done and push forward. So, look, last thing is, I wish Francesca well. I mean, she said those things, and I get it, we've got bad feelings these days, but all the power to her, okay? If she can convince the country to be on her side on all these issues, even the ones we disagree on, terrific. Try that. Try to make that happen. And no problem, happy to have it. Like she said, good career before, I'm sure she will afterwards. You can go check her out wherever she is. So I don't have hard feelings, I'm not angry, I'm just done with it. I want a positive atmosphere here where we fight for you guys. And we do that in all different ways. So if some hosts have a different idea on how to do it, great, let's have that conversation. We've had that conversations, those debates, those discussions, so we can get to the right answer and so we can help you guys decide what you believe instead of what we believe. So for folks who don't want to be part of that, bless your hearts. Go get them, Tiger, okay? But for folks who think, yeah, that's a great idea, and I'd love to pass the things that are in your populist plan, 6 incredibly popular policies, higher wages, anti-war, et cetera. Get money out of politics. So if we can do that together, whether we disagree on some issues or not, wonderful. But whatever you do, please roll forward. Please be mindful of others that are in this community, care for each other, love each other, and let's try to be positive together. And let's go build something as we always do at TYT. Love you guys, we'll be right back. Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets its wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
Nobody's texting war plans. Well, I noticed this morning, out came something that doesn't look like war plans. And as a matter of fact, they even changed the title to attack plans because they know it's not war plans. There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
Mr. Secretary, how do you square what you said with what your messages show?
Well, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was defiant yet again today as the press asked for him to weigh in on the revelations that were revealed by The Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg, who was accidentally included in a Signal text message group of Trump administration officials who were discussing specifics in regard to an attack on Houthi rebels in Yemen. Now, the latest is Goldberg, who has basically been dealing with attacks from Trump administration officials over his reporting on this, has released some of these text messages, which seem to debunk some of what you heard Pete Hegseth say in that segment, right, Cenk?
Yeah, so I think that there's some really important things in here. Their discussion of Israel was slightly interesting. Their disagreements were interesting. But what's absolutely clear is they totally and utterly needlessly lied. Why not just admit it? So we'll show you how they lied, and we'll talk about what they should have done instead.
Exactly. So incredibly, the Trump administration is also attempting to spin this as a win for the administration, which is pretty incredible. But I'm actually happy to report that I'm seeing a lot of big name Trump supporters on social media who ain't buying it. And I commend them for not buying it, because we shouldn't allow for our preferred politicians to just lie in our faces about a very obvious reality here. So let's get into these screenshots, because the screenshots show, as
Pete Hegseth did a really good job with that sting operation on the Atlantic journalist. Well done. Great job. Really. You really showed him. Really got him. Damn. Embarrassing for the Atlantic. So embarrassing. Sheesh.
You know when you meet someone and they swear that all of their exes were psychos, and then you slowly realize that, oh wait, I'm talking to the person who was the problem in the relationship? Unrelatedly, the Young Turks. And I'm going to make this as brief as possible because there are a million far more important and pressing things going on right now. As you know, actual fascism. But to make it brief, Cenk Uygur, the head of TYT, recently hath forboten me from appearing on any TYT shows because, in part, I said that him capitulating to right-wing framing on many issues meant he was, quote, acting like a bitch. And the truth is, he was, and I'll explain that a little bit later. But first, some backstory. So I have been a contractor at TYT for 10 years now, appearing on all of the shows as a fill-in host, as a guest host during election coverage, on the TYT main show, on the Damage Report, and on Indisputable, along with a lot of other shows.
She didn't have time to find her eyelashes before she started the show.
Always hopped on at the last minute, always helped out in a pinch. I guest host last minute, and yes, I was paid. And if you're watching this and you are a TYT contributor and you are not getting paid, stop going on TYT until you do. I've never been a full-time employee, never got healthcare, never got maternity leave when I had my child. But back in 2018, I was hired for a 6-month contract to pilot a show for $3,000 a month. Then, however, their funding bottomed out and I was let go. And they broke their contract. My reps at the time thought I should sue to get the full 6 months of payment and work that I was owed. But I didn't, because I told them that TYT was good people, and I wanted to maintain my relationship, and I did. That is until things started to turn for TYT politically. And this started happening around the pandemic. Around the pandemic, Anna Kasparian seemed to become focused on the issue of homelessness, especially in a city that I used to call home, which is San Francisco. She had an objectively scary experience with an unhoused person, and in fact, I went back to see when she told her audience about this. And I do remember the day that Anna told the story on air. In fact, I was also on after she told that story, but I didn't hear it at the time. It was within an interview that she was doing with an author by the name of Michael Schellenberger, who had written the book San Francisco, Why Progressives Are Ruining Cities. Instead of focusing on housing market prices, on how homelessness often leads to things like addiction and mental illness, Schellenberger focuses on Democrats who thinks go too easy on the unhoused. I remember that I jumped onto the show right after he got off, after that interview, and the TYT audience was really pissed because they felt like the framing and the platforming of someone like Schellenberger was a disservice to the issue of homelessness.
This is so weird. This is so fucking weird. They're fucking shit. TYT and all of these lefties, all of their shit with the homeless people is so fucking retarded. Where she's saying, instead of focusing on these other things, instead of talking about this, instead of talking about that, how many times have they talked about that shit? I'm sure we could find hundreds of times they've talked about that fucking shit. I'm sure we could find endless amounts of fucking, interviews and points where they focused on housing and drug addiction and mental illnesses with homeless people. I'm sure there's tons of it. It's probably the one time they ever talked about the fact that, you know what? Homeless people are fucking dangerous sometimes. They are. They're fucking dangerous sometimes. They're scary. They have mental illnesses. They can be scary. All right? It doesn't mean you have to demonize them. It doesn't mean you have to stigmatize them. You don't have to talk about them like horrible people. You don't have to dehumanize them. But I don't think that that's what they were doing. I didn't see it. But every time I've heard Anna talk about this, she doesn't seem to be super dehumanizing to the homeless people. She seems to just talk about the fact that, yeah, a screaming homeless person walking around, screaming and yelling at you, it can be scary. It is. I'm sorry. It just is. Like, it is a terrifying thing. And people get anxious in these scenarios. So if you're going to turn around and say, hey, the one time that you didn't talk about this thing, and you instead one time talked about that thing, I'm sorry. That's fucking bullshit. You're retarded.
Mental illness and addiction. Anna apparently took that as the chat downplaying what happened to her rather than how the issues were presented. She's since gone on right-wing shows like Glenn Beck, Piers Morgan, and Jillian Michaels, among others, to retell this story.
It is downplaying her issue. It is. This is like if a woman comes out and says, guys, I was raped by a man. And I've had a lot of anxiety since. I haven't been able to sleep. I don't know whether or not to go to the cops. And I think that a lot of this has to do with, toxic masculinity, patriarchy, and just general problems with the way that we raise men in this country today. It seems to be pervasive, because I'm one of millions of women every year who go through a traumatic experience like this. And then I turn around afterwards and I'm like, instead of talking about the fact that men are having trouble finding girlfriends, that men are in a loneliness epidemic, instead of talking about the fact that women are still in 2025 expecting men to pay for dinner, you're going to go and talk about your own rape and demonize men more and call it toxic masculinity and patriarchy. How fucking insensitive would that sound? How insane would that fucking come off? This is the same thing. These people are insane. They are fucking nut jobs.
And use it as rationale for why she feels the left left her, that maybe she's never been left, why she's politically homeless, or, politically unhoused. Since then, she's gone on to cover critical stories from a right-wing framing, like the alleged takeovers of
Bro, she wrote that down, dude. She fucking wrote that down. She wrote that into her fucking script. That was cringe as fuck, dude. That was so fucking cringe.
Politically homeless, or, politically unhoused.
Oh,
Since then, she's gone on to cover critical stories from a right-wing framing, like the alleged takeovers of buildings by Venezuelan gangs in Aurora, Colorado, like the mentally ill, undocumented man in Los Angeles who was found lighting fires, but who was not responsible for the wildfires themselves in January. Throwing progressive mayors like Brandon Johnson of Chicago under the bus because he listens to teachers too much. Anna's actually really skilled at what she does, so the laziness with which she treats these stories really just stands out all the more. Let me give you some backstory, though, of Anna and my friendship. We've never been close, despite a hike, a dinner, and the time that she generously gave me a gift for my new baby, and then explained to me that she was going to debate Ben Shapiro because, in her words, she, quote, felt she could win over his audience. Two moments with Anna stand out for me in terms of how I've always treated her. In 2016, I was working with AJ Plus, and we were at the RNC. I had just started going on TYT a little bit and meeting everyone. And TYT...
Two moments stand out to me as to how I've treated her.
YT was there and Anna was there, and she was frustrated because she hadn't been booked on many appearances on camera, and instead a panel of men mostly clogged up the day. I stood next to her and told her how annoying that was and just tried to build her up in solidarity. Then in 2019, we went out to lunch in Los Angeles at an awesome spot that she knew of. And Anna confided to me that she was frustrated about leadership at TYT. How she wasn't involved in day-to-day decision-making, and how Cenk viewed her more as a kid sister rather than a co-equal partner. And at the time, she wanted to branch out on her own and do videos on a new channel. I implored her at that moment to stay. I said that it's always women that tend to walk away from organizations, even when they've helped build them up to the point that they're at. I told her to fight for more of a decision-making role and to not walk away. And she did. And it looks like the editorial decisions that we see being made at TYT are in part because she now has the reins. In a way, I'm proud of her, even if I don't like the coverage. In November of last year, in an effort to understand where Anna was coming from,
She was responsible for Anna being in the position that she's in today. Where's the... I've got it's here somewhere. Don't... Hold on. I got it. No, that's not... No, that's not wrong. Yeah. Okay.
and why she was doing what she was doing, I invited her to come on my show, The Bituation Room. She agreed, but also told me that she had a family emergency that sounded bad, and I told her to not worry and that we would find a time in the new year. That week, she went on Glenn Beck's show, and it kind of puzzled me, to be honest. She obviously now is likely not going to come on my show, in part because Cenk did. And I wanted to talk to him about his own very cordial conversations with the right since the election or re-election of Donald Trump, in which he tells various figures, from Charlie Kirk to Patrick Bet-David to Tim Pool to RFK Jr. lover, again, Jillian Michaels, about how he agrees that the left is often cruel and too extreme, saying that at a time where people are literally being disappeared for their political beliefs by this right-wing agenda. Anyone can watch the discussion, I put it in the link below, and it's honestly just a really disturbing portrait of his very with me or against me mentality. I even foreshadowed in the video the idea that he would boot me from TYT one day, and he did. It was also staggering how much he was shadowboxing with me as some kind
I foreshadowed that he was going to boot me one day. I saw it. I saw it coming. And then I went out and called him a fucking bitch over and over and over and over and over and over. And I was right. He did. I knew if I called my boss a bitch 20 times on air that he would eventually fire me. I called it. I knew it.
of stand-in for the max left that has lost their minds. In that video, he laughed at me for suggesting that Trump would create detention camps. After the discussion in December, TYT main show never asked me back on. And then when I made a harmless little video...
Bro, this is 3 weeks ago. This is what I was talking about earlier. She puts up like really fucked up like clickbaity shit about him all the time. This says 3 weeks ago, Cenk sells me out to anti-trans influencer. This is the one where she calls him a bitch. This is
they're
it.
people, right? Like, I guess I just want to, if there are transphobes watching, like, you do know that, like, trans people are people. Like they have feelings, they are bullied, they bleed, they feel bad about themselves, they strive, they train. You know, they're, like, I just wanted to make sure we're, like, we know they're people. You know, Piers Morgan's like, I have a daughter who's about the same age, she's in high school, and if she were trans and came in first, I would want them to boo her. That's the kind of fucking brainworms we're talking about. And speaking of HHS, or just some story. Oh, one time I heard one time an undocumented person killed this woman, therefore every undocumented person should be killed. That's not how I roll. That's not how most progressives should roll. But of course, former advisor Morgan. So this was jank. Same. We've proven this many times over. We are not the same. We don't come from the same cloth. And so I would like you to don't claim you sort of like, well, one of our hosts. I'm not, there's no our. There's no our. This is not a weird you speaking for Anna. You guys are the same person, Tweedledee, Tweedledum type situation, okay? I am a me. You can call me by my name. My name is Francesca.
Even without hormones.
She is so fucking retarded. I hate this bitch, dude.
5-time champions. Nobody fucking cares. Every time the U.S. women's soccer team wins yet another World Cup, we don't talk about it. We don't herald it. We judge them because they, did team are. Do you think like female athletes just aren't good athletes? Because I'm starting to feel like you think, or sexist about it. But the idea that Lionel Messi would score 20, they can't do that. What would it look like as someone who believes women are absolutely capable of boxing? What would it look like as someone who absolutely believes, stop coming, if I bring up these hypotheticals, this is all meant, unless, this is the other option, unless you also are a transphobe. You know what I'm saying? Unless you also are kind of a misogynist. Unless you also were like, yeah, man, men just kind of like can rock on women, you know what I'm saying? Like they strong and like Messi would score 20,000 points. Like this makes no sense. No one is giving you props. No one is giving, this is the same person who told me that as long as they're deporting the criminal undocumenteds, that's all hunky-dory. Laughed in my face about there ever being any kind of detention camps. Hello, Guantanamo. Capitulates to the...
Yeah, I don't think this is true. I think she's lying about this. Hold on.
Men just kind of like can rock on women, you know what I'm saying? Like they strong and like Messi would score 20,000 points. Like this makes no sense. No one is giving you props. No one is giving, this is the same person who told me that as long as they're deporting the criminal undocumenteds, that's all hunky-dory. Laughed in my face about there ever being any kind of
It's bad to deport criminal undocumented immigrants now? What the fuck?
detention camps. Hello, Guantanamo. Capitulates to the right-wing framing that Venezuelan gangs from Trinidad are taking over everywhere and we've got to get rid of them. Meanwhile, they're innocent Venezuelans being held in Guantanamo right now. What has it got you? What did it get you? When you go and fucking share a stage with Dr. fucking Phil, what did it get you? Nothing. You know why? Because you look like a bitch. You know what I'm saying? You look like a bitch. That's what it is. Like, that's just what it comes down to. You don't look like a fighter. You don't look smart. You look like a bitch. That's just the reality. I've tried to tell it to you nicely. I've tried to tell it to you cordially. I've tried to tell it to you on your show, on my show, on every show. And so either you A, are a bitch, or B, you actually agree with the right. And I'm starting to think, in fact, I do think it's the...
She's fucking insane, dude. She is fucking insane. And I prophetically knew that they were gonna fire me for some reason. All right, here we go.
Started making all these rounds on like really like right wing that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse. Okay, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people. Okay,
sure,
if they start at all.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
I'm hiding behind vulnerable communities.
Yes, you are. You're using them as human
standing in front of vulnerable communities.
No,
James,
you're
what
not.
are you doing? What are you doing? in the anti-Iraq war movement. I've been in a lot of organizing spaces. I have been in more organizing spaces, far left spaces, than I have in campaigns, political campaigns, for example. So I know those spaces very well. I know we can often over-police one another. I know we can tear each other's throats out. I absolutely concede that. I do agree with that. At this moment, sad to say, that's not the biggest fish we have to fry. In fact, we are in, again, a moment just before Project 2025 will be implemented, and people like myself,
She says as she's over policing.
people who are on the streets demonstrating for Palestine will be recommended for deportation, among many other things. But of course, I guess maybe I'm using that as a shield. I don't know, according to you. But I did want to ask Cenk before this. I want to ask you about who the establishment is in your mind. Who is the establishment and who is not the establishment?
Great question. So Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, all the corporate Democrats who take corporate do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps.
Okay, yeah, I don't.
They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway.
Yeah, for some reason I could have sworn that she said something about internment camps or something like that. To be fair, this is exactly what's happening. There's been a total lack of due process for several of the deported people, and then they're literally sent to El Salvador labor prison. Oh, trust me, I know you haven't been here, but this is the shit that we've been on every fucking day is this shit. So yeah, we have spent a very long time on these. We've gone over the court hearings, listened to the Supreme Court hearings, listened to the circuit court hearings, read article after article after article on this stuff. It is, yeah, it's been fucking insane. But she mentioned Chinese camps, insinuating the Japanese style camps during World War II. So that's what I thought as well. And that's why when he but he already said, you sound crazy when you say that. When he says you sound crazy, it's before she says anything about the Chinese camp. So I don't we all know that fucking Obama and Biden and Trump and everybody put kids in cages. The idea that this is crazy that they would have fucking deportation camps. What? I don't understand what the thought process is.
Criticize you. They are not. And yet, here you are, Cenk, telling the entire right wing that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? There's deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound.
I can't tell what he's saying.
Mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps?
I don't know what he's saying. Because she's saying that are going to put people in mass deportation camps. She's doing this while she's saying it. So I'm wondering if he's saying they're not going to put you in a camp. You think we're going to get put in camps? You think we're going to get put in camps? Okay. Damn, I can't believe you guys heard that. Everybody said the same thing. I don't hear shit.
In mass deportation camps, they want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people.
Okay, so when he says we're going to get put in camps, he is saying, yeah, you sound crazy because you're acting like regular citizens are going to get put in camps. That is what he's saying. Okay. Because yes, when she goes off, she starts playing this fucking oppression Olympics bullshit where she's like, no, my people are going to go first. And he's like, no, they're not. My people are going to go first. She's like, no, me, my people. He's like, no, you're using them as a shield. You're playing identity politics. My people are going to go first. What are you guys doing, dude? What the fuck is happening?
Want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse. Okay, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people. Okay, if they start at all. So stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
I'm hiding behind vulnerable communities.
Yes, you are. You're using them as human
standing
shields.
in front of vulnerable communities, James.
No, you're
what
not.
are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities.
I'm
the most endangered, Franny.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please, don't help me. Come on, James. This is so sad. That's so sad.
Let's
take it down. Let's simmer down. No. Simmer down. I'm asking. Let me just ask you real honest to God.
You already said 12 things that I need to respond to. Can I respond to them?
No, I want to ask you this one question.
Of course not.
Let's talk about you going.
She's so fucking obnoxious, dude. I can't stand her. Like, even as much as I don't like fucking the shit that he did with like Charlie Kirk, Elon Musk, all these different people. That her like, Elon Musk, oh yeah, that's why you're tweeting at him. I just became misogynistic. I'm just kidding.
Pointing out that yes, there are detention camps. That seemed to be one of the final straws. Personally, Cenk and I were never close. In 2022, I think we went out to lunch and he asked me if I wanted to work with TYT full-time. And it gave me pause. Look, I work with a number of outlets. I am a stand-up comedian. I value my free time, and I have my own show. I wanted time to do those things, but also I'd pay through the nose for things like healthcare, and a little bit of job stability would be amazing. I also know how hard the company works people who work there, and I know how it treated the union drive. I also know how much they deny.
Dude, what is it with TYT and stand-up comedians? What is it with them and stand-up comedians, dude? She's a stand-up comedian. Dave Rubin was a stand-up comedian. The guy that they were talking about earlier, Glenn. I can't remember his name, but the guy who used to talk shit about Anna, saying that she would always pull her skirt up and show her pussy to everybody. Also, failed stand-up comedian. Like, they just rake in the failed stand-up comedians to go and do this shit.
Full-time employees bonuses every year, even when they're delivering millions of views. I know that they're kind of cheap, and Cenk usually doesn't like it when people negotiate with him. So I said, sure, I want to work for TYT full-time, but it depends on the offer, which, by the way, you should always ask for an offer before you pledge loyalty to anyone or any company. An offer never came, because in my view, loyalty wasn't a given. All this to say, I'm not sad to leave TYT behind, especially now, with, of course, the exception of the damage report with John Idarola, who I care about and I think is so talented. But we live in a time of right-wing monsters, authoritarians, and yes, fascists. And anyone capitulating to their framework about human rights, about policing, around militarism, is not serious about liberation or democracy. Please, never watch anyone who can't.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I hate that this fucking bitch is so dumb that she's making me defend Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian right now. I fucking hate this shit. They are some of the biggest losers. They are some of the most, like, disingenuous fucking retards of all time. But the fact that you're going to sit here and say that they're, like, defending authoritarian, fascist, like, shit that Trump is doing, I haven't heard them do that. I haven't heard them do that at all. I have heard And I get a little oddly defensive of Trump. I have heard that. That is weird as fuck. But not when it comes to this shit. I haven't heard it when it comes to this. Not when it comes to, like, I don't feel like that's true when it comes to the deportations. I don't feel like that's true when it comes to the Alien Enemies Act. I don't feel like that's been true. Now, I'll admit, I don't ever watch these fucks because they're retarded. But let's see.
A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's move to essentially carry out immigration raids at places of worship, something that was announced early on in Trump's second term. In fact, a day after he was inaugurated, the Trump administration rescinded a Biden-era directive that prevented immigration enforcement in places of worship. However, there was a lawsuit filed by Democracy Forward in regard to that Department of Homeland Security guidance and announcement that they would be doing immigration raids at places of worship, and a federal judge has sided with the plaintiffs in this case. They're arguing that, look, allowing federal agents to indiscriminately target migrants is in violation of religious freedom and expression rights. And in this case, the judge agreed. So let's hear from Theodore Chang. That is the U.S. District Judge who blocked DHS on this matter. Here's what he had to say in his decision. Armed law enforcement officers operating in or at places of worship pursuant to the 2025 policy will adversely affect the ability of Quakers and Sikhs to follow their religious beliefs or worship freely. He also argues that given that each of plaintiffs has religious beliefs that cause them to welcome and serve immigrants, has significant immigrant membership or operates in communities with significant immigrant populations, and has not disavowed that they will continue to serve immigrants both with and without legal status, it is reasonable to expect the Department of Homeland Security will direct immigration enforcement toward plaintiffs specifically. And so the judge added that although the plaintiffs each had different religious views, that didn't really matter in this case because all were in agreement that being welcoming to immigrants was a central part of their faith, central part of the practice of their faith.
Yeah, so I totally agree with this. And so I'm curious whether you were gonna think that my view is extreme. I think that even if they have criminals in the church or religious building, that the cops should not go in. And so, look, I believe that we should not do mass deportations. I love when religious organizations protect immigrants that didn't do anything wrong. I do believe we should send.
So obviously, Cenk isn't taking this position.
Criminal undocumented immigrants back, but. And I'm an atheist, so I've got no dog in that fight of between the religions and stuff. But I believe in the United States Constitution, and we protect religious freedom in these parts. And so if your religion says that you have to be welcoming to immigrants and you protect those immigrants, I think the government should have a thou shalt not pass at the door of the church, the temple, etc. And by the way, if you're a Christian, there is endless quotes in the Bible about Jesus and God being in favor of immigrants, often referred to as strangers. Like, I'll give you one, but there's so many. Deuteronomy 10:19 said, "You shall also love the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt." So that is a core tenet of Christianity, let alone all the other religions. So, you could say, hey, yeah, but I don't agree with that in terms of policy here in America, no problem. But when religious leaders do want to protect people based on their religious faith and beliefs, we've got to let them do that here in America.
Yeah, look, I'm also not a believer in institutions of religion, right? Like anyway. But my point is that religious liberty is an important part of this country, and I deeply respect the religious people of faith in this country and want to protect their ability to practice their faith. And so I think that this argument is a good argument to bring forward in regard to how what DHS is intending to do is wrong.
I wouldn't even agree with this, dude. I wouldn't even agree with this. That like, if you're housing illegal immigrants to try to evade the law, that the cops are not allowed to go in and grab them. Like, I don't care if they're at a fucking church. Why does that make a difference to me? Like, if somebody does something illegal, you arrest them wherever they are. I don't give a fuck. Like, this is, I wouldn't even go this far. So yeah, the fact that like she's acting like they would be in favor of this shit is a bit retarded. But yeah, I haven't seen anything. I saw JW. You are correct. They're like, yeah, they do a lot of both sidesing on this shit, and it's kind of annoying. But the way she's framing this is just so disingenuous.
Can't admit when they're wrong. Never watch anyone who tells you that their strategy is right and that they are the way, the truth, the light. Never listen to anyone who doesn't have a sense of humor when they are acting like a bitch. I am one person with a scrappy YouTube channel who pieces together my annual living. I have a fraction of the following of TYT, which is a $1 million media company. The idea that they choose to focus on me or other leftist creators in their field is honestly really disheartening. And
here she goes again, dude. She's doing it again. She's doing the focus thing again. Why are you focusing on making this video when you could be feeding starving children in Africa? What is wrong with you? How disgusting. Fucking this woman. Ugh, I can't believe it. All of the kids that died because she made this video. As a former TYT fan, thank you. You've outgrown TYT. Being banned at TYT is a badge of honor. I had noticed the shift in TYT quite a while ago. I was homeless when I was 10. My mom had cancer. I appreciate you fighting for what's right, even while other leftists are craving the fascists. Or sorry, caving to the fascists. I'm just watching the damage report because of John Landarola? Ladarola? I don't know what that is. And you, kudos for raising this. $100 dono. Damn. Thanks for being a badass with principles. Skipped on TYT when I heard Anna bitch about young people needing to buckle up and work harder and not whine about imposter syndrome or depression. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Kasparian has gone nuts. Stepped away from TYT long ago. The Vanguard has your back. Damn, dude. I'm actually blown away that the comments are this fucking positive. This is insane. Is there anybody here who agrees with this shit? Is there anybody here who thinks that this makes sense? Like, this is fucking, like, having an issue with TYT right now totally makes sense. I have issues with TYT, and I've always fucking hated them, and I think that they've just gotten worse over the last 3 months, but this is just fucking stupid. Michael Brooks was the reason that Anna became a socialist in the first place. What? When the Anna was never a socialist. She was never a socialist. This person's making this shit up. And without Michael's influence since 2020, it's been a steady decline for Anna and TYT. We need to understand the work Michael was doing to organize the online left. It's the most important work for improving the timeline we're on. Michael Brooks, you understand, Cenk Uygur has done the most for organizing the online left. Again, as much as I hate this fucking guy, he has done the most for organizing the online left. He has. He has the Progressive Pact the Progressive Pact with Kyle Kalinske and other big online content creators. He hosts tons of other online shows under the TYT label. He has been the biggest coalition builder for online progressives. This is insane. All right. I cannot believe this. Okay, let's go to newest. Let's see. There's 11,700 comments. Okay, so let's try newest. Unsubscribe TYT. Thank God you're out of TYT. You do what's right for you. The almighty YouTube algorithm finally offered my first opportunity to visit the Bituation Room, and yo, I immediately subscribed. I agree. Good luck. Your channel is... For me, I'm done with TNT. I see this on shows from TYT, throwing libs under the bus before the election. Not interested in TYT. I'm surprised you didn't leave on your own. I used to watch them. You're too good for TYT. Main TYT really fell off. OnlyFans coming soon. Okay. All right, not good. That's not funny. You're a lion working for sheep. Their loss. I rarely watch TYT, and Jank often makes me change the channel. The damage report pretty much is the only sane part of their channel. The only way to move forward is to try to work with the right wing in some ways and find common ground. Okay, whatever. Used to be a TYT member. Jank gives serious Harvey Weinstein vibes. Damn, dude. My sister and I quit watching long ago. Still unreal to me that Jank... What the fuck, dude? I'm sorry, but why air out dirty laundry? I get you don't agree with Jank. I do. I don't either. But continuing drama... I get really annoyed with people when talking about drama. There was somebody recently who just started watching for a little while. And I mean complaining about drama. I mean people who come and complain about drama. I had somebody who started watching me for a little bit. And I put out a video where at the beginning of it, it was me talking to Philly. And we were talking about the fact that what's his name? The guy from H3 podcast, Ethan. That Ethan and Denims were getting into it and their differences, and then like what it was that they were accusing Hassan of, whether or not he was anti-Semitic, and then we got into a debate about Israel-Palestine for like the majority of it. Okay, it was like 30 minutes of like, you know, a little bit of drama, and then about 2 hours of Israel-Palestine. This guy made it about 15 minutes in of us talking about whether or not what like these people calling child services on Ethan to try to get his kids taken away was wrong. And this guy in the chat says, "Wow, Tom, I'm disappointed that you're covering drama. I was excited to watch this channel, but now I realize you do things that are beneath you. I'm done here." And I haven't seen him again. Haven't seen him again. One, talking about who is or isn't anti-Semitic is like definitely political. That's politics. That's part of politics. Like anti-Semitism is like a very political label, and this is like, yeah, social politics. Two, we're talking about politics, like political content creators, when we're talking about Denims, Ethan Klein, and Hassan Piker. Dude, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but the fucking thunder here is wild right now. But three, that I do philosophy as well. We do a lot of philosophy, and we're going to talk about like concepts. We're going to talk about like ethics. We're going to talk about what's right and wrong. We're going to talk about the way to do shit. The fact that like this guy couldn't sit through 15 minutes of us talking about anti-Semitism, or whether or not it's okay to call defects on someone, when we move on to 2 hours of an Israel-Palestine debate right after that. But the 15 minutes of that was just so like horrible to engage in drama. Then I think I don't think you know. I don't think you understand this shit. Like, I don't think you understand politics at that point. If you think that like a conversation like that is just so beneath you, then yeah, I don't think you're ever actually having real political conversations. If that's the case, I don't get it. Okay.
And very revealing. Look, I wish the best for the people of TYT, but as for the main hosts, I kind of just wish them peace, because it's been a long, long road with many skeletons in many closets. And honestly, I don't think they know where that road is going. And it's going to be really sad when they respond to this video.
I don't know what went on at TYT, you know, over the 10 years that
Francesca was a contractor.
Francesca was
No benefits,
a
yeah.
contractor there. I do know, only because I have firsthand experience about it, that Cenk was completely lying in his characterization of what went on with he and I. I mean, I sort of couldn't quite make out exactly what he was saying. But I will be absolutely clear about this. Cenk and I, in October of 2016, went and had a drink at the Tord conference that I would go to. And in Las Vegas, he invited me for a drink because he wanted to ask me, and this is specifically said, what can I do? And I should say at that time, the TYT liked to pretend like it was some type of network, that it was not a network. We basically had we were basically TYT's client. And for, I think it was 20% of our YouTube revenue, they would do all the optimization. We were too small of an operation to do it. And so they would do it. And occasionally they'd put our stuff on their Facebook page or something. And Cenk came to me and he said, but he wasn't my employee. He wasn't employer or employee or any of it. And Cenk came to me and said, what can I do to tamp down this feud with Jimmy Dore? And I was like, fire him, because his politics suck. And I think Cenk accused me of wanting to call him names. I had a problem with Jimmy Dore on his TYT show saying it didn't matter if Peter Thiel was on the Supreme Court. And then subsequently, when I invited him on to discuss it I was very measured about it until he started acting like a jackass. I said, hey, dude, we could end up with Donald Trump appointing 3 Supreme Court justices.
Yeah.
And Jimmy's response was, oh, we could also have the moon fall into Lake Michigan.
You're trying to manipulate me with fear.
Exactly.
Right. And I think Roe v. Wade was also the subject, and that was basically him saying that it's more likely that the moon falls into Lake Michigan than Roe v. Wade gets overturned, and look what happened.
That was back in the day when he acknowledged 3 Supreme Court justices as a bad thing.
Right. Yes. I mean, sort of.
People used to say that shit to me all the time. They used to always say, Roe v. Wade's never going to get overturned. That's so dumb. Like, people, why even talk about abortion? I'm like, I don't think you have a clue what you're talking about, bro. I don't think you have any idea what you're talking about, because it is not that far off to think that would happen. Especially with the fact that it just was bad law. Like, it just was bad law in and of itself. So even just the fact that it is bad law and was just an odd decision in and of itself didn't make a whole lot of sense. That alone made it very likely that it would get overturned at some point. And yeah, I was always just kind of blown away by the people who are like, oh, it's such a waste of time. Why ever talk about this? It's never going to get overturned. It's already been decided. Like, it's over. Like, I don't think you realize how big of a deal this issue is. Yeah, I didn't understand it was silly law either back then. Most people didn't. And I'll say, I feel like today, even I would say most like progressives and like Democrats still today probably don't know how bad like Roe v. Wade was. As far as like constitutional law, it was truly a ridiculous law. Like it was just a ridiculous decision. And the problem is that they literally could have made the same exact decision under a equal rights clause to come to the same exact conclusion. Like the fact that they made a decision about privacy when there's nothing about privacy like in the Constitution to that extent. And we do undermine privacy in similar types of scenarios legally all the time. To the point that, yeah, it just, especially when it comes to like life or death scenarios, we always do this sort of thing. And it was just such a weird decision. It's so strange. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg like said at the time, yeah, this is kind of weird. We should not have done this under privacy, guys. This is a bad decision. Like, this is really bad case law. I don't know why we did this. But yeah.
Sort of vaguely. And that was it. Cenk wasn't reprimanding me, because if Cenk had tried to reprimand me, I would have told him to eat my arse.
Right.
There was no reprimanding. I don't remember when we left TYT, but it was basically when we decided, like, I don't need them to optimize anymore. It wasn't because he fired me, because I was calling Jimmy Dore, I didn't even catch that, garbage or whatever it was. They were upset when we left, because we were just paying them money for stuff that we didn't need to really do. And so that was it. And, listen, Cenk is upset because he got 20 million from, Katzenberg, and he'd gotten a couple of million before then from Buddy Roemer.
And who knows how much Polymarket paid.
Well,
yeah.
But I'm saying he got all this money invested, right, and they blew it. They blew all the money. They didn't know what they were doing. Cenk at the time was desperate to be seen. He kept saying, like, he wanted to be on in airports. And I'm like, dude, you got the biggest YouTube channel. That's going to be the future. And so
yeah, I think they wanted to be on television. And it's actually interesting because I don't think that they ever got a television deal, but Majority Report did. And so the Majority Report, it's always seemed weird that they do a bunch of things based on timing, and well, now we have to go to the fun half, and now we have to do this, now it's time for this. And it always seemed weird until I found out that they are on a television network as well. And so they are they do just have to abide by like a bunch of timing standards. But I don't think TYT ever made it onto an actual network. What network is this? This is the Majority Report.
He was very aspirational about his business. That's fine. I'm very much like a thousand flowers bloom.
Absolutely.
But the idea that he's talking about, like, somehow he doesn't like to get into name calling. He, a month and a half ago, was calling me all sorts of names. Now,
low-rank grifter?
Frankly, I don't care.
Right.
Apparently, he's very sensitive to being called, but we're going to do something here on the program right now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's not what he said. He said that he said the only other time that he's let somebody go was in the Jimmy Dore scenario, because Sam Cedar didn't. I keep forgetting his name. What was the guy's name? I keep wanting to call him like Glenn Greenwald or something like that, but that was Jimmy Dore. That's right. So Jimmy Dore, again, another failed comedian. Worked for TYT. Jimmy Dore. He said that Sam disagreed with Jimmy's politics, and so he asked him. He said, "Hey, you can keep like disagreeing with him on politics, but you can't call him names. Like, you got to stop with the insults. And Sam really liked the insults. He just had to insult him, and so he kept insulting him, and so we had to let him go. So yes, Sam is now saying that that's a lie because initially I was thinking, well, you may not know why he let you go. Like, you may not know the reason, so you may have been given a reason, but that doesn't mean that you have the right reason. But no, Sam's saying, no, they didn't let us go. We let them go.
I would like everyone in this office, you can do it off mic, to call me a bitch, and let's see what happens.
Wait, can I just wait? Are you going to remove me from the show?
Well, I guess we'll find out.
You're a bitch.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
This is dumb, dude. This is dumb. I'm sorry. This is fucking stupid. It is. It's not ridiculous to remove somebody from your network if they are continuously calling you a bitch. And on top of that, as big as TYT is, they might actually have fucking no, not that they might. They do. They do have HR reps that work there. They have fucking HR for the company. The fact that like you can go and be like, hey, there's other employees for this company that keep calling me a bitch, and this is a misogynistic term or a misandrist term, and this is stupid. It makes sense that they would get rid of somebody for this sort of thing. It is over the line. The way that she did it was over the line, and it's especially when you're talking about your boss. Like, you're creating like a very toxic work environment for that sort of shit, because she still had to go to the studio and work in the studio with other people who worked for TYT. So to act like, I thought it was funny anyways. I mean, sure, yeah, I think this bit is funny from them, but they're just too childish to actually admit that, like, obviously it makes sense to let somebody go for stuff like this.
This is so contrary to the community we're trying to build here. Matt?
I'm supposed to insult you?
Yeah.
You stutter a lot.
No, you're supposed to call him a bitch.
Whoa, that one cuts a little close to the bone, buddy.
Use a bad word.
Listen,
asshole.
Listen, take it easy.
I see up in here.
The point is that that Jake is looking for everyone to blame but himself for his current predicament over there. And we held off for a long time and took a lot of criticism for not critiquing what was going on over there. Because largely, I'm not that interested in policing people. But some of
So this was Jenk kept saying that Sam Cedar called him a grifter. And afterwards, Sam was like, I never called him a grifter. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know where he's getting that from. We looked it up and we searched the entire channel for the word grifter and Jank, and I couldn't find it. Now, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong because this happened a long time ago, so this is like 6 months ago, so I'm not positive, but I believe he did say something remotely close to it where he said something like, he's cozying up to the right where there's a lot more money or something like that. He might have, if I remember correctly, I could be totally wrong, but I think he might have said something to that degree to where it's not the same as calling somebody a grifter, but I could to some extent understand why Jank maybe felt that was the implication.
the stuff they started to do was really, really bad. And so that's what we started addressing it, and they're lighting themselves on fire over there, and that's all well and good. But they should do it in a way where they're not telling lies that are easily debunked. Now, just because there seems to be a desire to sort of like have all the things out. I just want to tell one other story because Jake and I didn't have a tremendous amount.
Well, what are the things that are easily debunked? Because he didn't debunk the thing that he said earlier was a lie. I'm not saying that Cenk is right, but I'm saying he didn't debunk it just by saying, nope, wrong. Like, that's not, I wouldn't call that a debunk. Like, I debunked it because I disagreed with him. Is that a debunk now? Is that all it takes? Fuck.
Of interaction over the years. I've known him since he was on Air America. And I filled in a couple of times, I think, on TYT, 15 years ago or something like that. The one thing that I really struck me in the one sort of like behind the scenes interaction I had with Cenk was at one point, and I had looked it up when, I don't know when exactly this happened. It was during, I think, the first Trump administration. I could look it up again in the emails. I was invited to a meeting with some of like the Google, or I think it was Google, government liaison people. You think is here, but it's interesting. They're just from an Errol Morris film.
Okay.
Everybody.
What the fuck?
Thanks for coming. What do you think of my hat? All right, I'm gonna sign the hat and I'm gonna throw it out.
Why is he wearing a cheese on top of his head? Does anybody know why he's wearing a block of cheese? Is he in Wisconsin? Oh, okay, yeah, he's in Wisconsin. Okay, yeah, cheese heads. Okay, I got it. Okay. Alright, that's not as lame. That's normal. That makes sense. Okay. I was hoping that it was something like that. I was hoping this has something to do with fucking like Wisconsin or some shit like that, because this is gonna be weird if not. Bro, Joe, that's what I was thinking. Joe, that's literally what I was thinking. My first thought was like, wait, is this fucking Daniel? Is this the one fucking Daniel kid from town who thinks the moon is made of cheese, dude? Great throw, Elon. Majestic. Majestic.
All right, I love you guys
bro.
too. Thank you for coming out in support of this very important Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. It's actually something that I think it's one of those things that may seem like it's obviously important in the state of Wisconsin, but I think it could actually be important for the country as well, and maybe for the world. So the House majority right now is razor thin. It's really just a few seats, and if the Supreme Court is able to redraw the districts, they will gerrymander the districts and deprive Wisconsin.
Yeah, I like the jacket too.
Of 2 House seats on the Republican side. Yeah, exactly. The result of that could be that the House switches to a Democratic House. Yes, indeed. and then they will try to stop all of the government reforms that we're doing, and we're getting done for you, the American people. So,
Y'all getting impeached.
So the reforms that
Yes, if the Democrats get into Congress, then the reforms will stop. It's not like, it's not like all of these court battles and decisions have already stopped us at every turn. No. That's when it would stop. Is only when the Democrats get into office. Yeah, no. Y'all make sure you get out and vote in the midterms. Seriously, time to impeach these fucks. This has been 3 months too long for this fucking shit. There's some elections coming up in a few states. We gotta get these people in. Thankfully, Trump filled up his cabinet with a bunch of people from Congress, so we've got some spots to fill. Make sure you vote.
that we're getting done in D.C., thanks to President Trump and his great team, are really profound. Really, the goal is very simple. It's to restore merit and freedom. So that's what it comes down to. So America is the land of freedom and opportunity. So we want to restore individual freedoms, freedom of speech, just in general, get the government off your back.
This has been like the most anti-free speech regime in my fucking lifetime. This is insane that these guys are supposed to be free speech. Give me a break. On top of that, Elon just took over Twitter and fucking ended free speech on that platform. This guy has been the most anti-free speech social media owner ever. Like, Jack Dorsey, as much as they complained about that guy, was 1 billion times more free speech than Elon is. Elon has been horrific when it comes to free speech. No shot.
And then make sure that you succeed in the United States as a function of your hard work and your talent, and nothing else. So these are really noble and important principles, and also, and I'll talk more about this, all night really, as long as you guys want to hear about it. But as you may have seen with stuff that we've posted on the Doge.gov website and the Doge handle on the X platform, there is a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the federal government. Like, shocking, really. It's insane. Yeah, it's really wild. So, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience. Give my regards to George. Say hi to George from me. USA, 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 USA. Yep. It was inevitable. I was waiting for that one. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys. Isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? Isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy, and yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me? I'm like,
they're doing it in a very empathetic way, though. It's the most empathetic violence you've ever seen in your life.
Like, guys, you know, this is insane. Like, they're gone psycho. I mean, it's really, like, I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to buy a product. Yeah, it's up to you. It's a free country, you know, but you don't have to burn it down. Okay? But much. That's somebody else's car. Leave it alone. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so, man, the derangement level on the left is just like, it's blown my mind, frankly. I mean, I'm like, what is going on? They've just lost it next level. I'm like, it's like, whoa. And I sort of wonder
It's
what's,
like, whoa.
you know, the legacy media is in part to blame for this, and maybe primarily to blame for this, because, you know, it's really terrible. It's like, if they keep calling, you know, they've obviously called President Trump every name in the book. You know, I think there was one article that called the president.
They've called Trump every name in the book. There's very few names that they have for Trump, but Trump has a million names for literally everybody else. Trump is the king of calling people every name in the book. Give me a break.
Worse than Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined. And I'm like, actually, President Trump's not killed anyone. In fact, he's...
Who said that? Who said that? Who said it? Who? Who did he give a name? Who said it?
In the book, you know, I think there was one article that called the president worse than Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined.
Who? What article? What article was this? I'm so sure that that's real. I'm so sure that that's real. I bet you anything we're going to keep hearing that repeated now. We're going to hear that repeated.
I'm like, actually, President Trump's not killed anyone. In fact, he's very good at stopping wars, not starting them. So, you know, we're really very different. Maybe we need to add some more history lessons back in schools. Because I don't know if people understand, you know, what the difference... Do they know what Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin did? It seems they don't. I mean, it's just...
This is the most
indicative
awkward
of the
speech ever.
Poor quality of education pushed by the National Department of Education.
You can tell Trump's team went and wrote this speech for him. But this is rough. This is rough delivery.
So, you know, that's why we want to restore freedom to the states, let the states decide on the educational agenda and not have something pushed by a bunch of neo-Marxists in D.C.
Neo-Marxists in D.C. You know what's weird? He literally dated a Marxist. This guy unironically dated a Marxist. Or I think he was married to a Marxist. What was that girl's name? He was, yeah, Grimes. Yes. Yeah, weren't they even married? Like, how does he still, I don't know. I mean, I was going to say, how does he still not know what a Marxist is? But I don't know. Grimes even knew what the fuck a Marxist was. She just took a lot of pictures of her sitting around reading the Communist Manifesto. I'm not even kidding. Not even kidding. She unironically would like post pictures of herself like sitting out in sundresses outside up against a fence, just casually reading the Communist Manifesto. Fucking retarded, dude.
I mean, it is astounding how much anti-American propaganda is pushed on kids today in schools. It's mind-blowing.
True,
it's
Rain
like, what
Wizard.
the hell's going on, you know? So, anyway. But on a more positive note, we have this petition, you know, sort of against activist judges, because judges should be simply
against activist judges, bro. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. These people are so dumb. This country is fucking done, dude. We're wasted. We're fucking wasted. That's it. This is the part of GTA where it zooms out. We're laying there with our fucking head all bashed in on the sidewalk.
Interpreting the law, not making the law.
Because those are totally separate things, dude. Just completely separate things. You know, it's not as if once you interpret the law and you set precedent on that law, that now changes the way that it's interpreted in the future.
So, in appreciation for the support of people in signing this petition against activist judges, we just want judges to be judges, you know, which is a reasonable thing to ask for. We're obviously seeing like some crazy stuff in DC where you know, it seems like it's like any federal judge can stop any action by the president, of the United States. This is insane. Like this has got to stop. It's got to stop at the federal level and at the state level.
Bro, he did not take his fucking autism pills today. What the fuck? This is... I feel like this is worse than I've ever heard him.
But let me first hand out 2 $1 million checks in appreciation.
I was about to say, bro, there's no way he's about to, like, hand out money for signing a fucking petition. There's no fucking way. If you hand out money to sign a petition, how does that petition not immediately become just completely null and void? It means literally nothing now. As soon as he says something like that, even if he doesn't actually pay, he doesn't even have to pay. Just the fact that, like, people, when they sign a petition, the whole point of signing the petition is supposed to be that they signed it because they believe in the thing. That's what the petition is for you to say, I believe in this thing, and I'm putting myself down as someone who believes in it. But if you're offering any sort of incentive to sign the thing, it takes away all of the fucking credibility of the petition. That entire petition is complete shit just because he said that. He doesn't even have to give the money out. Just incentivizing people to sign this when they may not believe in the thing that they're signing for now. They just might be doing it just because of the incentive. We can now just assume all of them signed it just for the incentive. Everybody only signed it for the incentive.
Okay, so the first check goes to Nicholas Jacobs. All right. Now, I should say that the reason, the reason for the checks is that it's really just to get attention. It's like we need to get attention. And
didn't hear you complaining when you got your Soros checks to start streaming. Yeah, true. We're really doing big work over here with fucking, what are we at? 20 viewers. Big time.
And it's somewhat inevitably, when I do these things, the sort of, it causes the legacy media to, like, kind of lose their minds.
and then they'll run it on every news channel, and I'm like, I couldn't pay them it would cost like 10 times more, or you know, to get the kind of coverage that we get. So, all right.
It's crazy that it's now an insult that you can't pay the fucking liberal media to cover the shit that you want them to cover. Really got them there, bro. You really got them there. You can't just pay them to cover the stuff that I want them to cover, dude. It's so weird.
All right.
Of course, a 15-year-old one.
I guess take it if you want. I think we'll get you a real one too. So, and then the second one is to Ekaterina Diesler. Let's see. Hopefully here. So, well, and you know, like I said, this is just helpful for getting attention, and then like it's kind of fun to see the legacy media lose their minds over it too. So, love you too. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
let's
see. Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations. All right.
All right. So.
All right. Congratulations.
All right.
So. All right. So
all right.
we're also going to be announcing. We are announcing now a program, sort of a Get Out the Vote program. That's the webpage should be going live, I think around now, which is at the America PAC website, or just go to the America PAC X account. And the single biggest challenge, I think, is actually just making people aware that there is this very important election. And there's both the very important election for Judge Schimmel, as well as the deciding on adding voter ID to the Wisconsin Constitution, which is very, very important. So it's quite shocking that I mean, you can sort of tell where voter fraud is happening, where they ban ID, you know? Like, why would you ban ID? Like, in New York and California, it's, like, illegal to show ID at an election. Well, I can't imagine why that would be the case.
They literally have no idea how these elections work. They have absolutely no idea how these elections work. It's so frustrating. I jumped on a panel the other day just trying to explain to these people how elections work, because I told you guys the other day that I was jumping onto a panel before I jumped on stream to have it ready by the time I got on, so that I didn't have to wait to get accepted, and that I got kicked off before the stream even started. And that's one of the things, is that I jumped on because they were all saying that the libs don't have voter ID so that they can let illegal immigrants vote, and that they have proof of this. And so I was like, okay, I jumped on and I said, so there's no evidence to anything that you just said. I'm 100% positive of that. But they're like, no, there is. They don't have voter ID in those states. And I was like, well, when you say voter ID, do you mean that they don't use IDs for voters at all? And he's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not verifying their votes with their IDs. I was like, yeah, that's not true though. That is objectively not true. He's like, yes, it is. That's why it's called voter ID. No, it's not. Voter ID means you show your ID when you walk up. He's like, yeah, that's what I said. It's like, no, it's not. I just asked you if you think that means they don't show their IDs at all. And you just said, yes. He's like, well, what are you going to show it? Like a year later? It's like, no, you show it when you go and register to vote. You go and register to vote. They will use your ID to allow you to register to vote. Then, when you register, sometimes they'll give you a code in some states where you have to use the code in order to vote later. In some places, they will print your signature off of your ID. And then when you go to vote, you have to sign your vote. And then they will match your signature to your ID. Or they'll have you sign a new signature on your voter registration. And at your voter registration, they will match your voter registration, your vote signature to your voter registration signature. And that was verified with your ID. So all of these use IDs. Everybody uses a fucking ID. All of them across the board, they all use IDs. And they kept arguing with me, just saying that that wasn't true. But eventually I was like, okay, but you're saying that they did use this to allow illegal immigrants to vote. So where did this happen? They're like, in Pennsylvania, in Mike Wall's district. They made it so that they could let illegal immigrants vote. And I was like, but that's not true. All they did was just add them to the voter registration, but they weren't allowed to vote. And they were like, whoa, how do you stop them from voting? And I was like, because they like somebody deleted a bunch of people on accident and they didn't know who they deleted. So they had to then just take everybody and add them onto the voter registration. And this was decided by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And so once they added them, they were then still verifying whether or not they were legal citizens afterwards. So if an illegal immigrant went in to vote, that vote would be canceled afterwards. And they're like, well, where's the evidence that they stopped illegal immigrants from voting? I'm like, I don't have to show evidence of that. You made the claim that they did allow illegal immigrants to vote. He's like, yeah, they were registered to vote. I'm like, right. That doesn't mean they fucking voted. They're like, yes, it does. It means they voted. That's what a registered to vote means. I'm like, no, it doesn't. That's not what that is. It's so stupid. They're like, there's like 200 counties that had more votes in them than they had people registered to vote. Like, no, they didn't. That didn't happen. Shut the fuck up. Stop saying this shit. Like, you guys are so dumb. This didn't happen. The people who are saying this are using old voter registration numbers. They allowed these people to register up until the date of voting. It was late voter registration. They were allowed to register at any point, even on the day that they fucking voted. And so they're taking voter registration numbers from September, when these people could still register all the way into November, and now saying, well, in September there were less people registered to vote than the amount of people who actually voted. And they're like, yeah, well, I forget what they said. They're like, there's never that many people that actually vote. So even if we take what you're saying to be true, we can only assume that maybe like 80% of people were registered by September and 20% more voted by registered in November. And so nobody ever has 80% or more actually vote. I was like, I literally, I can't have a conversation like this. Like, you guys keep demanding that I substantiate things that I don't have to substantiate. Yet you guys are the ones making all the claims here, and you refuse to substantiate anything. So I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Like, how the fuck do I have this conversation? But it was like 5 or 6 conservatives on there, and they wouldn't, again, they kept muting me. They wouldn't let me talk. And eventually I started yelling at the guy, calling him a fucking liar. And they kicked me. So, but yes, none of these people have any idea how any of these voting systems work. And so they They just make shit up, and they think that because some states don't have voter ID, that they are literally not like verifying votes whatsoever. They're not verifying votes in any way at all. And that anybody can just go and say they're anyone and they get to vote as them. That's truly what they think. They think that I can just walk into any of these states and just claim, you know, let's say Elon Musk lives in Pennsylvania. I could walk in and say I'm Elon Musk and vote as him, and it would get counted. That's what they think.
So, so two really important things is really just ensure judicial integrity on Tuesday, and then the voter ID thing, and you know, it's April Fool's Day, so and it's like, I think most people aren't aware, like I said, most people aren't aware that there is this important election. Most people don't even know that there's an election at all. And or if they do, they aren't sure exactly when and where it is, and they aren't sure yet or they don't realize just how important it is.
So
they think it's just, you know, some kind of judicial thing that's not that important. But it actually, what they're doing, what's happening on Tuesday is a vote for which party controls the U.S. House of Representatives.
And I just found out what that means.
So significant. And whichever party controls the House, you know, it to a significant degree controls the country, which then steers the course of Western civilization. So it's like, I feel like this is one of those things that may not seem that it's going to affect the entire destiny of humanity, but I think it will.
You
Yeah.
said that about the last election.
So,
but he's not wrong. I mean, it definitely will. It 100% will. This is a period where Democrats have a huge chance to change the course of America and stop what's happening right now. And obviously, like, I joke about the fact that the courts are already stopping all the dumb shit that they're doing in the first place, which is totally true. But we can't impeach through the courts. We can't pass legislation through the courts. We can't get the things that we want done through the courts. And so there's so many other things that we need and that we need to get done. And so we cannot rely on the courts to stop everything that they're doing and think that that's going to be enough. It's not enough. We need way more than that. We need 1 billion times more than that. And so these elections are truly going to can change the trajectory for the entire country.
it's a super big deal, and the fact that I'm here in person, like, I'm not phoning it in. I'm here in person. Yeah. So. And there were quite a few death threats, I have to tell you.
Damn, dude. The video that I just posted a little while ago, having a conversation with Pisco, is doing horrifically. Holy shit. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? This is actually, I don't think I've ever had a video do this poorly before. I don't think I've ever had a video do this badly. This is actually impressive with how bad this is. This is the thumbnail. I felt like with Pisco just going on to Tim Pool Normally, I wouldn't put out a video like just having a conversation with him like that. But the fact that he was just on Tim Pool, it's all over the algorithm right now. Everything, like every time I get on YouTube, there's a bunch more videos of like Pisco versus Good Logic on Tim Pool. It's all over the place on the algorithm. So I figured, okay, well, I'm gonna be able to just drop a video. And Pisco struggling after Destiny split. I don't think that's true, but yeah, like the fact that this is doing really well in the algorithm, so yeah, this will be like a really good time to just post this little conversation that we had, and it should pop off in the algorithm, which it seems like it's getting a lot of traction, because if anybody searched, Pisco on Tim Pool, or anybody watched a video of Pisco on Tim Pool versus Good Logic, then yeah, it'll oh my goodness, dude, this is fucking horrific. It'll make it to where it'll pop up for them a bit more likely. But 3.2 thousand impressions. So this is about like the amount of people who have seen my thumbnail in my title, right? They saw it, it popped up for them. So it's like it popped up in the algorithm somehow for them. And they saw it and scrolled over it, okay? That's the impressions. The impressions click-through rate is the percentage of people who clicked on it out of that. Normally, within the first day around there, it'll normally be somewhere between like 8 to 15, 16%, right? It's 1.5%. I don't think I have a single video anywhere that's at 1.5%. I don't think I have a single video anywhere that's that low. Like normally the lowest that this ever gets is like 3%. Like that's a really bad. Like that's really, really bad. 3%. It's 3.2 thousand impressions, 92 views. I am blown away. And it says like, yeah, like I don't know, because it is getting suggested at a pretty high rate, so it's not bad. Like, but that is shit. Yeah, I'm actually impressed with how shitty this is. I am impressed with how totally fucked that is.
I was like, my security team said, well, it's actually gone down from yesterday to today. It went down from 18,000 to 17,000. So I'm like, well, maybe it's getting better, you know? But you can see like how crazy some of these people are. You know, look at the two sort of people that tried to assassinate President Trump. You know, I mean, I was, and one, you know, they both almost succeeded.
You know.
So it's real. Like it's not like some imaginary thing. So anyway, so what we're announcing is kind of like a block captain program where somebody can sign up to knock on doors in their zip code and encourage people to well, make people aware that there is a vote, and then aware of how important the vote is. So you can sign up to be a kind of a block captain for your zip code on the America PAC website right now. Yeah, and if you do, it's like basically $20 for just taking a photo with somebody. It's pretty straightforward. You just knock on doors in your neighborhood, and give them either a digital or a paper, picture of, Justice Brad Schimmel. It can be an approximation. It doesn't have to be exact. And they just have to say thumbs up and hold a picture of Judge Schimmel. And that's it. And you get $20. It's pretty easy. It's easy money. So, but the whole point of it is just to make people aware of the election and say that there is an election. It's on Tuesday, and it's super important. Please vote. So. But I think without something like this, where we actually are in serious danger of losing the election. This is very important to put in mind. If you look at the betting market odds, so if you look at sort of the Poly market or Kalshi, like the betting markets, it varies between 85%.
Mantis, you just got here, but we are calling out every time he says so, and it was the other one, Was that the other one? Is it so and Or all right. Yeah, all right. That's it. So and all right.
And 90% probability of loss
And yeah.
for Justice Schimmel. That's the current situation.
Well, he says so yeah as well. We're at $0 out of 25 for round 3, guys. If we want to continue the stream, I know if we dropped, somehow we literally dropped by like 60% viewers in the last like 30 minutes. But if you guys want to continue the stream, we got 18 minutes left in round 3, and I'm happy to go another 2 hours if we want to fill it up one more time. So. So yeah, if you guys want to make a donation, please do so with the tips link in the description, or it's also pinned at the top of the YouTube chat if you're watching on YouTube.
So we got to pull a rabbit out of the hat next level. We actually got to have a steady stream of rabbits out of the hat, like it's an arc of rabbits flying through the air and landing in a voting booth. Interesting picture. Grok could probably make that picture. That's basically what's needed. We need to generate an anomaly in the matrix, and because I think there's currently the Dems are 100,000 votes ahead. But if the people that voted for President Trump simply vote on Tuesday, we will win. That's actually all it takes. Just vote. Boom. Done. Victory. So we basically need to dragnet the state. It's like everybody's gonna mobilize everywhere like crazy for the next 48 hours.
Mantis tipped $5. I don't want to go to work today.
I don't really want to go to work today. I don't really want to work today. I don't really want to go to work today. I don't really want to go to work today. Is that how the song goes? Okay, Google. Play I Don't Want to Go to Work Today.
Got it. Asking Pandora to play some music.
I don't fucking shit. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Music off. You know if you play the music that loud, you can't hear me tell you to stop.
8 hours. And I think this will be important for the future of civilization. It's that significant. So you don't hear me saying that very often. It's a big deal. So Vote for Judge, Super Judge Schimmel. I call him Super Judge Schimmel. So.
Yeah.
Let's see. So with that, I think we can do Q&A if you guys would like to do some Q&A. And I'm happy to answer any questions. It can be, you know, about Doge or whatever you'd like to hear about. Because I think if you ask questions that the public would be interested in hearing, then you know, those snippets will go all over the place, and it will be helpful to the public, you know, at large and maybe even beyond our country.
At large and maybe beyond large. Like really big. Like at really.
So let's see.
Really
yeah, go
big,
ahead.
like
We
a
can
grande.
Start over there.
Like a vente.
As AI continues to get smarter, won't it inevitably see through its creators' propaganda?
Yeah, the question is, as AI gets smarter, will it see through its creators' propaganda? I hope so. I think you can sort of think of an AI as...
Aram Sound tipped $15. So, yeah, guess I'm buying Tom's vote. Yeah.
True. So yeah. So yeah. This is a good one. Thank you. Aaron M. Sound for the $15. So that puts us at $20. We got 5 to
It
go.
is somewhat nurtured by its creator. So you have to say, what is the operating principle? What is the...
I just realized this is only going through one side of the mic. Let me change the audio because yeah, his audio is fucked.
What is the
There you
North
go.
Star of the AI? You know, if it's a somewhat corporate AI, it could be like it's just trying to make corporations happy.
Tom, your planning is kind of bad now that I put in both my headphones. Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't know that it was doing that. Were you did you guys say something? Did I miss it? I said that 20 minutes. I'm sorry. My bad. My busy. That's on me, shawty.
Happy, or it could be, you know, if it's particularly some of the AIs that are trained in like the city of San Francisco, it's going to have kind of a San Francisco bias to it. Because you can think of like smart people as well, like, you know, there are big differences in sort of beliefs among smart people. And so you can expect that there will be big differences in beliefs among AIs as well. With Grok, our aspiration is a maximally truth-seeking AI, which is like you always want to try to get as close to the truth as possible, even if the truth is unpopular. And that's our goal, which I think is a very important goal. Hey, nice shirt.
Oh, thank you. First of all, Path of Exile for life. But more importantly, as we see, the whole world has turned to a fear-based mobilization effort. And we've seen that translate into violence. And the right's not immune to it, because it can hit...
Yeah.
Ali Cattails tipped $5. Nice. Talk at me while I work and hide my one earbud. And check DMs. Thanks, bye.
Alright. Thank you, Ali Cattails with the $5 dono. Let's go. Thank you guys. We finished another round of donos. I will take a minute to smoke some more meth. Although I do have my weed vape pen here. Well, I did. I don't know where the fuck it went. Yeah, here it is. It smells so good. This is called a Jeffrey. Do you guys know what a Jeffrey is? It's a Jeffrey.
Everybody's psychology.
Sure.
How do we beat that with optimism? Because that's going to be crucial to avoid mass eruption of conflict.
No, it isn't. Yes, no, yes, it literally is. It's called a Jeffrey. Yes. It has Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10, and I forget what's the other thing that's got the, it's like the happy shit in it. Ew, synthetic weed. Wait, Delta isn't synthetic. It's real THC. No, it's the shit that like everybody took that came from like hemp and crap like that. Yes, CBD. Yes. Yeah, so it has Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10, and CBD in it. Fucking shite. Well, I know I have a whole box here. I just don't know where the fuck it is. Oh, yeah, I have no idea where it is, but I have a whole box here that like says everything that's in it. Smells so good. I love it. That's all I do. I don't ever actually hit it. I just smell it. I really like the smell of weed.
Yeah, I mean, there does seem to be. You're right that the right is not immune from sort of hate and violence. It's not like nothing, but it does seem weirdly heavily weighted towards the left. I mean, like, I haven't seen anyone carrying off like a Biden-Harris hat. Like, we're just like, you feel a bit sorry for them, like, oh, maybe they're wrong there, you know. But you see people tearing off MAGA hats. And someone just, you know, I saw a video just today where somebody was just on an escalator, a woman was on an escalator wearing a MAGA hat, and someone going the other direction tore the hat off her head. And I'm like, what? That's rude, you know.
I'm sorry. I have seen people who go and grab fucking trans flags out of people's hands. I have seen people go and grab LGBTQ signs out of people's hands. I have seen people go and grab BLM flags and signs out of people's hands. I've seen people throw shit on people's shirts that say BLM on it. So I don't know. I don't know what his algorithm's serving up, but I've seen this shit. I can't find my fucking box. I know that I have a box here with all the fucking Jeffrey shit on it. And I want to find it so I can actually read what it is, but I can't find
it. In fact, I sort of find myself in a strange position because I didn't think of myself as right. I thought myself as centrist. But then the left.
Okay, Google. What is Delta 8 Jeffrey C? Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't understand. But I found something related. Do you want to know, will Delta -8 get you stoned?
No.
Okay.
Okay, Google. What is Delta THT? Fucking. I'm turning into Elon. I've been listening to them talk too much.
According to Wikipedia, Delta -8 tetrahydrocannabinol is a psychoactive cannabinoid found in the cannabis plant. It is an isomer of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, the compound commonly known as THC, with which it co-occurs in hemp. Natural quantities of increment to the power of 8 THC found in hemp are low.
See, Allie? Naturally occurring. It is not synthetic. This shit came out when Trump legalized hemp in his first term. There's a bunch of different types of THC that exist in hemp. And so you're able to get all of that THC out of hemp. But it looks like the states are now making it illegal. So I don't know if my state is going to. I keep hearing that they're going to, but I have no idea. Okay, Google. Is Georgia going to outlaw Delta 8?
On the website fox5atlanta.com, they say, the Georgia Senate has passed 2 bills aiming to regulate hemp products further. One bill bans THC-infused drinks entirely, while the other limits intoxicating ingredients like Delta -8 to 0.3%, which could eliminate many products from the market. To find out more, look for the link in your Google Home or Google Assistant app.
She keeps saying Delta -8, but it's Delta 8. It's just got a dash there, so it's Delta -8. It's not minus, just for anybody who doesn't know much about this shit. It's Okay, Google. What is Delta 8 Jeffrey?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Cool. Cool.
Left went all the other way in the other direction, and now everyone's a Nazi, you know, before you know it. And I'm like, wait a second, do you know what that means? Obviously not. So, but yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I believe in peaceful discourse, and that, you know, we make arguments, verbal arguments, and the people decide which way they want to go. But we, you know, we don't engage in sort of shouting people down or violence or burning things or shooting things. That's how democracy is supposed to work. It's peaceful discourse. Yeah.
My question is about USAID. Has the Doge team found any evidence that any of the radical left Democrats like Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer have received money directly from USAID? And if so, will we be hearing about that evidence anytime soon?
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So.
There is a massive amount of corruption. But it is circuitous. So what happens is there's money that, obviously it's your taxpayer money, that is then sent to...
Okay, Google. Define circuitous.
Here's the definition of circuitous. Of a route or journey, longer than the most direct way.
That's what I was getting.
To various government organizations who then send it to NGOs. Which an NGO is a non-governmental organization, but obviously if it's a government-funded non-governmental organization, it's just an organization, it's just a government. And effectively there's a giant fraud loophole, which is that the government can send money to an NGO that is then no longer governed by the laws of the United States. So they'll send the money overseas to one NGO, then they'll go through a bunch of them, and then I'm highly confident that a bunch of that money then comes back to the United States and lands in the pockets of the people you just mentioned.
I'm highly confident. I'm highly confident. Huh.
but it is a circuitous route. It's not like it doesn't go directly, but let's just say that there's a lot of strangely wealthy members of Congress where I just can't, I'm trying to connect the dots of how did they become rich while earning, how'd they get 20 million if they're earning 200,000 a year? It sounds, that's how nobody can explain that. So something's, yeah, we're going to try to figure it out and certainly stop it from happening. Yeah. I mean, just in general, the whole NGO scam is just crazy, yeah, it's blown my mind really. Yeah.
Most of us here are aware of social media censorship, and I know you're keenly aware of it. Thank you for turning around X. Awesome.
Welcome.
As censorship picks up in finance.
Yeah, I can't find the fucking box. I know I have a whole lot of weed here somewhere. I know I just saw it in that fucking drawer the other day. And now it's just gone. I'm a little confused. Yeah, this is it. My box is pink. So it's none of these. Weird. Yeah, anyways, the reason they call it a Jeffries, if you've ever seen the movie Get Him to the Greek, they have a thing called a Jeffrey in the movie. And a Jeffrey is something, it's like a joint that has weed, but the weed is laced with crack, heroin, PCP, methamphetamine, like Adderall, muscle relaxers, like it's just got literally every drug like sprinkled on it in one fucking joint. And so that's what they call it, a Jeffrey. And they say, well, why would you call it a Jeffrey? And he's like, it's a Jeffrey. Jeffrey's the harmless bloke that lives down the road, and nobody's scared of a Jeffrey. Like Jeffrey's innocent. He's, he's harmless. Nobody would have a problem with Jeffrey, so it's just a Jeffrey. The last joint you'll ever roll, yeah. Yeah, and so because this has THC, 8, 9, 10, CBD oil, and all of the shit. Yeah, they call it a Jeffrey. And it actually is really good. Like, it actually really is. really good. The problem is that the last time I hit this thing was like a year ago, and I don't think these things last a year. So, how long does a Delta 8 vape pod last? Delta 8 vape pods lifespan depends on the usage frequency and vape style, but 0.5 grams cart can last between 80 to 60 puffs. Oh. Delta 8 cartridge, Delta 8 vape cartridges can last up to 12 to 18 months if you store them properly. Air and heat exposure can degrade the oil in the vape more quickly. Yeah, this looks a little dark. I'm not gonna lie. It does look a little dark. Expire, yeah, just meaning like it loses potency. Delta 8 vape pods can lose potency over time, especially when exposed to heat. Yeah, 12 to 18 months. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm a little lost. I'm gonna take a look around because I'm pretty sure I saw the box just the other day. I might have taken it out and moved it somewhere, and so now I'm wondering where the fuck I moved it. But I'm sure it's around here somewhere. So just hit it extra then. I get a little fucking goofy when I get high, so I don't know if I actually want to do that on stream.
Financial institutions, what can we do about that?
Are you referring to offering financial services by X?
No,
sorry.
Being kicked off of financial
institutions
for beliefs.
Yeah. Well, certainly that won't happen during the Trump administration. Hopefully that can be enshrined in law, which is part of the reason why we need a Republican Congress.
Bro, this is the guy who's literally been kicking people off of X just for saying mean things about him, or just for like calling him out on the H-1B visa bill, or sorry, his takes on the H-1B visa bill. He banned so many groypers for shit that they said to him. This guy, he is so full of shit. He's so full of it.
So you didn't see any Republicans kicking Democrats out and debanking Democrats, but there were a lot of Republicans that were debanked, thousands, which is really outrageous. So that's why I say it does seem kind of one-sided, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, we got about 2 hours left on stream, so and I am probably gonna end up going to sleep right after I end stream anyways, so we'll maybe like in the last like 30 minutes I'll rip it a couple of times.
This like trying to ruin people's lives and financially and violent protests overwhelmingly comes from the left these days. You know, it's like, and whereas the right is polite, you know, and fair as far as I can tell. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, Odyssey, the last time that you were here, you were complaining about the fact that Trump was not deporting people, and you were mad that they were doing Doge because they were spending so much time on Doge and not deportation. But now they are deporting people. So why are you still upset with Doge? They're doing the thing that you wanted them to do. Obviously, I think that the deportations are obviously horrific, and the fact that they're doing it in a way that's like against First Amendment rights, against so many other due process rights, like that's obviously like a huge problem. But I know that you don't care about that, so I'm wondering why you still don't like Doge.
Thank you for being here. your comment kind of about the Matrix is kind of ironic because my husband and I watched the first Matrix and the sequel yesterday. My question is, when so much of social media nowadays, you know, whether it be X
Kill yourself
or YouTube
already
or whatever, is kind of curated to like a person's particular beliefs, or even where we have protesters that show up to town hall.
That's that violence coming out of me because I'm a leftist now.
Or potentially are paid. How does America kind of come together? And it used to be where you could have a conversation and have discourse like you discussed,
right?
And still be friends even if you disagreed with kind of some of their statements. When you talk about knocking on doors, like to different people's house, like one kind of fear that I have is like, even if you talk to somebody, everybody has their own sets of beliefs and their own truth.
Yeah, I was over at my mom's house yesterday, and I found this in her top drawer, and it's like a massager thing. It was like hidden under all of her fucking shit, but it's like a really nice massager. That fucking yeah. So I stole that shit, dude. Fuck that. Tom, what?
So I guess how do you get through that?
Yeah, well, I think what we saw there for quite a while was that all of the legacy media and all of the new social media were in lockstep together. And they were all parroting the same left-wing talking points. And they were suppressing any dissent and any so-called right-wing or frankly even centrist views. And with that's why I felt it was critical to acquire Twitter, now X, in order to enable that dialogue.
Thank God. Thank you.
So it's certainly a step in the right.
Yeah. Why can't I find
direction, and I think we've seen now once X was willing to break ranks and not censor Republicans, then you saw others also start to move in that direction. You know, it looks like, for example, Facebook and Meta, you know, yeah, they have certainly, Mark Zuckerberg has stated that they will be doing sort of community notes based on the community notes of the X platform, and as opposed to having sort of far left censorship bureau, the sort of, you know, the woke Stasi essentially reviewing things. So that's a step in the right direction. You know, there's maybe some hope for the CNNs of the world. There's like, with Scott being on there, he's great. You know, he's like, I'm sort of hopeful that things that are moving in the direction where different points of view are espoused on, or you know, heard on legacy media and social media. So I guess maybe I'm actually a little bit optimistic about the future. You know, on the X platform, you know, we don't prioritize you know, one side or the other. We try to be as fair as possible. And I will reply to, you know, prominent Democrats, even if they sort of say terrible things about me. So nice. You know, it's like, yeah, we should have this discourse. And so I kind of think, at least on the media front, things are going in a good direction. But on the, but I am kind of perturbed by the sort of how aggressive these protests are. You know, where it's like, you know, there are people at these protests calling for the.
That's what this entire fucking thing was about, isn't it? That's what this whole fucking hearing was about. is this is just for him to whine and cry about Tesla's getting burnt and shit, and make it seem like it's about some petition instead that he wants to pay everybody to sign.
The death of the president and death of me, and I don't know, probably death of others. You know, that's the kind of thing that's not cool. You know, at the risk of saying something outrageous, calling for murder is not cool. You know, so.
Thanks for coming, Elon. I'm a teacher by trade. I have gone through the 4-year bachelor degree to teach the nation's youth going forward. On that,
I'm kind of curious. What was that like? Like, yeah.
I got an English degree, man. At the end of the day, unless you want to hire me, that's about, that's about.
Sure.
So during teacher college, they give us a heat map, and it says these are the cost per head on each student. The southeast is generally the worst, but they're also generally the lowest spent per capita on each student. Beyond just that correlation of the one text I got in an education class, I wonder, with your investments in Khan Academy, with the advancement of AI educational tools, where specifically you can get feedback and these students can get feedback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where do we see 100 years from now? With all
100 years from now?
How about 50?
I hope we last 100 years. That'd be like jackpot. You know? Yeah, exactly. Hopefully we were like on Mars, you know? So that would be really cool. So I do think AI can be incredibly helpful in teaching, because you can essentially set up each kid with like a personalized AI. And that AI can then answer questions for each kid. And that actually can be very profound in learning. Because obviously if you've got a classroom of, say, 25, 30 kids, you can't like spend, it's literally impossible to spend time with every kid individually. Or at least you can spend a little bit of time, but not, obviously it's a 1 to.
Well, he keeps whining about the protests as though the protests are all like Democrats who are out there doing this shit, when it's not Democrats, bro. They always talk about Antifa and these like far left radical groups as though these are just Democrats out, like regular liberals out here doing this shit. And it's obviously not, but that's the way they frame it for the sake of optics.
21 to 30 ratio. So, but what you can do is you can set them up with the AI, and then you can, if things get stuck or whatever, if you want to, you can essentially guide the orchestra that way, and I think it could be a very powerful learning tool. I personally enjoyed my English classes in high school, actually. Sometimes I wondered, why am I reading Charles Dickens? But there's some merit to reading Dickens, and many of the. I actually think that we should have a great canon of English literature, that kids do at least, some number of the significant works in the English language.
There's not none of that trans stuff. Don't want them read none of that.
I mean, it seems like very obvious to me, but yeah. And another thing with regard to teaching is that I think teaching is a very important profession. If you look at the expenditures, there's a very big rise in the number of administrators, but not a very big rise in the number of teachers. And so that's really the big factor, which is we should have more actual teachers. And I believe in paying teachers well and having a lot of teachers, but we should say, why do we have so many administrators or non-teachers? So administrative expense has gone ballistic, but teaching expense is more or less flat. Doesn't make sense. So.
First, I would like to apologize to you on behalf of America for the idiots you have to deal with for what you're doing for us to improve our country. Second of all, my question is, what is your...
I thought he was going to say he was one of the people in the back screaming. First, I would like to apologize for screaming over you for the first half an hour of your speech. I almost didn't make out one of the times that you said so and yeah. And it was, I'm really upset that I made it so that everybody couldn't enjoy the 1500 so and yeah.
Opinion on the Federal Reserve, and do you have any intentions of doing anything with them?
And the Fed. Yeah. I don't know. I always wanted to say that, you know. But I mean, I think there's like 20,000 people that work at the Fed. Seems pretty high. It's like there's a lot of people that work at the Fed, and it seems like, why do we have so many people at the Fed, and what do they do? And you know, sometimes I wonder which one would win. You know, the federal for interest rates, the board of the Federal Reserve, or a magic 8-ball. And I'm like, I think the magic 8-ball might win. You know. So then I'm like, well, magic 8-ball is a lot cheaper. So, you know, it's like you shake it, it says, check back again later. I'm like, okay.
Awesome!
Same thing. But I think what really matters is that government spending is not far in excess of government revenue. That's a fundamental issue that we have, where we have a
I'm like a fucking crack fiend right now. This is driving me crazy. I'm almost positive I just saw that shit. I just saw that shit. Like, literally, like 2 days ago. Otherwise, I would have totally forgotten that I even had it. I would never remember that I even had that box. But I just saw it 2 days ago. And I'm fairly certain I saw it in that drawer. So that's why I've checked the same drawer like 20 times now, is because I keep going back to it. Like, dude, I know I saw it in there. Glitch in the Matrix. I don't know. I mean, other people come and work on my computer and my desk often enough to where somebody could have grabbed it, but I just don't see any of them doing that. I don't think anybody would just grab something like that, especially when they probably have no idea what it is. They might have the most like rational thought process I can find to where they might have taken it is that they thought it was nerds or something. But I don't know. I mean, my roommates might be some fucking crackheads, so I'm not gonna lie. Those guys, they eat all my fucking food out of the fridge anyway, so I'm not sure about them. They may be on the Delta shit all the time. I have no idea. But yeah, it's gonna drive me fucking crazy. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to sit here until I find that shit. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know where the fuck it could be.
A deficit of $2 trillion, and we have interest payments that now exceed the entire budget of the military. In fact, that was a big wake-up call for me, was when the amount of money that we pay in national debt interest exceeded the Defense Department budget. I'm like, the Defense Department budget is very big, and interest is higher than that and climbing. That's a disaster. You know, so the very simple, straightforward goal of the Doge team is to get rid of waste and fraud. It's mostly waste. Or depending on how, you know, I'd say it's probably 80% waste, 20% fraud, something like that. But it's $1 trillion, so that's still a lot. And it's you know, it's gotta be. We got another Soros sleeper agent there. USA, 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 USA. So
I mean, to be clear, the very simple thing we're doing, and we post everything publicly on the Doge website, which is just to look at every expense and say, is this actually a good use of your taxpayer dollars? That's it. It's not super complicated. And the thing that's pretty wild, this is why I say, I used to be a Democrat.
It is super complicated. It is very complicated. To act like we literally put in place hundreds of people. Hundreds, okay? Like 500 people are put in place through very delicate democratic processes to make sure that we have folks who decide how we spend our money. That's a lot of fucking people. That's a lot of people. 500 people that we put into place through delicate democratic processes to decide how we spend our money. And then he comes in and says, I just feel like we can just make it to where we're not spending money on things that we shouldn't spend it on. It's just that simple. I don't, that's not hard. We just, why not just do that? Because not everybody agrees, motherfucker. What do you mean? Not everybody agrees on what we should or shouldn't spend money on. It's not this like objective thing where you just know what money should or shouldn't be spent on. You looked it up. I just Googled it and it told me, no, you don't spend money on that. Well, yeah, it said. So he tries to make this shit sound so simple. And this is the same every time I go on these panels as well. They do the same thing where they try to make this sound overly simple, where they're just like, yeah, but maybe let's just not like waste our money on fraud and abuse. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to talk to somebody like that. I don't know how to have these conversations.
And so and if you listen to the speeches of Clinton and Gore in the 90s, when they were going on about reducing waste and fraud, it literally, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if, like, who said it, Doge or Clinton Gore. You can't even tell the difference. It sounds exactly the same. It's wild. So we're really just trying to restore common sense to government and say, like, let's not waste your money, and let's make sure it's spent well. And that's it. And in trying to save $1 trillion of expenditures, what we're saying is, of the $7 trillion in government spending, let's see if we can make it 15% more efficient. And I'm confident that we can. That's actually not a huge bar, by the way.
That's a massive fucking bar. That's a massive fucking bar. All of USAID is responsible for 0.9 of the entire federal budget. 0.9%. All of USAID. If they were able to take out all of USAID, they would get rid of 0.9% of the federal budget. And they didn't even take out USAID. The judges have ordered them to hire everybody back. Another judge told them they had to put all the money back. Another judge told them that he's not allowed to decide what is or is not going to get paid for and where we do or don't send the money. They I don't know if any of the shit that they have on their website anymore is accurate, because I'm pretty sure it was all undone for the most part. So they actually think USAID is what funds Democrats. Right. Well, I mean, that's why they go and ask questions, you know, to ask about some of the Democrats that they hate the most. So somebody like, I forget the lady's name, but they just mentioned the black congresswoman, who they blame literally everything on. They blame literally everything on them. The one time I heard that that she tried to do the fake elector scheme just like Trump. James, I don't know. What's her whole name? The one that they were accusing of getting some of the money from USAID. What was her name? No, not Jasmine Crockett. It's an old black lady. She's the one who supposedly told people to go into restaurants and harass Trump voters. No, not Letitia James. Maxine Waters, yes. Thank you, Cody. So yeah, so Maxine Waters, they blame everything on her. And one time I was in an argument with somebody about the fake elector scheme, and they said Maxine Waters did that one time. And I said, how? And they said, she demanded that we refuse to certify the election. And I remember just, I was having this conversation with one of my friends, one of my actual friends. He said, we were talking about the fact that Trump tried to steal an election, and we're talking about the fake elector scheme. And I'm trying to explain to him how bad this is and how criminal it is. And he says, well, Maxine Waters did this before. And so he starts explaining to me, like, yeah, no, she said that we just shouldn't certify the election. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me right now. He's like, no, I swear, dude. I swear. It happened in Congress in front of everybody. It happened in front of Congress, in front of everyone. She actually said in front of everyone when Trump won that we shouldn't certify the election. I was like, I'm not saying you've got to be kidding me because you're saying that happened. I'm saying you've got to be kidding me because you think that's illegal. That's literally what they do at the fucking certification of the election. That's why all the Congress members are there, is to vote on the certification of the election. Like, that's what they're fucking there for. So yeah, there might be somebody who wants to vote against the certification of the election. If they do that, that just means that it goes back to the House for an investigation. They'll have a committee, an election integrity committee that'll go and do an investigation, and then the overall decision will go back in front of the Supreme Court to decide whether or not there needs to be a revote, recount, whatever. Normally, I just reach and just take it out just a little bit so I can put it right back in. But I never take it all the way out because then I'll have trouble finding it again. This time I took it all the way out, so I missed it. Wait, what did it sound like? Oh, weird. My bad. Yeah, that was a little odd. I just found this. For those of you who have been here recently, we've been going on a lot of TikTok panels and debating people, and it's because I'm able to connect my phone to my my soundboard now to make it to where I'm able to just go on panels on my phone, because you can't go on TikTok panels on your computer. You can only do it on your phone. But then every time I do it, there's not a way for you guys to be able to hear it. So now I can go on the panels on my phone and just connect the Bluetooth to my soundboard, and you guys are able to hear the whole thing. One of the things we were talking about the other day is the fact that I can do all these voices with my other mic and make it change my voice and all sorts of shit. And you guys were telling me to go onto the panels with those voice changers. And I said, oh, there's not a way for them to hear that. They don't hear anything that comes through my mic. They hear. That's why I have these little Well, I don't know where I put them, but yeah, they're there. That's why I have these little lav mics that I hook up to my shirts every time, just so that I can just sit and talk to them like this. And lately, I've just been putting it on my mic right there, so that I'm just talking into the same place the whole time. But yeah, I just found this, and this is an AC to USB-C. Auxiliary to USB-C. So I might be able to connect this to the soundboard to where the sound goes in and out. And I'll be able to use the mic from this as well. Are you making sure to tell them you're streaming? I have been making sure, yes, Joe. I have been doing that. You aren't still getting booted from TikTok for clout chasing? I haven't gone on many times since then. I've only gone on like once since that day. And I didn't have any problems on that day. But yeah.
So and when you see the crazy things that
I think it's this right here. Giving them back their funding. They're already rehiring the employees. They've undone the a ton of different things that they've.
You're not paying attention though. You're not paying attention. Just this morning, there's injunctions that were released that injunctified the injunctions. So it's at a stalemate right now. No.
They injunctified the injunctions. He just said that. They injunctified the injunctions.
Nothing's going back. Nothing's happened. Nobody's being rehired other than those initial USAIDs that were let go because of, I forgot the reason. You have to look at the website site for that. But there's nothing that's being returned. You're not
combat Russia.
Why would we neglect and reject?
But we're not in that same era. We're in a different era with different things going on in the world. We're in a different economic state.
It'd be at no fault that you
Well,
ended
can
up
I
with that.
speak? So I'm just gonna say this right here is the exact issue, right?
Yeah, this is the part where I was talking to them. This was so weird, dude. This was so weird. I'm probably going to put this part into a video and release it, because there was a person who was on the panel, and this is why I originally joined the panel, is because I was just listening to it, and they were all complaining about trans people. And there was a person on there who said, because they said something about, like, these people can't know if they're trans. They haven't even gone through puberty yet. And then one of the people on the panel said, well, I'm trans, and, fuck, I always forget this term. It's the term for, like, hermaphrodite. It's the, like, politically correct term. I don't know why I can never remember this term, but it's the one that says that they were born with, like, multiple sexual parts, or intersex, yes. So the person said, I'm actually trans and intersex. And then as they said, and I never went through puberty. And they start making fun of them. They're like, yeah, you sound like you never went through puberty. Oh my God, we know. You don't have to tell us. You sound like a fucking... And they were like, yeah, I knew they were trans as soon as they jumped on. Like, oh my goodness. Stay out of the girls' bathroom, dude. Like, saying shit like this. And so I jumped on, because they didn't say anything. They just, like, didn't respond. So I jumped on, and I'm like, guys, I need you guys to listen for a second. Like, intersex is not trans. They're like, what? What are you saying? Like, what does that mean? And I was like, it's intersex. It's the person said that they were intersex. You guys started laughing at them for not going through puberty and shit like that. They literally just didn't go through puberty. They don't have, like, they're not trans. They're like, no, I am trans. And I was like, okay, can you please just leave that to the side for a second, and let's just leave that alone for a moment. they are not trans. They are intersex. These are different things. They're like, what is it? And I was like, intersex means that they're born with like both male and female parts. Or it can mean that they're born with like an extra chromosome, like XXY. And they're like, what? You can't be born with a penis and a vagina? I'm like, yes, no, you can. That's what intersex is. Like, you can be born with both. And they're like, no, this isn't real, dude. This isn't real, bro. This is not real. And then the person finally was like, yeah, no, that's real. That is what I am. He is correct. But then they kept going back to like, but I am intersex and trans. I am both. Which was really complicating it, but I understand that it's probably complicated in the first place. It's just that it's hard to believe people never knew that. I know. These are fucking adults, dude. Everybody on the panel is an adult. You had to be 18 or up to even be on the fucking panel. And they somehow didn't know this. So they start explaining, and like I said, like I wish they had just left the trans part out, even if they're trans, while trying to explain this to people this fucking dumb, to get them to stop insulting them, to keep adding in, no, but I am trans. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, I want to just be like, okay, never mind. I tried. I did try. I don't care anymore. But yeah, they just kept mentioning that they were trans. And so I explained it to them. They're all asking a bunch of questions. And then they start asking them about their genitalia. Like very specific, explicit questions. Like, do you have a penis? Do you have a penis? Do you have a vagina? Do you have tits? Do you have tits? Oh my goodness. Maybe they have tits. And I'm like, guys, oh my goodness, guys. Please, for the love of fucking God, can you guys act like you're not 5 years old for a second? When the fuck is it normal to just start asking people about their genitals? Like, where are you guys from where you just start asking strangers about their fucking genitals? What the fuck is wrong with you? And thankfully, I didn't say that. I was trying to jump in. Thankfully, the host did finally jump in and tell everybody not to ask them questions about their genitals. I would just start asking those same questions back in a mocking tone. Yeah. But the host told them to stop. And then, this is wild, okay? So this is fucking wild. Intersex people are a very, 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 very small fucking portion of the population. Okay, Google. What percentage of the United States is intersex?
1.7%. On the website NBC News,
That is way too high.
They say most advocacy groups estimate that 1.7% of people are born intersex, the equivalent of about 5.6 million U.S. residents.
I don't believe that for a fucking second. No shot, dude. They have to be like 0.1%, dude. .7%. That kept saying 1.7%. Yeah, not of a percent, just 1.7%. It just kept saying 1.7%. It is estimated that 1.7% of the population has an intersex trait. Oh, okay. That's totally different. An intersex trait. 0.5% of people have clinically identifiable sexual or reproductive variations. Okay, 0.5%. Okay, I was about to say, there's no fucking shot, dude. 1.7%, no fucking way, bro. Okay, the proportion of people with DSD's intersex condition is 0.018%. Conditions in which chromosomal sex is inconsistent with phenotypical sex. Okay, so this is what we were talking about. This, okay? So they were born with both. And we're talking about 0.018% of the world, okay? So this is very rare. We came across a fucking holographic Charizard, okay? I was right there with a holographic Charizard in my presence, okay? And they kept saying, no, but I am trans. And so eventually somebody's like, okay, what does it mean to be intersex and trans? And I responded again because I didn't want this person to say anything because they were kind of dumb. So I responded again and I was like, so if you're, let's say you're born intersex, so you have a penis and a vagina, okay? This is just I said, I'm not saying this is what this person went through. I'm just giving you an example of how this could be the case. You have a penis and you have a vagina. And they have to pick one at the beginning and then raise you as that one. So let's say they get rid of the penis and they raise you as a girl. But as you're growing up, you develop gender dysphoria and you feel more like a male than a female. And so now you transition to a male with, and get the, you get rid of your breasts and get rid of your vagina or have it turned inside out and all of that shit, right? And so not only am I on a fucking panel with so they've transitioned, right? They've transitioned, and so therefore they are intersex and trans, right? But not only am I on a panel with a golden holographic Charizard, but then a fucking holographic Blastoise jumps on the fucking panel. And it is another hermaphrodites intersex person who comes on and says, you are not trans. Stop saying that. You are the one who's causing all the problems in society today. All the confusion for everybody in this culture right now is because of people like you. And they're like, why? What did I do? And they're like, you can't be trans and be intersex. You cannot be both. And they're like, why not? I am both, though. They're like, no, you're not. You cannot be both. You're not both. And they're like, but I am. I'm non-binary. And I thought, oh, fucking shit, dude. I knew if there was one thing that could make this fucking worse, it's if this person says, I am intersex and trans, and they're going to throw out some, like, fucking cuttlefish gender or say they're non-binary, right? Because in the example that I give with gender dysphoria, where they literally transition their genitals, that is like a very explicit, obvious version of being trans. But once they said they were non-binary, I was like, oh, fuck, dude. This is insane, bro. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now, dude. This is not cool. And then they said, they asked them the question. They said, like, I forget what question it was. They said, like, how did they decide which sex to choose? at birth? And the original intersex person said, I don't know. I actually just found out that my birth parents, I just found out that I was intersex. And so I've been trying to find my birth parents for the last couple of years to find out what happened to me at birth. I am gonna lose my fucking mind. This is getting too fucking weird. This is getting too fucking weird. You don't even know you're intersex. You're non-binary, but you also call yourself trans. This person sounds schizo. Well, first off, they said they were trans, so. But the other person who came on, like, getting mad at her for calling herself trans was also fucking crazy. She was also crazy. I know saying trans people, I totally forgive you, JW. I do. I totally forgive you. I thought so too. There have been many times where I totally thought so as well. Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. No need to apologize.
That's what we've got going on right now.
But this is what I mean, though, is that, like, it's a...
agree on abortion laws. The vast majority of voters can agree on immigration laws. You can go down the list. And the vast majority...
I am intersex.
And some of you may...
Right, I agree with that.
That's never. I don't think that that's possible because, like,
that's a public nudity problem with locker rooms. That's not a trans.
You think? You think?
Yeah,
okay.
Transgender problem.
Like create.
Yeah, I was transgender.
Why can't we just have instead of stalled?
So that person who's going, you'll think. That guy, he's the one who is, like, yeah, kind of being rude about the trans shit and, like, the bathroom shit and stuff like that. I think he also had some sort of, like, genetic deformity or something, so it was, you know, not a Charizard or a Blastoise, but more of, like, a, like, maybe a Vaporeon or something like that. Holographic. Definitely holographic, and,
bathrooms. Let's have regular bathrooms where you can just lock the damn door. Why do there need to be open? Like, there are easier ways to solve these problems and concerns than making it about gender identity. At the end of the day, each person let bathrooms with locks so they can stop being arguments.
that girl, that's the host. She wanted to make every single conversation about, like, finding the solution. It's not so holographic these days. So, okay, you guys know the guy who does the funny videos, where he has the legs that don't work, and he's kind of, like, hunched over, and he's got, like, really small arms that he, like, drags himself around on, and he does, like, really funny videos about, like, handicapped people and shit like that. But he talks like this, and he's kind of, you know what I'm talking about? His face is, like, all scrunched up. And his voice is like this. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
right. So I'm saying, but for somebody who's T, right? Like, for instance, what we're talking about, like locker room stuff, right? So my daughter's 14 years old. There's sports, there's lockers, and if my daughter's getting,
you know, bathrooms in tons of other countries. Well, sure, but that's
We
what
don't
she's
desire
talking
that.
about.
Well,
She's
hold
saying
on,
that there are solutions to these things. And so when you say, well, we can't have solutions. No, she's right. There are tons of solutions.
How is my existence a problem?
That's not what. Oh my God! I'm for any type of rainbow community at all. There are other countries in Asia that will never allow that to happen.
Do you want to be like Islamic
any...
countries?
That's not what I just said. I'm explaining why other countries don't have this problem, sir.
How is it a problem? How is my existence a problem?
That's not what. Oh my God!
I thought you just said you weren't a T.
Yeah, you just said you were a T. And you were.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was flip flopping.
He's not transgender. Can you guys stop labeling him?
He just said
transgender person. No, he didn't.
He said it.
Transgender means you have an incongruence between.
So G-Ray was talking about T's, and he said, "How is me being a person a problem?"
Yeah, they did say that they are trans. Though.
That's not what I
No,
said,
he's
right?
referring as somebody that identify not as a male or as
So
a
you're
female.
non-binary.
Period.
Keep it simple.
Oh
man.
my
Yeah, I'm
goodness.
non-binary. It falls under the
That's
trans
literally
umbrella.
what
You
he
say
keeps saying.
intersex.
I am intersex.
That's what he
I am intersex.
And some of you may disagree with me on this, but here's my stand when it comes to people of the transgender community. I think it would be a lot simpler if you say,
Tell them that they're not trans.
Hey, what you just said is that, and that's where it went wrong. You know what I mean? Is where they started involving these kids, and that's where
guys have been promoting.
Well,
Why can't you just change it? Why can't you just change it?
So yeah, this was the whole argument when I first jumped on. Is they're all saying they're shoving it in our faces. If they didn't shove it in our faces, then we wouldn't care. So that's why I jumped. Like I was jumping on to argue with that shit as well.
Who cares if you're trans?
for yourself, you're going to believe what it puberty, the answer to your problem.
No kidding. We could
We used to live in like.
go with your teaching. Don't
Yeah.
So, let's say the teacher.
Up as an example, as though that's something that was happening when liberals are half the country, and they were half the teachers in the country weren't running around doing stuff like that. But you're a mixture of things.
We're asking specifics, bro.
I mean, so you
About the person who's intersex, two people who are the same sex that like each other.
Conversation lead.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. It depends on. Yeah, you said 10 years old.
Yeah, 10 years old.
I would assume they would just tell them like what it means and give them like a very like general description of it, like to
What
say
does
that
it
it's something that like represents identities of trans, gay, and non-binary people.
No. What is gay?
Like, gay is where there's two people who are the same sex that like each
Gay-
other.
Gay is happy, and homosexual means
Just
two
real quick
same
though,
sexes
you
like
guys
each other.
you guys have said something. I just want to say real quick. Just real quick. Just I promise I'm gonna let you out. But you guys have said a couple of things about the person who's intersex. Intersex isn't trans. They're not a trans person. It's
Well,
something
Misty
totally
Misty
different.
said he was not a boy. He was
Yeah,
a
but
girl.
there's
Actually,
a person who said
So
that
he's
they were
not even
intersex.
trans,
It means they're literally born with more than one
No, show. He's
part.
not trans.
so so like I'm intersex, for instance, and so my brain isn't fully. So my body and my brain is neither fully male or female, right? So my.
So what is your body? Is it different? Then I'm honestly asking you this. So is your body like? Would you mind sharing that with us?
I'm being karyotyped because I don't know what's going on with my body. It's not
Misty,
normal.
he wanted to know
it's a
what
mental
you're
thing.
getting-
It's a
okay,
mental
wait,
thing.
wait,
then,
wait.
right?
No,
nothing
it's not.
mental.
It's not a mental thing. They can have. I think they're saying that they're non-binary because they're not sure which they identify with. This is just what I'm gathering is that when they say that they found out that they were intersex, and now they're starting to think, oh man, so I could have actually grown up as the opposite, but somebody made the decision for me, and now I'm wondering if I actually identify with the other more, and so now they're identifying as non-binary. I believe, until they actually understand like which one they identify with. That's my best like steel man of the entire thing is that. But yeah, the other intersex person jumps on and just totally like rails into them about being called trans. More than one private part, they can have more than one chromosome, they can have like a mixture of things.
We're asking specifics, bro. So do you have breasts?
You want to know if you have your private area as a lady or as a guy. That's what
Right.
he wants
I'm
to
not going to talk about my private.
I know.
parts.
Hey,
I will.
Foolery, hey, hold up, everybody. I have been trying to talk for a hot minute, and I'm about to have my life just completely overtaken. This is a conversation that does not need to be happening. Somebody's personal body parts is not a conversation.
That's a little wild.
The problem with that is that people think that gender is a physical thing for the most part.
It depends. It's semantics. Like, it depends on how you're using the word. Some people use it to mean sex. Some people are talking about a social construct. It's just a semantic game. It's not.
The host is trying to talk. Can you let her talk, please?
Oh, sorry.
The point that I am trying to make is at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter. The only reason that it became as prevalent as it did is because since gender politics has become so prevalent on both sides of it, it is a not belief of the other genders than making it about our human beings.
No, she's right. There are tons of solutions. Sure, but that's what she's talking about. She's.
Here's my stand when it comes.
That's the problem. We're not all men or women. We're between. There's a lot of people.
I don't see the point.
And that's why we'll never be able.
So yeah, stuff like that, like statements like that, where I was like, okay, we're like, this is ruining this entire thing. There's no way we're gonna be able to get through to these people if they keep saying shit like that. Like, some people aren't man or woman. Some people are in between.
That's why we'll never. What you're wanting will never exist.
Divide the nation by the liberal radical communist left.
Oh my
And I
goodness.
feel like-
Radical liberal, the radical liberal communist left. What's up, caveman? No, I was just telling a story about this panel that I was on off stream. So this didn't happen on stream. This happened off stream. And so I was just showing them like one part of this fucking video because this was wild, bro. I'm probably going to turn it into a video just to have like the full conversation up. But this is the radical liberal communist left.
That's
What
will never,
this is
what you're wanting will never
to
exist.
divide the nation by the liberal radical communist left.
Oh my
And I
goodness.
feel like
Here
even
goes.
debating
Here
in school.
comes the kindness war.
Hey, we're not
Here
going
we
to
go.
call names. We can have a conversation. We're not going to call names.
No, but there's no conversation. They're not going to ever go see our point of view. So we're just wasting a whole lot of time when we can actually do some organized together and do something productive.
Okay, you're welcome to have a different. We are having a conversation, and if you can't be part of the conversation without throwing terms out
Yeah, you're welcome to go be productive somewhere else.
that call groups names, then this is not the platform for you to be having your argument on.
I mean, is this a MAGA platform or is this a liberal left platform?
I'm independent.
I mean, that means you don't have a side. You don't have any power.
I am a conservative-leaning independent. I voted for Trump, but
Well, you need to decide what side you're really going to be on.
Oh, bro.
Charles, you got to assume that I was
Right
calling
back from the LGBT community.
Yeah, there are
Where?
some
Please
countries.
name the state. Name the
Not crying. They're going to be
countries. It is not.
Gender idea, to me, gender is a physical thing. You are either born male or you're born female.
I don't believe that,
Conversation, because
Got elected. It's because
are the majority of people. We're talking about 99% of people, even the majority of T people, identify as either one or the other. There are very few that identify as. We can't even say trans on there. We have to say T people. Anything else in between. But when you guys use these like small anecdotal stories of like teachers or people here and there, this is kind of weird, and it doesn't happen to the other side. Nobody's going and looking at all these stories from priests and then saying, look at what the conservatives are doing to our kids, right? That would be a really messed up thing to do, but you guys are applying a very small minority of people to everybody, and it wasn't like Kamala and Joe went and put 72 genders on the applications for. Well, hold on, just real quick, just let me finish. It isn't like Kamala and Joe Biden went and put 72 genders on all of the government applications. They didn't do this. They never tried doing this. It was never even attempted to do because this isn't a thing that most people think. It's not a thing that most people believe, and it's just a very, very small minority. But every time you guys talk about it, you talk about it as though the left is this small minority.
Well, it's always the vocal minority that gets amplified, though. And that's on both sides, I mean, the vast majority of the country is not racist, I mean, white people in general do not hate people of color. But, we get a few of the vocal minority, you get some of these extremist groups that, spoil it for everybody. And that's the same problem on both sides.
And
you can have that pendulum swinging back and forth until we can come to an objectionable truth.
Yeah, I hate it because I'm saying you guys are doing this thing. You guys are doing this thing right now. And then they say, yeah, but the left does this. Okay, fuck the left. I don't care. You're doing it, though. You're doing it. Right now, you are doing this. Like, so just stop.
To meet in the middle.
And
we're just not ready to do that right now.
Objectionable truth.
based off one thing that Tom said, that if you think that people on the left are not throwing out like the whole religious is the problem and the anecdotal stories from that, if you think that's not happening,
Let me try to find the other person
you just
jumping
stop
on.
for a second before you start pointing.
Here it is.
Be female and race that female.
Again, like there was never more than two genders, but this is things that we're being accused of are things that like. Wait, but just real quick, I want to separate those two things real quick because I gave the example that like the things that we're being accused of are things that like Kamala and Joe or real Democrats, real representatives are not ever actually trying to get these things done. Whereas Donald Trump and a bunch of Republicans are actually saying a lot of these things and doing a lot of these things, saying that like being trans is against the Bible or having more than two genders or like saying that Trump kept saying, I made it so that there's two genders again. Like there was never more than two genders, but this is a thing that they do say where that representation is there.
Formerly Rudy tipped $5. There is only one gender. Potato.
Thank you, formerly Rudy. Let's freaking go. That's my fault. I forgot to fill that up. But thank you. I will take the money anyway. Appreciate it. I should just leave it at 25. We'll just leave it at 20 and people will they'll keep donating the last 5. We'll just leave it there. Thank you, formerly Rudy. One gender. Let's go. For that group by big representatives, but it's not there for the other side.
Can I interject here?
Yes.
Please,
Go ahead.
Please. So I'm going to be addressing. Is it Daniel? Daniel, are you the one intersex?
No, Missy is.
No, I am.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Missy Rain.
So I'm intersex myself, and I don't use it as a crutch, and I don't claim to be transgendered because I'm not. I'm intersex. I was born intersex. It's a medical condition. A medical condition is
It's not a
completely
medical
developed in
condition. It's not a medical condition. It's a genetic variation.
Okay, stop interrupting.
It's still medical.
It's both, yeah. A genetic condition is a fucking medical condition. What? This is, I don't know what the fuck. Yeah.
It's still medical. Were you born with both genders?
Was I? Yes, I actually was.
So you had both male and female, correct? I was born with both.
My story is still being told. So I'm still researching what happened at the hospital.
Okay, well, I was born with both, and I was altered to be female and raised up female. I ended up transitioning when I was 24, but there's a big difference. There's a medical, and so when you lump your
Okay, so they just said the same thing. They just said that they were born a female, raised to be female, and then transitioned at 24 to male. I think calling it a medical condition is kind of misleading. Well, it's a genetic mutation, and I think that we do generally call genetic mutations medical conditions. Being female is not a genetic mutation. Being male might be, but yes, you have transition. I don't know why you think it's wrong. If they pick the one they don't feel like, they transition later. I'm not sure what the disagreement is. I'm saying that if you transition later, then it would make sense if you called yourself trans. If that person says, I don't call myself trans because I was born as both, so it doesn't matter which one I am at any time, I am always both. Okay, fine. You just don't want to use the trans label. That's fine. But if she says she was raised as a female and then, yes, if you transition, you're trans. Wait, that's what I'm saying, Mantis. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was so confused. I'm like, what do you mean? I think it makes sense that if you transition, you're trans. So it's the other person. So the other intersex person right now is talking now, saying that they also transitioned. You said you can't be intersex and trans. No, I didn't. I might have been saying what she was saying, but you can be intersex and transition. Yes, that is my position. Is that you can be intersex and transition. That is my entire position. Whereas the other intersex person is coming on saying you cannot be intersex and trans. Whereas I'm saying, well, if you transition, you are trans. Like, especially if you have gender dysphoria and you transition. Like, that just totally makes sense. But both of them are intersex. Both of them were born as one sex and raised as that. Or sorry, both of them were born intersex but raised as one sex. Both of them transitioned to the other sex later. Both of them. But only one of them believes that they are trans. The other one says that they are not trans. Yet they were raised as a female and transitioned to a boy at 24. What the fuck? Like, that makes no sense. How are you not trans? So, yeah.
it's still medical. Were you born with both genders?
Yes, I actually was.
So you had both male and female, correct? I was born with both.
My story is still being told, so I'm still researching what happened at the hospital.
Okay, well, I was born with both, and I was altered to be female and raised up female. I ended up transitioning when I was 24, but there's a big difference. There's a medical, and so when you lump yourself in with a different group of people than what you are, you create confusion and problems in society as far as people understanding anything about it. I refuse to put myself in a trans category that I don't belong in when my condition is truly a medical condition.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do y'all both, well, do you and Missy understand that men also have breasts too?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I completely understand.
This is the dumbest shit. So yeah, so anyways, I just wanted to show you that. Like, it's fucking wild, dude. that I could not believe what was happening. I could not believe what was happening there. Not only do we have two people who are both like real intersex hermaphrodite people, but also both transitioned, but one identifies as trans, the other one does not. Oh my goodness. Like, that was just to have both of those in the same place. I feel like I should have won a prize or something. That was just, it's freaking crazy.
The government is spending money on. You can see a list of some of them. You know, so like, I don't know if we should be spending money on transgender comic books in Peru. That doesn't seem like an ideal thing to spend your money on, you know? Why
So
would we do
true,
that?
Elon.
If somebody in Peru wants to do that of their own accord, that's fine, but it shouldn't be your money that does it. So it just, and you know, we shouldn't be paying rent on empty buildings.
It's just so weird that he thinks he can just come in and decide that instead of actual elected politicians. People who are actual elected representatives are not going to do it. But some random guy, he can just come in and decide for us. Like, wait, the people that we elected to do this were elected, but this is one of the things that they keep doing is they'll say, you know, when we say, well, he's an unelected representative who's just coming in to like take away congressionally funded aid, there's no way you can justify this. And then they say, but we elected them to do this. They're like, we elected Trump to get Elon to do this. So, like, this is still democratic. but that's not how this works. Like, even if you feel that way, it doesn't make sense that you can just get somebody to come in and undo all of the things that we voted for other people to do, like, without any sort of vote or anything. It's insane. It's an insane thought process. And so the fact that he's just like, I decided that this was just bad, and I figured, you know what? I don't like this spending, so I got rid of it. Haha. There you go. So what makes you think that this is a good idea, or that this makes sense in any way? It's just that I don't know. I don't even have the words to describe just how insane this fucking is. I'm so lost on why they think this is a reasonable thing to do.
And you know,
if
I do think there is a role for government, but we just need to make sure, we're just going through and saying and doing what I would call like an excellent and necessary and reasonably trusted review of organizations and personnel. So is this person doing a good job? Great. Is the role necessary? If so, that's good. And are they reasonably trusted, meaning they're not a psycho? Like, we're not talking about like political affiliation.
Wait, oh, bullshit. It means that you're loyal to Trump. That's what that means. You're not a psycho means you passed the loyalty test. That's what that means. Fucking bullshit. It has nothing to do with politics. It definitely does. You just go and give them a fucking loyalty test and then say, nope, sorry, you passed the loyalty test. Not loyal enough to the king.
Just that they're not crazy. So, you know, what's wrong with that? I'm like, sounds super normal to me. So, that's it.
I'm probably going to go and clip all the times that he says so and yeah. I'm going to go clip it, and then I'm going to post it on Twitter as the entire Elon speech, and it'll just be a montage of him in just this one speech saying, and so, yeah, so, yeah, so, yeah, so, yeah, yeah, so, yeah, 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 so, yeah, 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 so, yeah, so. I guess we'll see you next week then, Tom. Yep, this is going to take a minute, but if you want to get the goods, make sure you guys follow me on Twitter. Link is in the description. It is twitter.com/tomfooleryp. Everything else is Tomfoolery Show, but on Twitter, I am Tomfoolery P for Tomfoolery Podcast, because I was Tomfoolery Podcast when I first started. Now I am Tomfoolery Show. P, like just the letter P. Not P-E-E. Just P. Wait, what the fuck is this?
As Democrats appear rudderless without clear leadership, one progressive influencer is throwing her hat into the ring with a pointed message to voters and the party.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois'.
What? You're what?
Excuses and grow a spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress.
Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. Abou-Ghazaleh. Oh my goodness. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. Shit, dude, that is fucking rough. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
Time to drop the excuses and grow a spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. We're focused on meeting.
It's never going to work. Nobody's going to know how to fuck to say her name. I would commit so much voter fraud for her.
Constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck?
All right, that was progressive influencer Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, bold pitch announcing her run for Illinois' 9th congressional district. Abou-Ghazaleh has made a name for herself the last several years working as a contributor for Media Matters and Zeteo, where she has covered right-wing media figures, including Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk. Her work exposing these figures has endeared herself to a big following on social media with more than 600,000 followers combined throughout TikTok, X, and Blue Sky. She is now running against incumbent Democratic Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, who's held the seat since 1990. That was the year Kat was born. Abou-Ghazaleh's message that the party needs to find a spine is actually resonating. Her campaign has raised more than $300,000 so far. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh joins me now. Kat, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming on. Let me just start with the decision for you to run. When was that decision made? What was the tipping point? I mean, you've been following this. You've been covering this for years. Why did you decide now is the moment that you can make a difference?
There wasn't like any specific moment that really triggered me into wanting to run. It's just been watching Democrats do nothing. We put this campaign together in under 50 days. My campaign manager and I went back through our texts, and we truly started February 3rd. So between January 20th and February 3rd, I just thought there's too much inaction, and I'm sick of waiting around for someone else to do something.
I understand you had your first campaign event in Evanston, Illinois. How did that go? What can you tell us about the reception that you've had so far?
Oh my God, it was incredible. We had over 130 people come. Instead of charging any, admission, we had people bring tampons and pads, boxes of tampons and pads to be donated to the Period Collective here in Chicago. I met so many people. There was a ton of excitement. We had kids drive up from out of state just to say that they want to run for office. Tons of young people, tons of older people. It was really inspiring. And I think that the consensus is clear. What the Democratic Party is doing hasn't worked, and we need to try something different. And a lot of people are just looking for something different, looking for someone to say, things are hard, and you're right to be angry.
And speaking of the Democratic Party and its leadership, talking about wanting to change the status at a time when Democrats are frustrated by the party's leadership, let me play for you what House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries had to say when he was asked about your campaign.
Are you concerned at all about incumbents getting ousted this cycle, and what specific steps are you taking?
I'm not familiar with who you're talking about.
Congresswoman Schakowsky is facing a challenge from Kat Abu-Ghazaleh.
She's a longstanding member, obviously a longstanding stalwart progressive member. I'm unfamiliar with this particular challenge.
What's your response to Hakeem Jeffries there, and the fact that he labeled her as a longstanding progressive stalwart?
Yeah, I said this online, but it's time to get familiar. We are trying a new type of campaign here, and this is nothing against Schakowsky. Schakowsky has been...
It's time to get familiar. Hakeem. Got him.
And historically one of the most progressive members of Congress. She's done a lot of really great work, but I think it's time to do something different. I think it's time that we need new energy, new leadership, and there's kind of been this stigma against having competitive primary races for one reason or another. I think that a competitive primary race forces every candidate to bring their A game. So I'm just trying to kind of live by the values that I want to see.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about those values. You say that it's not against Schakowsky, Congresswoman Schakowsky. You say you want to do things differently. What would be different? What would be some of the positions? What would be some of the policies that you would stake out that are different than your Democratic opponent?
Well, first off, I'm the only candidate that is declared in this race, so I have no opponent right now. But what we're doing differently just in the immediate is we are taking all of that money that's usually wasted on consultants and focus group testing and fancy events for the ultra rich, and we're investing it directly back into the community. So all of our events, we're trying to make them also double as mutual aid or direct action. We are planning, banned book drives, clothing exchanges, food bank support, arts and crafts events, trying to make things as community centered as possible with a huge ground game. And with over 1,000 volunteer signups, we're doing pretty well on how we think that will play out.
I know that you're no stranger to being targeted by the right. You say in your video that Elon Musk deposed you over your mean tweets as figures like Musk and Tucker Carlson for years. What will you bring from your experience into pushing back against them in Congress? What do you make of Musk holding tonight's town hall in Wisconsin and fueling cash into the Supreme Court race in that state, as well as the congressional races this week in Florida?
For those of you who weren't here, Musk earlier literally said that he was going to pay people to sign a petition during that rally that he held. It was one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. Like, from my understanding, petitions are supposed to show that a bunch of people support a thing. So it's meant to work as like polling or voting, right? You just sign a petition to say, yes, I do support this thing. But then Musk offered money, which kind of seems to defeat the whole purpose of signing the petition, or of having a petition, is that you're supposed to just be polling how many people support that idea so that you can use it as almost like a referendum on something. But you can't pay people to sign it. Yeah, I think he rolled that one back pretty quick when he found out it's probably a felony. No, he did it at the fucking rally. He did it at the rally. Like, right at the beginning. Oh yeah, I was gonna go click on it and show it, but yeah, he literally handed them a massive, giant cardboard check that they had printed out for it and everything, meaning that they actually thought about this. They actually thought it through, and I'm sure he didn't drive over to Staples or Kinko's himself and get the big old check printed. So I'm sure he had somebody else go do it, and so somebody else knew about this idea and didn't stop him from doing it. But yeah, they had two big, like major big cardboard checks printed out for, I think it was $1 million each. What the fuck is a Kinko's? Okay, Google. What the fuck is a Kinko's?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay, Google. What is Kinko's?
According to Wikipedia, FedEx Office Print and Ship Services Inc. is an American retail chain that provides an outlet for FedEx Express and FedEx Ground shipping, as well as copying, printing, marketing, office services, and shipping. While FedEx, to the Kinko's founders' dismay, dropped the Kinko's name in summer 2008, the name remains in use.
So there you go.
Florida.
Part of the reason that we're in this mess is that a lot of Democratic representatives and a lot of Democratic leadership.
When you say it's like a FedEx, I thought FedEx just delivered stuff, whereas Kinko's is more like a Staples, where you actually go and like get a bunch of stuff printed. It's like Staples, yeah, that's what I thought.
Have been underestimating the right for a long time, whether it's misunderstanding technology or just thinking that could never happen. Their approach to the far right and to where we are now, this MAGA Republican agenda that Trump is pushing, has been all wrong. We're always reacting.
Yeah, I know that FedEx does some of those things. I'm aware that they do some of those things, but I don't know. I guess I always thought of it as like stuff that you were doing for shipping, but I guess not. I guess people can just go there and get shit printed by itself. Yeah. Okay.
Acting, and I think that it's time to, like I said, grow a spine. That means going on the offense. That means not normalizing some of the things that Trump has been doing. I mean, Schumer voting for that CR, I know so many people are mad about it. I heard it from pretty much everyone I talked to last night. But it also shows what their strategy is. Right now, it's to just kind of wait until things get worse and then hope that that's good enough for us to win in 2026. And I don't think we should be banking on more Americans getting hurt.
You are running as a Gen Z candidate. One of the issues that resonates with voters is what we're seeing in Gaza, Israel's assault on Gaza there. Your father is of Palestinian descent. You joined protesters outside the DNC last year requesting they have a Palestinian voice speaking at the convention. Tell us how you will run on that issue at a time when the party is facing primary challenges with groups like AIPAC funding them, because I believe the chair of the Republican Party even went after you for your support of Palestinians, writing, I wonder if she'll be passing out Hamas flags in the 4th of July parades.
Yeah, I mean, if her dad's of Palestinian descent, she might be getting deported here soon, so that incumbent doesn't have much to worry about.
The Chicago GOP is just going really full mask off racism, so that's cool. The approach to this issue is like every other issue in my campaign. I have no interest in compromising my views or not listening to my moral compass. And my moral compass says, War crimes are bad no matter who commits them. Civilians should be protected no matter their nationality. And, right now we've already raised over $300,000 just from small dollar donors. No corporate cash, no calls to billionaires. I think a lot of people feel strongly about these issues and they just want someone that represents their values and isn't caving depending on who is investing or not. So frankly, between that and how we are approaching this ground game, trying to change people's lives directly, fill in these gaps of relief that Trump has been creating, I'm not so worried about it. I'm just excited to get back on the campaign trail and try more of this approach we're doing.
All right, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, it's great to see you again. Thank you so much for.
She doesn't really open her mouth when she talks. She keeps her teeth kind of closed the entire time. So she's always smiling while she's talking. She's talking through her teeth the entire time like they're wired shut. It's so weird.
I'm not so worried about it. I'm just excited to get back on the campaign trail and try more of this approach we're doing.
All right, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, it's great to see you again.
I don't think I've seen it that bad before.
Campaign trail and try more of this approach we're doing.
That's so strange. Like, she is moving it. It's just so little that you can't tell. Her jaw doesn't really look like it's moving much.
I'm just excited to get back on the campaign trail and
it's not. She's just moving her lips. She's not even moving her jaw. She's just moving her lips.
I'm not so worried about it. I'm just excited to get back on the campaign trail and try more of this approach we're doing.
All right, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, it's great to see you again. Thank you so much.
Is she doing a bunch of other interviews on YouTube that came out 18 hours ago?
Yeah, and condescendency, set of conditions and comfort, and to diagnose the thing a little bit here. There's the big American.
That was 3 weeks ago. She looks like 10 years younger there. Is it just me? Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago.
Psychological, socio-political sickness is the obsession with the individual and the autonomy of the individual over and against any system of collectivism or thinking about others. And the dirty secret, of course,
Did you listen to her? Any commentary? I mean, I didn't really hear like a whole lot of policy stuff. I don't know how hard she is on the Palestinian shit. I mean, if she's on the Palestine and Israel stuff, because if she's accusing Israel of war crimes, but yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of like talk about policy. Some of the stuff she's talking about is interesting, to where she doesn't take donations from people. Instead, she's having them give all sorts of like products and stuff for her to donate back to the community, so that she doesn't go and do things that cost a lot of money, but is instead going and doing like interviews on YouTube and crap like that. But yeah, like, she looks younger there, doesn't she? Am I crazy?
At least enjoy this ride.
She looks like 10 years younger. She raised like 300K. I think she takes donos now. Well, I guess not donos. Sorry. Yeah, if I said donos, that's my bad. She said, oh, that's right. She said that she wasn't taking entry fees to some of her speaking events, but I don't know that people actually charge people to get into those anyways, do they? Do they normally charge to go to like rallies or speaking events? I've only ever been to 2 rallies, and both of them were Trump rallies, and neither one of them cost money. But I don't know if that's just something that Trump does or if everybody does that. She said she gives the dono money back to the community. I thought that she said that. Oh, that's right. Okay. That's right. She did. She said that she wasn't charging people for getting in, and she told them to bring tampons and Tampax or pads or something like that. She told people to bring tampons to get in as an entry fee instead of making them pay to get in. And then they were going to donate all of that to like a local women's shelter. But then yes, it was another thing where she said that they're not keeping donations for lavish parties and drinking champagne with a bunch of billionaires, but instead that they were giving all the money back. No, not as an entry fee. It was just part of the event. No, they said that they were having them give tampons instead of an entry. I'm fairly sure. I am high as fuck now, so I'll have I'm double checking because I'm very unsure right now.
Campaign event in Evanston, Illinois. How did that go? What can you tell us about the reception that you've had so far?
Oh my God, it was incredible. We had over 130 people come. Instead of charging any, admission, we had people bring tampons and pads, boxes of tampons.
Instead of charging any admission, we had people bring tampons and pads.
Instead of charging any, admission, we had people bring tampons and pads, boxes of tampons and pads to be donated to the Period Collective here in Chicago. I bet so many people. There was a ton of excitement. We had kids drive up from out of state just to say that they want to run for office. Tons of young people.
This is why the content is boring as fuck right now. First off, I'm the same amount of boring as I always am. I am boring as fuck all the time. So it has nothing to do with how high I am. It's just that I'm generally a pretty boring person. I don't know if you've seen the show before. Megyn Kelly, 20 years younger. She doesn't look like Megyn Kelly at all to me. Not at all. Like, Megyn Kelly is a very, strong jawline. Put something better on. We just moved on. Who gives about a new candidate? Me. We gotta get a bunch of new Democrats in the House in these upcoming elections. We've got a shot to actually get the majority. This is insanely important. Which, speaking of, I think Ossoff is running again. I'm blanking on the phrase for it right now for some reason. But when they went out door knocking with DGG and Destiny, I went out there with them to record some of what they were doing. When they were doing it for Warnock and Ossoff.
And thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here. So Director Radcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small group signal chain, correct? I was. Yeah, and so were the Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor.
Okay. Hold on. Mantis, you said you sent me a Joe Rogan thing. I don't see it. I was gonna go to the Piers Morgan thing, but scroll way back. Oh. Shit. Yeah, no, I don't see anything. Crap, there was something that I was just thinking I needed to look up. Alright. Let me pull this up.
Because you have to believe in the goodness of human spirit and that nobody would purposely do this without having some sort of defect.
He never sees what I said. I read you say. Scroll way back. It's there. I read it out loud.
Which is just true.
No, it's that's like just
not what you sent. Sorry, I thought you meant in chat. My bad. Yeah, I've scrolled way back. I don't see anything.
Psychology wise, no. I think that if you can track it throughout psychology, what kind of women have to do this, you can track it sociologically, what kind of women enter work. It's not rich women. It's not women who have two loving parents who are, doctors and do whatever. It's women who are traumatized. It's women who have
well,
very little respect
no, wait.
for themselves.
Most of the women who are getting laughed at are not workers. Just so you know, that's a very small portion.
Sure. No, but it's women who are naive enough to believe the lie that's being fed to them by higher ups, right? By
yeah, but
people
that's
like
that's a shift, right? So you're just like at first you're like, well, the thing is, Andrew, is that these workers are coming from a broken home.
I'm saying that's the broken home. I'm saying it's coming from some sort of defect. I believe to some extent everyone is trying to be the best person that they're trying to be. Right?
I don't believe that. I literally don't believe that.
Then this is just a difference in
so,
how we.
Well, I mean, I think I used to be more inclined on that side, but I don't actually believe that women are born with halos above their head and they're just little angels until an evil man comes and corrupts them. Or
I don't think that's the
I
case
don't think
either.
that men also are born with a halo until they're corrupted by some event either. I think that people have tons of proclivities, and oftentimes they just want to be a bastard. They want to be a degenerate. They want to be a. Sometimes they do it just for the thrill. I just feel like doing this because it's fun. It's like there's an interesting phenomenon I'll draw your attention to. At many riots, have you ever noticed at riots, there's always fires. There's always fires at riots. And I was like, why is there always fires at riots? Like, first of all, it's actually not that easy to start a fire, just like a random fire, right?
Yeah.
Well,
that's like the easiest way to destroy shit. Is instead of standing there and banging on it with a fucking hammer over and over or something, you just set it on fire and just walk away. It's easy shit. You can do a whole lot more destruction with it's a lot more efficient.
the thing is that what happens is there's always in these riots, there's actually social studies on this, who go and seek these things out purposely because they just love burning down. They're perhaps otherwise good people in their lives, right? But they just like burning down.
Yes, but an arsonist actually has a psychological background. So I come from a place, I'm pursuing a psychology degree right now. I have a psychology.
Is it true that sex workers actually are more likely to come from broken homes? I don't even know if that part's true. It probably is, but I don't know if I've ever actually seen it. Well, okay. When we say sex workers, I guess if we're talking about like prostitutes and strippers, that's probably true. But if we're just talking about like porn stars and OnlyFans workers, Lav will even call girls who do like bikini shots and shit on Instagram sex workers. So when you include that many people, I don't know if that's actually true. While there's no definitive data indicating a direct link between sex work and single parenthood, some studies suggest that a significant portion of sex workers are mothers, and that economic hardship and lack of support can contribute to their environment in sex work. Economic factors. Poverty and lack of economic opportunities can push individuals, including mothers, into sex work. This is, hold on. I think this is acting like I asked if parents do sex work. That's not what I asked. I said sex work. Okay, I guess I should type. But I typed sex workers come from single parent. Do sex workers come from single parent houses? Okay, yeah, it's the same thing. Mothers in sex work. Research indicates that a substantial number of sex workers are mothers. Why is it telling me this? Barriers to parenting? This is not what I wanted. How do I word this in a way where it's going to give me the right answer? It's telling you this because you have a mom kink. Oh, true. It's my algorithm. It knows what I'm normally looking for. Okay. Okay, top social reasons linked to sex work. Actually, I should have just gone and looked at some of the links that were there instead of just reading the fucking thing. Yeah, sex workers as mothers. Correlation of engagement. I am a single mother and a prostitute. What is this? What the fuck? This is Google trying to hide this information because the liberals don't want us to know about these fucking 304s. This is bullshit. Mothers secretly working as sex workers. What is happening? Why is it like this? All right. Are sex workers more likely to grow up in a single parent household? In summary, due to the lack of targeted research, it's challenging to determine the exact percentage of sex workers who come from single-parent households. Okay. While research suggests a correlation between growing up in a single-parent household and engaging in sex work, it's crucial to understand that it's not a definitive cause and effect relationship, and many other factors contribute to a person's life choices. Yeah, I think
Come.
Okay. I will. Thank you for the reminder. I think white people have single parent households at like a 37% rate. Or sorry, I think they have single parent households at like a 37% rate, and I think black people have it at like 51% or 53%, something like that. So I don't know if we were talking about a white person and they have a 37% chance of growing up in a single parent household. I'm wondering if that number, like it said, I wonder if that number is too high to where you could ever draw a causal correlation. Because once it gets up that high, and there's so many possible factors that exist, that 37% is so many people to where it could be a number of other factors within that range. Like if it's something more like 25% and you had a high correlation with the 25%, then that would make sense. But not 37%. Okay, Google. How many kids in America grow up in a single parent household?
25 million children. On the website post.ca.gov, they say, in some school districts today, including several in New York and Michigan, the majority
Okay,
of
Google.
families are led.
What percentage of kids grow up in a single-parent household in America?
On the website news.org, they say, the percentage of U.S. children living in single-parent households nearly tripled between 1960 and 2023, increasing from 9% to 25%.
Really? Wait, 25%? Okay, Google. What percentage of black children grow up in a single-parent household?
On the website pmc.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov, they say, the vast majority, 73% of African American youth are born to unwed mothers and most, 67%, compared to the general population, 23% will live in a single-parent household at some point during childhood and or adolescence. Annie E.
Did they just say over 70%? Did I hear that correctly? Over 70%? Shit. I am behind on my fucking conservative propaganda, dude. Holy shit, dude. I thought that it was like 50% to 37%. It's 73% to 25%? What? No shot. Okay, Google. What percentage of white families have... Never mind. Okay, Google. What percentage of white children grow up in a single-parent household?
On the website ojjdp.gov, they say, between 1970 and 2023, the proportion of children living with their mothers in single-parent households increased from 7.8% to 16.1% for white youth and from 29.5% to 44.2% for black youth.
Wait, that just said 24%. It said 24% for black youth. Okay, hold on. This is... Approximately 38% of black children lived with both parents, compared to 74% of white children. Damn, dude. So yeah, so this one is saying it's 26% for white people, whereas the other thing said 16% for white people. But if only 38% of black kids lived with both families, then that means that 62% of them are... So that means that, yeah, the other one probably was accurate. Because these aren't huge variations between the two. Holy moly, dude. That's insane. The reason I say that I'm behind on my conservative propaganda is because this was always a huge part of why, like, one of the reasons that conservatives come up with, like, this is why black children have so many problems. This is why they have higher rates of going to jail, higher rates of poverty, higher rates of drug use. I tell a story all the time about the fact that, like, one of the kind of, like, aha moments for me that really, like, kind of started to break the way that I thought about things is that for a while I was already, like, kind of struggling with the idea that immigration was actually beneficial for our country. And I was realizing that, like, every conservative channel that I watched was just kind of lying to me about this shit. And it was that just kind of had me, like, questioning a whole lot of shit at that point. And then one day I watched TYT. I didn't really know much about TYT, and I went and watched a video by them. And they were debunking Ben Shapiro's argument against systemic racism. And so they bring up, like, all these stats, and they're saying this is why he's wrong. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna go make, like, a video essay. This is when I, like, first started podcasting. And I said, yeah, I'm gonna go make a video essay that, like, kind of debunks all of this shit, because obviously systemic racism is fake as fuck, and all of these reasons that they're giving, a lot of them can be explained just by personal choice. A lot of them can be explained by single parent households, and a lot of single parent households exist because of welfare. And welfare makes it to where you get paid more per kid, but then all of a sudden, if you have kids and you have a second income move into the house, then you get less money. And so now they're incentivizing these people to stay in single parent households. And this obviously explains so much of the problem. Whereas, yeah, if you grow up in a single parent household and the government's incentivizing the single parent households, the Democrats who do all this, so they end up, more likely to drop out of school, more likely to do drugs, more likely to go to prison, less likely to go to college, less likely to keep a stable job, more likely to work on the black market. It's just like so many things. Like every marker for success in America aligns with you growing up in a single parent household. Like pretty much across the board, 2 parents or single parent, all aligns. And black people have the highest rate by far of single parent households. So it makes sense that they're also going to have all of these problems. And growing up in a single parent household makes you 4 times more likely to have children of your own that grow up in a single parent household. And so this is going to be like a major part of my video and a major part of my argument as I go into debunk this TYT video. And one of the things that I went and did is looked up the definition of systemic racism. I'd always heard the definition of systemic racism is like, oh, just blame everything on white people and say it's white people's fault, or say everything's racism, just find anything and call it racism. Or that if you found like a succinct definition, that all of them were going to be different from each other. No definitions were going to be the same. Nobody had the same definition. Systemic racism didn't really mean anything. And so people just made up the definitions as they go. So I go to look up definitions, and the first website gives me a definition. It was before Google had, stuff sitting up top as answers. But I go and look at the first definition. It explains. And I'm like, oh, shit. Is that really the definition of systemic racism? That's weird, because that definition fits literally everything that I just said about welfare. So that couldn't possibly be the definition. No shot. Because Ben Shapiro is saying systemic racism doesn't exist, and he also knows about this. So we can't be describing systemic racism. We don't believe in that thing. So then I go to another website. I think the next website was Ben & Jerry's. For some reason, Ben & Jerry's had a definition of systemic racism. And I go to the next website, and it is the same as the last definition. And then I went to a third website, same definition again, a third time. And I was kind of pissed off about this. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I've always been told that these were all definitions. Nobody has the same definition. Nobody says the same thing. How long were you conservative? 32 years? 32, 33 years. Yeah. Something like that. Maybe 34. Somewhere around there. I don't know. But yeah, somewhere between 32 and 34 years. And so yeah, I was kind of pissed off that all of these definitions were the same, and that I had just kind of been lied to about this for a really long time. And not only were they the same, but the thing that we use as an excuse all over conservative media, all conservatives know this argument, the argument that I just made about the welfare, about the single parent households. Everybody knows it, because lots of times you'll be asked, like, okay, black people have all of these problems. They are they're in poverty at higher rates. They, get locked up at higher rates. They have all of these issues. Why do they always have these issues at higher rates than everybody else? And Because then, yeah, they'll say it's either there's something causing it, like systemic racism, or they're just dumb. They're just all really dumb, and they're dumber at much higher rates than all white people, because white people aren't doing these things at the same rate. So which one is it? Are they really, really dumb and just really bad people who just love committing crimes and hurting people and not having money? Or is it systemic racism? So yeah, you have to have a reason for it. You got to have an answer, because you can't just say, oh no, systemic racism doesn't exist. Yeah, you'd have to say, yeah, they're all just dumb. Like, so the answer was always, yeah, the Democrats give the black people welfare, and that's that. But yeah, for that in and of itself to be systemic racism was very disappointing. For that to find out that fits the definition perfectly is very very disappointing. Okay, so yeah, I see from what Coder posted that it doesn't look like there's an actual answer to our question about this, and from what we saw on the other page, yeah, it looks like there's a correlation, but we don't know. Studies have shown that individuals who grew up in a single-parent household may be more likely to engage in sex work, but this doesn't mean that single-parent upbringing causes someone to be a sex worker. Several factors can contribute to someone's decision to engage in sex work, including poverty, lack of opportunity, substance abuse, trauma, and systemic issues like racism and discrimination. What? So it's true that they all just have they all got problems. They're all, I don't know. All of those people sound like those who grew up without dads. This just sounds like a girl who didn't have a dad. So it sounds like to me, I don't know. Substance abuse, trauma.
Background, there are still reasons why an arson goes to sow destruction, right? There are reasons why these people
Sure, there's reasons why people do everything. But the problem with the psychological analysis, psychology is the study of the mind, not the study of the brain. So if we're studying the mind, you're talking.
Technically, it can be both depending on what branch.
Well, you're not studying neurology. You're not studying how the brain fires, where it fires, the neurons responsible for which thing, right?
You actually do have
in a
to do
cursory way. In a cursory way.
Sure, I'm not doing a deep dive.
In a cursory way, so that so the same way that somebody who is an animal biologist, I'm sure, would get some biology lessons on the different parts of a brain or something like this. Sure. But overall, it's behavioral. This is a behavioral pattern recognition. Yes. Position that you're in. It's the study of the mind. People have been studying the mind since the philosophers of old in order to ascribe motivations to people. But the thing is that psychologists cannot cure any of these things because they're not diseases, right? This is the problem. These are not diseases. So
depends on what you mean by cure, but yes.
The thing is
quell. I believe that you can quell and you can
suppress behavior. Sure, you can suppress behavior.
You can suppress behavior. Mm-hmm. You can stir people into new behavior.
Yeah. But you don't. But that doesn't require. But what I'm saying is that if you're studying the mind, sure, everybody has a motivation, some underlying motivation, perhaps for almost everything they do. But it doesn't change the fact that they just want to do it. Now you could say this is because of some childhood trauma, or perhaps this is from some other trigger, or perhaps it's from some other thing which exists. But you can't actually demonstrate or prove that this is the problem with the study of the mind. Versus if I have gangrene in my arm, you can be like, hey, that's rotting your arm. I'm going to give you antibiotics, and that's going to cure that.
He always does this where, like, him and I have had a couple of debates about the fact that he doesn't believe in mental illness. He doesn't believe in it. He doesn't think it's a thing. And he always brings up that, yeah, like, you can't prove a lot of these things. So how do we know that they're not category errors? Which a lot of mental illnesses we do think are possibly category errors. Lots of things that we can't detect with, like, a brain scan. Does he think it's spiritual? He did mention the fact that people who are religious are less likely to have mental illnesses. Now, everything that I've seen does align with that, but I've never seen a reason for it outside of the fact that they do think that just like prayer and meditation and faith is probably healthy for people. I wonder if people who are religious are just less likely to seek help and therefore we're just less likely to know about it. Genomic research in AI is advancing, so gene therapy may be on the way to figure out those early signs. But yeah, I don't know. I've never seen a good answer for that. And the thing about mental illness is that even not just mental illness, like even like autism and gender dysphoria, both of those things are thought to likely be some sort of category error. They've already, I believe, redefined and kind of changed the way that we think about autism a couple of times already. And that even still today, they think that it might be a category error because there's a lot of other things that have high correlation with autism. Trans people even have even have autism at a pretty high rate. I think OCD might as well. Those three seem to be things that have other mental illnesses that come with them, and they're and even those three together is fairly common. I know, I think 3 or 4 trans people who are trans, autistic, and have OCD. Religious people just don't seek help. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't think I've ever seen anything say that that's actually the reason. So yeah, I don't know. It's a soft science, so it's gay and weak. That's why people are ruined. Well, that's the way that he thinks about it. And I remember him saying at one point, yeah, but how do we even know that it exists if we don't have a brain scan? How could we even know? Plus they have more community built in, which ostracizes people who don't fit in, like ostracizing those who may be ill. Maybe. I don't think so, though. Yeah, I just don't think so. But I don't know. It's possible, I guess. But yeah, I've never seen anything that says any of that. Why not? I don't think the churches do, in my experience, ostracize mentally ill people. In my experience, they seem to actually fit in really well, and that there's a lot of mentally ill people, it seems like, who are there. And so the fact that they're actually there, at least. But yeah, I don't know anything about, like, I grew up, yeah, most of my life in churches, and I don't know anything that would actually do that. There are churches that find it demonic. Sure, there's churches like that out there. I just don't think that that's the majority at all. Like, of course, there's things out there like that. There's churches out there that are this way, but I don't think that's the majority whatsoever. But yeah, Mantis, that's what I said to him. I was like, so the thing is we can just see the signs, right? And he's like, but how do you know it's not a category error? I was like, well, how do we categorize it? He's like, well, I don't know. We don't have a brain scan, so we can't categorize it, can we? And I was like, well, okay, so do we have the technology for a brain scan? He's like, no. And I'm like, oh, okay, so stop bringing that up, because we can, like, we have to do something in the meantime. And so what we do is we just categorize the symptoms. And so if we know that you have a group of symptoms, we start to recognize a pattern with a bunch of different people. And once we have this pattern of symptoms with people, we're able to categorize that pattern as best as we can based on the symptoms that we see. And there you go. We got what we call a mental illness. But he gets focused on the semantics of it, because I think he said one time, like, it doesn't have to be mental. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, it could be like a disease in your arm or something that's causing it, right? Even if that was the case, it would still be affecting your brain at the end of the day. But there's, the semantics of it is whether or not we call it a mental illness, I don't really care about. It's just the soft science of looking at what we think are psychological symptoms. But yeah, we don't know for a fact that mental illnesses are mental at all. They could be other things, I guess, but a lot of people, because it is a soft science, they find it really easy to pick apart. And I always end up asking them, yeah, like, so should we just do nothing then? Like, should we just not categorize them and just do nothing? And most of them say yes. Most of them say yes for tons of things. So, like, not everything, but they think some things are okay to stay. Like, I think they said, like, you know, schizophrenia or things like that that are a bit more extreme, they were okay with keeping and having medication for, but they felt like everything else we're just guessing, and so now we're abusing a bunch of patients. But except symptoms aren't the only thing. For example, people with autism tend to get misdiagnosed with BPD because they have some of the same issues, but for different reasons. That's interesting. I studied neuroscience, and we don't know shit about the brain. I know. Psychology helps more than knowing the neurons. Well, I mean, it would be nice if we could just do a brain scan, right? Like, it would be nice if we were capable of doing that. That would be fucking great. Obviously, they're likely to still need psychological help, but if they could just get a brain scan, it's possible that we would know how to fix it then, or be able to give medication better because we know the exact, like, chemical reaction now. And so yeah, there's it would be nice if we could use the neurons. It's just obviously not happening.
You can't actually zero in a psychological analysis and say this is actually the thing. It's not even a possibility to do. So we can't really say, like, oh, there was some external motivation that made them an arsonist. Because really the thing is like, they might just really like burning that down. And the more I talk to people, the more I realize there's a lot of people.
25 people is a sociopath.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of people who just have no problem being evil bastards unless they're restrained by society, and they're restrained by good people in society. So I don't have the idea that, like, everybody's always trying to do their best. I don't think that women who watch a man their off, for instance, for money, which I engaged with one chick who did that, right? I don't think that she was a good person. I don't think that she was trying to do the best things that she could do. I think she was probably an evil, and she deserved to get the dress down that she got. Somebody should give it to her at some point.
She should probably be in Town Square.
Yeah, probably. But the point is like, somebody has to at some point have some reason and sanity here. Brian seems to be able to set this up in a way. Well, first of all, he's not even cherry picking. Most of the time, it's just the women who are willing to come on and want to have these discussions. And the second is, it's actually a low amount of them who are workers at all. Most of the time, I get in these.
Yeah, every woman that I know of that's ever asked to go on the show, they said that they've messaged them and asked them to go on the show. Almost all of them have gotten on. I don't know anybody who ever said that they asked to go on and they said no. I know a bunch of guys who have said that, but I don't know any women.
these engagements with these various women. It's the ideologies that they have, absent any of this like broken home, broken this, broken that. I just don't have the same, I guess after having thousands, I don't have the same view you do, that they're just blank slates who were corrupted.
I don't think blank slates necessarily, but I don't. For every one woman you're having a conversation with online, there are millions of people watching now. So I think that, you know, if a woman sees, oh, well.
So wait, so Firechild, what is there besides symptoms? Like, what are they doing to diagnose autism? Outside of symptoms. Friendly reminder that hard science and soft science are informal labels, and soft sciences generally utilize hard science methodologies. Scientific method is the same in both. Oh, that's right. That's another thing that he kept saying. He kept saying that they don't use the scientific method for this. He kept saying that. I was like, bro, they do, though. He's like, no, they don't. For most, like, diagnoses, they have you just fill out a form, and like a therapist will kind of listen to you talk about things and then kind of guess as to whether or not you have that mental illness. I was like, you make it sound like way too dumbed down for what's actually happening. I mean, it's the symptoms, but it's more than just this symptom means this. It's usually the underlying cause of the symptoms, not necessarily just the symptoms for things like autism. Right, but hold on. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the symptoms are what we're categorizing. So in order to give a diagnosis, right, we have a group of symptoms that we say, these are like the most common symptoms. And this is what we're categorizing as this mental illness. They are categorized by symptoms. That is what they're categorized by, and that's how they diagnose them. I can't think of any other way to do it besides that. So it's all like the underlying reason is the diagnosis. Like that is the diagnosis, is the underlying reason. You can't find the underlying reason for the symptoms without diagnosing them, right? Am I crazy? Like, how is that even possible? They also have to evaluate the conditions surrounding the symptoms. The issue is that those symptoms overlap, and the symptoms can be there for different things. They can overlap amongst conditions. Right, but you're not going to have 100% all the same symptoms for both BPD and autism. Like, there are some differences, which is why it's categorized separately. They don't know, like when you say like the underlying cause again is the symptom, because we don't know the underlying cause for these things. We don't know what it is that does it, or what like what part of the brain is making these things happen, or we don't know those things. So all we have are symptoms. That's it. BPD and autism are different because they have different symptoms. They just are their symptoms. I can't think of anything else that we would be talking about outside of that.
I've had this idea in the past, and you know, when you talk about things, especially like virginity, like you were talking about on Piers Morgan, why would I do all these things for a woman who is not going to be a virgin on her wedding night?
Well, no, that's not really what the argument is. So the argument is actually framed, and I understand why people get this wrong all the time, right? Even though on that panel, I was pretty clear about how he fleshed it out. So the argument is just this. Inside of society, I think that men have a social duty to protect the infirm and to protect women. They have that's an actual duty which falls on them because they're the only ones that can. Women can't protect themselves in mass from a foreign collective or body of men, or the male element in society which would want to hurt them or children, or even women who are in the society who would want to hurt them or children. That would fall as a duty to men, starting at the family, and then all the way up to the national level with soldiering and various things like this. What I was asking specifically was, if that is the man's duty, what is the equal woman's duty in society? Is there an equal duty which they have that men to match that expectation with men? Now, obviously, I think the only one that you could say, and this is totally reasonable to me, is reproduction. They should be moving towards reproduction and family. That makes the most amount of sense. But feminists never admit that. They never admit that there's an ontological purpose here that we should be moving towards. And so what happens is when I ask about duty.
I don't like the ontological purpose. I would say it's a biological thing where, like, I agree. I think evolution has made it to where because women are having babies, they are going to be like more fragile and more I guess, more susceptible to danger, but that's why, yes, men are made to be a bit bigger so that they're able to, like, protect and fight on the other side. To say ontological, it just seems strange, but I guess, when you're a Christian, I suppose it makes sense. It just seems so weird to call that ontological. These are ontological roles.
Duties. When I ask about duties, I say, well, what is your duty? What is the actual duty of society? They say, like, be nice.
Yeah, but that's the difference. Is because he calls it ontological, it's now a moral thing. It's now a moral necessity, and it is now your duty to do this thing. Whereas I don't think any of us would call it a duty. Not, like, if we're talking about biology, we're not talking about a duty anymore.
Be empathetic. They never say, well, the equal duty is reproduction. That was the point which was being made to her, and that's why she looked so foolish and got so pissed off and this type of thing. When I said the chaste virgin, I'm just talking about virtue. If this is a virtue that men have, right, and you want to have virtuous men, then don't you think you should have virtuous women to match them with? That, again, seems well within the confines of reason to me.
Sure, I think that you're telling. I don't think it's I don't think it's a one-to-one. But already, if you're saying that you should be a virtuous woman, and then you equate that with piety, chastity, I think you're losing a lot of women. Mostly because we are in a day and age now where we have opened Pandora's box, and women are able to have. And they're going to, and we are never going to go back. So women, you're sending messaging to women who are like, well,
Crucible is always really paranoid about their stuff getting taken down. They bleep out the most random words. They've always done that. They've always bleeped out the most random words. They take all of their live streams down. They never leave a live stream up, ever. As soon as their stream ends, it's privated and deleted. So there's no evidence of anything ever happening. They try to sweep that shit. And then they'll upload things, highly edited, to make sure that no words or phrases or anything gets through that they're afraid is going to get them demonetized. But I say all sorts of shit in my videos, and I don't ever have problems with monetization.
well, I've already done this thing. I've already slept with this many people.
I have problems with monetizing because I end up playing something copyrighted every time.
Go back. I'm used up. I might as well just keep going. I might as well just keep e-whoring. I might as well just keep whoring. I might as well just keep having sex with men who don't love me. And I think that's probably been what we don't want to do.
Well, that's tempered again with the messaging of like, look, reforming now is way better than reforming later. And it would be a very good idea to do it now. The longer that you engage, it's just like saying, well, I've already murdered somebody, so I might as well keep people. And I'm like, well, no, actually, if you stop people now, it's still better than if you continue to murder people.
Sure,
but from a societal stigma, yeah, from a stigma perspective, though.
But we went from Walter Cronkite, basically, to this guy Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. I checked it. He believes in dragons. He believes in dragons. Did you triple force that? And he also thinks that dragons, like dinosaur-y type of animals, roam the earth.
Wait, I've watched this on stream before.
When people did. So this is the type of really, really.
This is the guy who rips into Joe Rogan and makes fun of him. Makes his entire comedy special just look so fucking stupid. A lot of the stuff's cut out of context, but it's fucking hilarious.
It's bad information that's going out there.
This election was the first time they didn't really have control of the media anymore. Because what? Because of us.
Non-mainstream media.
Because of podcasts.
Podcasts. Selling tickets.
Because of social media. Because of X.
humanizing Trump like, well, he's human.
Yeah.
So why can't
They've been caught up in all this shit they've shoved down everybody's throat, especially all the Russia shit.
Imagine a scenario where you've thawed a guy out from some frozen cryo chamber thing. He's been in there for like 20 years. And this frozen guy, well, he loves comedy. And so this guy is excited to finally be unthawed and to discover what the world of comedy looks like in 2025, the year of our Lord. So you invite the guy to your house, sit him down on the Chesterfield, and prepare a televisual feast to get him up to speed. And you try to find a way to explain to this guy how this guy right here somehow is the king of both comedy and broadcasting.
Yeah, we've watched this before. It's funny as hell. If you guys haven't seen it, I would recommend it. But first, you need to watch my video that just came out today. Make sure you actually watch it. Don't just click on it and then click the thumbs up or something like that, because that actually hurts me in the algorithm. Going and hitting the thumbs up only makes it worse. But here's a video. Tom questions Pisco on his Timcast debate versus Good Logic, talking about Muhammad Khalil and Trump's fake elector scheme. Yeah, it is. The stats on this are super fucked right now. They are super duper fucked. It's probably because I'm live at the same time, so that's probably what's hurting me. But yes, the stats on this are super fucked. So do me a favor, go watch the video just uploaded right when I went live. So watch the whole thing. Watch it twice if you can. Help me fix the fucking stats on this so I can get it back into the algorithm. Other than that, I should be back on tomorrow. If you guys will hang out for a minute and then leave a comment on the stream, that would be great. That would be appreciated. And then go watch me talk to Pisco. Alright, I need to pull up the thing. I still need to get my outro fixed. Oh, and I did put up the map video playlist. So if you guys were wanting to watch the debates where I debated pedophiles and shit, that is in map videos. It is a playlist on my channel now, so you can just go click on that and it will have all of the videos in there. So I know some people were asking about it the other day, so I just threw it all in there. All right, till next time, appreciate you, love you, see you then.
Hey, how are you? This Tom Foolery guy.
Later, fools. You are not gonna believe this. Check this out.
No. Are you serious? I've had.
There is no way. It's been 2 years. Oh. Are you kidding?
No way. That's not good. Tell me you're lying.
No shot, dude. Oh my goodness. No way. Oh. Fuck y'all. My shit's clean, son. No air filter. How can y'all live like that? Some people are nasty, bro. The claim that I had issue with was that you were saying this was like inherently anti-Semitic. It's just obviously not inherent to the action.
It is inherent, and I don't know if I'll stick to it. I won't die on this hill.
What? You are. But you are, though. It's such a stupid hill to die on.
Again, I won't die on this hill anymore.
Wait, you are. Oh my god.
Okay.
Imagine this is a hill, and I am you, okay?
You're leaning on my hill? Or I'm leaning on your hill?
Dying on the hill.
No, you died on the hill. That's
died on the hill.